Been on you like some fine wine though. And when it's over, I press the grind though. You talk the bands, they're like Dolly. Benjamin's all in my pocket. I traded in my shoes for some lava. You playing Batman, Betty's gonna rob her.
Hey, I got a Glock in my room. Hey, 17 shots from 38. I got a Glock in my room.
17 shots from 38. I'm like, yeah, she's mine. Wonder when she'll be mine. She walk past like my hands rewind. See that I want more time. And I got this soda. Hungry boys, they know us. All that money, that's so much. No one can control us.
They like Monty, can you be my baby daddy? I'm like, yeah, I got robins on my jeans. You see the wings on every pair. All you see is Remy boys, you know my niggas everywhere. And if somebody got a problem, we could meet up anywhere. Never say something, don't you niggas play dumb. You know where we came from, you don't want sauce, no A1.
I'm like, yeah, she's mine. Wonder when she'll be mine. She walk past like my hands rewind. See that I want more time. And I got this soda. Hungry boys, they know us. All that money, that's so much. No one can control us. Yeah, she's mine. Wonder when she'll be mine. She walk past like my hands rewind. See that I want more time. And I got this soda.
What up, chat? Alright. How's it going, chat? Welcome to this fine Saturday morning stream. Low-key, kinda early. Not gonna cap. I'm not gonna cap. Kinda early. But, you know, I'm happy to be here. That's what counts. I also fricked up the time. I forgot about Time zones? Classic me. Low-key forgot time zones were a thing, so we're starting an hour later. Because I accidentally slept in. I woke up at like 9. I woke up at 9. I'm like, all right, and then I blinked, and it was 9:50. I went, uh-oh. I went, oh shoot. Then I went, wait a minute. The time zone. I might be saved, and I was saved by the time zone. But for any of you that were here at 10, if somehow someone was here at 10, first off, thank you. Second off, I'm so sorry. But it do be like that sometimes. Yeah. Oh, chat. How was locals? Chat, I got to play, I'll wait for more people to get in here before I yap about that, but I finally got to play Pal World. So I did play the Pal World. It was something. It sure was something. But we'll save most of that for, ye old YouTube vidya. When I get around to making that, maybe tomorrow I will start it. I'm not gonna lie, chat. I'm gonna have to really try to find a way to make that John interesting. Cause holy crap, is that game mid? Oh my gosh, the stream is already starting. Here's some audio for you.
And we are now officially on Saturday. It's main event time, and I'm so excited.
Chat, today we're watching some universes.
We're gonna have a keynote section from Levi here, just like we have in the past of these regionals.
That was a keynote.
What do you think he's gonna talk about? Are you excited to hear what he might have to say?
I'm super excited. I'm hyped for the day and the weekend overall. Yesterday when we went through some of the side events and seeing these players, I think I talked about it a little bit. It definitely gave me a little bit of FOMO where I was like, everybody here seems to be having such a good time. I am super,
but yeah,
super hyped. And
we're gonna have to really try our best to make that Power World video interesting at all, because that game is
everybody up in
boring.
case you missed some of the action yesterday. So we talked about the things going into this event. Specifically, the format has changed slightly. Not only have we had some 2 new challenger decks hit the fold here with the My Hero Academia full, Armor, All Might, Deku being added in, as well as Shigaraki in the new All for One, which we had
Hold on,
the
I'm
pleasure of
gonna
watching some of
swap
those
some
decks
stuff
yesterday.
around.
We have a new ban and errata list. That's right, Reiner Braun, Marley Shield has been errated, and for everybody at home that isn't
Ooh, it'll
aware,
swappy
he now
swappy.
says if there are
There we
4
go.
or more card types, non-token card types among cards in your stage, you are now able to transform with that 1 momentum, which I think drastically is going to change the opinion of this deck and this character for a lot of people. And then for everybody, Team Hero 15 on the bottom
stuck in my
enhance now
head.
says enhance remove, build 1 foundation. with difficulty 4
whoa,
or
I
less
lost
to
my
your discard
thing.
pile. Committed.
Oh, no, I have it in
slowing
tab.
down that sort of
Whoa, that's
acceleration,
kinda
but
cool.
Still being able to grab important
I
foundation.
actually kind of like that.
And yeah, we actually saw the impact of this of these 2 erratas.
Ooh,
yesterday.
new tech
Yeah,
unlocked.
We had 23 teams.
Ooh, I put that in
so
Tim's.
that's
Okay.
69
So chat, the
players.
plan for
Yeah,
today,
it's
we are
all
watching
single
the
Reiner Braun, not one
UVS
listed among those.
regional
However,
in
as
Dallas.
yesterday, we did still see people running
And
Team
you know,
Hero,
chat,
right?
if
Not
you're
as
like,
fast,
I don't
not as
freaking know how to play
consistent, not as
universes,
aggressive
why am I
as
doing
the
here?
last
We're gonna,
match.
I don't,
However,
I'm
still-
also
people still
not really
finding
new, but
the ability
new-ish.
to tutor in the
We're going
round
to
and
learn the game vicariously through watching.
oftentimes
We're gonna do
we
my
outplay
favorite thing,
defensively so that
which is
for
watching
their
a regional
turn,
for a game I don't
it's
play,
readied up,
and
but
vicariously attempt to understand the
card
game
impact
better
has already been seen
by
by
watching
We're still gonna see
a
that
regional,
team,
or
I think
people
that,
that are
I still
supposedly
believe that
very
Reiner
good at the
Braun is
gameplay.
a
Not, I
viable
shouldn't say
character.
supposedly. People
I
that
don't
are
anticipate
theoretically
seeing a lot of
very
them
good at the
push
game
forward to main
play
event.
it.
I do, however, think that we will continue to see Team
Hopefully.
Hero just making out 4-ups in every single deck.
But
they
yeah.
play.
But speaking of what we might see, let's kind of get a peer back through the looking glass of these past events. So here is the Chicago top 16.
That's a Chicago,
And,
okay.
We're talking about which decks we might see, what we might not see. Of course, the game has changed and evolved. Bans and erratas, characters getting. So this was Titan of Terra era. Reiner Braun obviously winning this with Wub, Calvin Herrigal, who ended up winning
It's
that
kinda
one in
stormy
Chicago
today.
against Calvin
There's some
Todd.
thunder and
Both of these
lightning.
characters, I think,
Oh,
have very much
spooky. Ooh,
now
spooky dooky.
disappeared from
I'm
a
not
lot of the
gonna cap.
conversations that we're going to be having. But I wanted to take a look at it.
And
over
then once
time
we get
because
into
of
the
characters
gameplay,
like
I'll
Moth or
throw
Divine
it
Moth being
to
here. I think there is a
a
non-zero
better
chance
cam
of
that I
seeing
don't
him out
really
of
have
those
set up
weekend,
yet,
and
so
maybe,
I'm
again,
gonna
having a
build
good
out
run
that
with Andrew
scene.
Borat, these great defensive players.
As soon as we hit a
Yeah,
tabletop.
I think you hit
But,
the nail on the head.
yeah.
I think the only character out of this list that we actually will see in top cups potentially is that Mothra. But I also wouldn't be surprised
Yeah,
if
chat.
our top cuts.
Our old video,
this
I don't know.
weekend
I gotta
are
find.
completely
I gotta
different than
find
these
some sort of
characters represent.
fun
Yeah, so a
narrative
little one that's
through
closer to us,
line.
of
I don't
course,
know.
is
I'm gonna
the
call
Las
it like
Ve-
freaking
the
Power World
Las
and like
Vegas
the
Regional,
death of
which happened
creativity
for
or something. I
round
don't know.
2. Now this one is
It's
just going to
just,
be a top 8, of course.
it's
but
fine.
Justin Martin taking that entire takedown with Mitchell Chimino.
It's
and I think we
it's
kinda did
so
see, I kind of posed the question.
fine. I don't
Do you
know.
think more people will be playing Mitchell.
I mean,
Trevino
the
because it has a
demo
recency
decks have
bias,
some
and
issues, but I
there was
think
quite a
they're
few
pretty
people, at
unique
least
to
in
the
that team
demo decks. I
competition
don't know if
yesterday.
they'll
Yeah,
actually
I
leak
mean,
into
this is the
constructed.
complete opposite of the last Top Cut we
I
just
don't
looked
like
at,
how
whereas
some things
I
are
wouldn't be surprised
designed,
if
just
all
like
of these characters are represented
conceptually.
in Top Cuts, this
I think
weekend.
going
I mean,
first in
we
that
saw
game
a
is
ton
too
of people still
strong.
returning that pony list for the events yesterday and playing that. We
What
saw
else? But
I
other
think
than
Ronan
that,
is
it's
going
just
to
like
probably be the most represented
so
deck,
whatever
at this event. And
as
Mitchell's
a
still
game.
a
It
great
really
deck.
is
I
one of
think that
those.
recency bias and
It's one
people
of those games of
putting
like
in the
people.
time
People would ask
to
me, "Well, I was at
actually
locals." People are like, "Oh,
learn
how's
how to
Power World?
pilot that deck.
How's
I do
how's
think
how's the
that
game?
represents
Is it
itself.
good? Because
very
is Power World
difficult
good?" And
to
I
play
always
that deck,
my response
get
always has to be like,
razor-thin margins of, like,
"Is
playing
vanilla
game
ice cream
control
good?"
style, but we even saw it yesterday.
'Cause,
and
like,
it was ended up in a
eh,
best of one.
it's
game that we
technically
had to
not
commentate
bad.
against a King Ghidorah, Emperor of the Cosmos,
Right?
who,
It's not-
hyper-defensive,
it's not
wants to play this long game
bad
as well, and
technically,
they just kinda
but
looked at
also
each
it's
other
not
and
nothing great.
actually due
It's
to
not very
time, it
good.
ended up being that way.
So
But
I mean,
we want to talk about the pricing
it's like
that these
playable.
players are
I
going
think
to be
I'd
playing
play
for
it
this
and not like
weekend,
throw a big fuss
mainly
about it.
because
But also,
we
I don't have no
exciting
real like
Tekken
desire to
promos
play
that
it
are going
at
to
the
be
same
handed out
time.
today, even though this set has
It's
not
another
been
one of those
released
games of like
just
low
by
key. I
yet,
think
but
I'd rather
we
just play
also have our
Magic because I can go
two-timer.
draft in
You
Magic,
go,
right?
that
I'd-
are gonna
I'd
be in the
rather
room
just play
today.
Magic.
So real quickly, Calvin Tahan, Andrew Porret,
It does
and
quite
Justin
literally nothing
Martin
unique.
are going to
The
be
only
in this
thing,
room.
it's like
Or,
Magic, but it's literally
yeah,
Magic, but you can get
will be
sacked
in this
harder.
room. They're already going to be here, and they have top cuts.
Like I
already.
think I'd rather
Pricing
brick on
though,
lands than
we're getting
watch
out
my
to
opponent
Vanguard,
hit like
getting out
3
to
lucky
the
triggers in a
Max
row and be
Mostly
like, well,
city-focused
there goes all my
Dallas
tempo,
Spring,
I guess. Okay.
Xbox and
Uh-huh.
the sleeves, and of course that kind of
Like
creates
it does
yourself
the
as a
thing of
backup
like
pricing
because
as
it has the
well. But
Weiss
the reason why we wanna talk about
triggers
this
and you
is
can't
because
really
we have a
manipulate
new
them like
set
you
on
can in
Horizon.
Weiss.
So for
What ends up
everybody
happening is
that
you're like I
game
can play you
is
can play like a
coming
super
out
tight
here
game of Magic the
soon,
Gathering.
and this
But every time
weekend,
you deal damage, your opponent
we're gonna
flips a
be
coin.
able
If they
to
hit heads, you just don't
announce
deal any
some of the
damage. So it's
alternate
like
arts
you could
that
be
are
the
going
best
to
of the
be
better
in
player at the table, but if
specifically
they just like
ultra
block more
rares
damage than you do and you go
and
even,
secret rares.
you just
I'm
lose.
super excited. I mean, this will be the first time that we see them along with everyone.
So, like, the
at
trigger
least,
mechanic
I
is
see them
kind of
along with everyone else
bad.
at home, so I cannot wait.
It's
Yeah,
really
and
bad.
so, we're
It just
ready
makes
to
you
do
it
this. So
means you
make
can't
sure
really
get
play
a
like
hold
good
of
tight
your Tekken
gameplay.
Gate at August
You have to do
14th,
like
and
some
we're
weird
going to keep an
shenanigans to
eye
try to
on the Gate
bypass. Like you have to like
lineups
poke
as
with
well,
ones all the time.
super pre-release kind of things
And
like
just
that
you're big
going
idiots.
in
You
on
just have
that
to hold
weekend.
back as
So
blockers.
that's
But
the
like
2-week mark
the way the
beforehand.
removal spells work is you
So
can
you
just
wanna
push
make
through
sure you get your
lockers like
hands
way
on looking at
too
those. Of
easily.
course, most of all the cards I think are pretty close to being
So
revealed.
I don't know.
think we
It's
have
just kind of a
anything super
mess.
new ready to
Maybe
go.
constructed
But if
fixes
you
some
stick around this
problems, but
weekend, we will be
as
showing
of
off
now,
some of
it's
those alternate
kind of a
arts.
disaster. Not a
You
disaster,
excited for
but
any
it's
character
pretty.
in particular
It's
right
pretty
now?
mid.
I mean,
It's
I'm a
very.
WoW
It's
player,
very
I'm really
mid.
excited for Eddie Gordo.
All right. I think we're pretty
So
close to
I'll
getting
try to
Levi
find
ready
some
to
way
go,
to make
so
the
we're gonna
Power World
send it
video
over
entertaining,
to
but a
Levi
lot of it
for
is just
his
going to be kind of
feedback.
describing its midness, which is just kind of like whatever.
At our local
But
championships.
I don't know.
That's true. You have.
But I played it.
Many of you have.
I played it. I played 2 games. They were
I got receipts.
something.
You guys have been playing your heart out
It
at
definitely
these
wasn't
local
just
championships.
whoever went
And it's
first
been
and
really
drew more
awesome
gun
to see you
cards.
guys
That's definitely not what
traversing
happened.
the local game store, local game store, and going after
But
these
yeah, the
sweet,
Power Worlds
sweet,
were
sweet
something.
Finally,
They
of
were
course,
something.
Did as they always did, and welcomed Dark Paul back into the fray.
We get into some games soon. Like there's a whole keynote we have to sit through. Not sit through, but you know.
Because Cryptic Gaming landed an awesome jam-packed local championship into the roster this round.
I think this is like the store. This is like the UVS store. Rochester Gaming or whatever. They are. Wait, was it Dark Alice? Dark Alice poster on the ceiling I saw for a split second? Freaking love Dark Alice.
Many UCS invites have been sent out.
Whatever.
Quite a solid handful of travel vouchers too. And
Yeah,
there
Power
is
World's gonna be
already
another play the game if you like the IP.
the table.
Other than that, I
Round three
I
of
see
the-
no reason
It's been a real
for you to
fun
play it. Maybe you wish Magic the Gathering was
Saturday.
sackier.
Amazing send-off this weekend.
Like maybe you prefer to lose to your opponent sacking you rather than you drawing some lands. If you would rather have the sack on your opponent's side of the table, then by all means play Power World. But really, it's like the same thing. It's like the same game, but kind of worse.
My goat. Guys, I'm gonna need it because I'm getting a little out of breath here. I can feel the oxygen being sucked out of my system right now, almost as if I'm traversing into space.
Maybe I do. I had this old idea for a sacking versus bricking unboxing video, and I think I even recorded it. Oh, this is their new original IP. This kind of, well, it sucks. It's not a fighting game, but at least it's something.
Round 4, as you guys
It's low-key
know,
kind of
we
whack because it's
got
just
the
purely
full
based in
full
90s
suite
nostalgia,
of
but
Retro
whatever.
Frontier products.
Um,
That's from the LGS level.
oh
all the
shoot,
way
what was I
through.
saying? Oh, I had the idea to make this video about sacking versus bricking, and I had a really good thesis for it, but then I recorded the entire video, but then the more I like sat on it, the more I was like, this doesn't make any sense at all. I'm saying complete nonsense, so I ended up scrapping it. But I almost do want to bring it back, because in terms of like Power Word versus Magic sacking, I feel like that's an interesting topic to talk about. Oh, that's a cool Eddie. Asset and asset? No, it's foundation. Why the frick is it green? Why is it green if it's a foundation? Oh my gosh, UVS does some stuff that makes me so mad. Assets in the game are green. Why the frick is that card green when it's supposed to be gray? That's really annoying. So I just thought it was an asset.
Alright, well now that that's out of the way, guys, let's talk about the real one. It's time for some local championships. Of course, in round 4, we're gonna be getting 50 of these bad.
Let me actually jot that down in my notes app. Let me pull up some Power World notes.
You already know what you're gonna be playing for when it comes to these round 4 local championships. We're gonna have a new character here joining the fray on our unarmed non-combatant participation promo, and then our disarming blow top cut.
Those sure look like something.
Once again, if you missed out on our previous keynote and don't know what that little reboot stamp means.
Tension?
It's quite simple.
Wait!
It just means that somewhere out there, this bad boy has a mechanically unique friend, and when it comes to the sake of deck building purposes, you can only have one playset amongst the two. And then for the champion of every round 4 local championship,
is that
this
mechanically unique?
awesome
Hold on,
retro
that could be a huge
fighting
problem.
Inspired Rebel Frontier playmat is going to await you. I'm very, very excited for these local championships. It's,
Oh, look how they're trying to make it look like a fighting game, where they have health bars and a meter and the fight and the...
It's very thrilling to see Rebel Frontier not just beloved and latched onto by the Universal's player base, but also being so represented at the local game store level. The local game store level is one that is going to have a lot of players not familiar with what Rebel Frontier is, or maybe even what Universus is. Normally,
I don't want to phrase the sacking versus bricking for this. Like, I think I would rather brick than get sacked. Because when you brick, it's like, oh well, your deck broke. You kind of just like scoop it up and go next. Right? Like, I mean, let's do like brick.
But there's one more event type here.
Pull in.
To round 4.
Oh well.
It's time to talk
Happens. Scoop. Go next.
I don't know if you guys are
Versus get sacked. Versus when you get sacked, it is... I mean, I guess the thing though, right? It can't happen just as much as you bricking. But I feel like it feels way worse because it means that like no matter how good of a game you play, it can just get invalidated via happenstance. So like...
Yes, the depiction of bros can mean many things. Sometimes it's simply the loving relationship between a father and
Or
child.
maybe even like you could say like when you break, you still have like some agency because it happens to you, exclusive from your opponent. But I don't know. I feel like when you get sacked, it's the worst because it means like your deck could function perfectly. Everything could go right. I think that's what it is. Everything can go right and you still lose out of no fault of you or nor your opponent. Right? Versus when you break, it's just kind of like things went wrong and it fell off the rails. And you just go, oh, well, it went wrong. We go next. When you get sacked, it's like everything was going great, and then my opponent just flipped a card and I lost the game because of it. I think that feels way worse. Like it's a lot harder to kind of move past. But again, the more I think about it, the more it feels like it's just actually
That one might sound a little
inconsequential.
Squint those peepers and take a real good look at it and flip every single one of your power tokens. Because this bad boy is going to pack a punch.
So are these all, like, are they printing like 17 mechanically unique promos that they're giving out? That's bad. Because either these cards need to be garbage, or if they're good, they're $1 trillion because they're like unobtainable. So are they reskins? I don't know. This is a little worrying. I'm not going to cap. UVS.
Dare I say, the most beautiful playmat that Hitch has ever crafted. Oh yeah.
It looks good.
Going out into the slopes. We're getting a little chilly with this awesome 1-of-1 champion Rin playmat.
Okay.
Now, when you look at this playmat, you might be thinking, "Wow, that is an awesome piece of art."
Hold on, I might need to actually react to this. We have some disturbing news.
But you what? Look, don't talk to me, Fairy Tale.
Maybe this
Alright,
the second
let's
versus
calm
breaking
down a
might
little
be
bit.
personal preference. I'm gonna write that down.
You might be thinking, what an amazing piece of art, and what a waste for it to only be on a playmat.
Yeah, that might be personal preference.
So, the champion of the
So we'll
round
see.
four
I might bring it up though.
is also
I
gonna
think it
walk
feels way
away
worse. Like I would much
with
rather,
one champion. Oh, sorry. And what a
I would much rather draw a hand of all
what a
lands
one
than
champion
lose a game because my opponent flipped a lucky
Lin
trigger.
Alt art character
But that just might be a
card.
me personal thing.
Once again, her art's new, her name's new, but the text on this scary lady is a text box that you guys know all too well.
Okay, non-mechanically unique character. That's good.
You top me off?
Yeah, I need to know how many of these cards are mechanically unique. There's pretty mechanically unique promos, as
So the
we've
main
learned from
event,
Bandai.
It's looking pretty stacked.
Bad idea.
I
And
cannot
Vanguard.
tell a lie.
From Bandai and Bushira. Mechanically unique
The origin
promos.
of Rebel Frontier,
Bad plan.
the
Don't
true
do
heart
that.
of Rebel Frontier is in the prize wall, and I'm just gonna let.
Okay,
it
Hunter's
hit.
Ally I'm
Prize
familiar with.
wall.
Inspiring
Speak for
Song I'm
itself.
familiar with. Okay, I know I'm familiar with all of these. So these are not mechanically unique. That's good. What does reboot mean? Does reboot mean they're like a retro reprint? Maybe? Which that could actually have some of its problems on its own. I don't know. Actually, the more I think, I don't know how to feel. Because on one hand, I don't like the Rebel Frontier stuff. Because I think it's the worst kind of original IP that UVS can have. On the other hand, I think it's a great way to do promo reprints of cards. You can reprint a card as a Rebel Frontier art promo. That's cool, but on the other hand, it does now make it feel like a waste of an original IP because it's just relegated to reprinting old cards, right? There will never be an original Rebel Frontier card. You can never build a Rebel Frontier deck. It's just another random IP to slot into your deck that is already comprised of random IPs.
Typically, it would it
So-
would be against my promo creed, my promo bible to have.
It's like
double
bad
up
on like
a
3
promo
different fronts. You know what I mean? It's like
especially one that
I
already
think it's
came out
great
this
for them
year
to have
too,
an
right?
original
When
IP. I
Hinge
think it's
showed
what
me
they
this
need.
beautiful, beautiful
Unfortunately,
third
A,
piece of
it's an
art right
original
here.
IP that is not a fighting game and
I
has
knew I had
nothing to
give
do
you
with
guys the
fighting
best
games, so
work
that kind of
in the game one
sucks.
more
It's just
time.
random
Atlanta,
90s nostalgia
it's gonna be a
sci-fi.
blast, guys. I'm very, very
And
excited.
from what we
Now
can
the Golden
tell,
Voice Suite is really heating up.
the IP is getting
Heating up.
relegated
I think it's
to
gonna be an awesome
promo
regional
reprints
finale.
of at least competitive staples. I think a lot of these cards are good
All
from what
of
I've
that round
heard.
4 stuff aside, though,
But that also means that the original
is
IP
one
doesn't really get to
more thing.
flourish on its own. It only just gets
this
to
one more thing,
exist
though, is gonna be a
as
little bit different, guys.
other cards you already know.
First of all, this one more thing, it's going to be just for us in the room this weekend.
So Loki just feels
If
like a
you're at home
lose-lose.
watching the stream right now, this is where I tell you guys sayonara right now. We're going to cut to a quick BRB screen, and when we come back, there's going to be an awesome round 1 of 8 in store for you guys. Very, very, very epic live stream, and we've got the best commentators in the biz ready to rock and roll for you all.
Actually, okay, Flesh and Blood is
Until
the best
then-
commentators in the biz. All right. So yeah, all right, that's something, I guess. That's so weird. That's so. I don't know how to feel about that. It's like, that feels like the most awkward thing you could have done with an original IP. Like, on one hand, I'm glad, because I don't like that. I think that's a bad original IP for the game to have. So I'm glad that it's relegated to just promo reprints. But at the same time, it does kind of suck that that IP doesn't really get to flourish as a UVS original IP. It is just a vehicle for reprinting cards as promos. So... I think any positive it has gets immediately outweighed by a negative. Like, it's hard. That's such an awkward way to do that I don't know if I really can sign off on it. Huh. Like, it's one of those. It could be worse. It could definitely be worse. But I still really don't like it. You know, it's
but also there is some good to it. I think the only way that it works out as good is if they have a second original IP that actually gets a set. And they put an actual second IP that is like fighting game adjacent and gets a real set. Then the Rebel Frontiers promos is great and fine. I do think it is a cool idea to have an original IP that exclusively exists for the sole sake of reprinting
staples as promos. I think that's cool. Instead of printing alt, even though I think I prefer alt art promos, because that would make the base rares cheaper. I do think it is a cute idea to, instead of making alt art promos, you print them into different IPs. Kind to an extent. And one, like, a big problem I have is the characters. Reprinting I hate the idea of alt art characters as like palette swapped other. I hate that idea. I think you lose any and all character identity. I think that's a horrible idea. Not a fan. Not a fan of reprinting characters as other characters with like the same text box as other characters. That's way too messy and sloppy, and I hate it. Reprinting attacks and foundations is like a bit more okay. Like that helps make attacks feel more generic, right? If you have an attack that's like Hunter's Ally, right? What the frick is a Hunter's Ally, right? That's like so non-specific. That could apply to so many things that could be a Hunter's Ally, right? So you could have like 3 different IPs with arts that all have Hunter's Ally, and it all like fits and makes sense. And Hunter's Ally is just like the move, and it's like all these characters have access to like the move. Like I think that's fine, right? But when you go into like palette swapping characters, I think you hit a huge. I think that's a big problem. I don't think you can do that. You lose any and all character identity. Because now, like, what define, like, if, let's say you have, like, an Ochako, right, and you reprint her, but it's a different character. It's like Mikasa, right? If you print a Mikasa, but it's all of Ochako's text, it's your stats, right? It's reprint Ochako, except Mikasa's on the art. Well, now you lose, like, any and all character identity, because now what is Ochako, right? That card now is no longer that character. That card is the text in the box, right? Because it's, you had to, like, is what makes the card Ochako versus Mikasa, right? Or like, what is the card at its core? Well, it's just like the words on the card. Like, you know, it gets really weird, and you lose the character identity. And like Magic, when they do the like Universes Beyond art on reprinted cards, and they have the little like second box for the original name, right? And you get like, I mean, the most recent example, Benedict Cumberbatch, right? You can ask yourself, what is this card? What is Benedict Cumberbatch? Oh, it's Shieldred, right? At the core, that card is Shieldred. It's a reprint of Shieldred. It just has Benedict Cumberbatch on the art, right? But when you do it in an IP game and you're just swapping characters, right? You don't really go like, what is Mikasa at her core? It's Ochako. That's just a swap, right? There's nothing like underneath that. You've just swapped them, right? It could go either way. So the only thing at the core of the card is just like the text on it. So cards just get like reduced to their text, which sucks. And I don't like, and which is why I stopped playing Flesh and Blood. Because I didn't like the art on Flesh and Blood cards, so I would only read the text, and when the card is just a rectangle with text on it, that's very boring and visually uninteresting, and I kind of like fall out of the game. Which, granted, is more of a me thing, right? That's totally more of a me thing. But I really like to look at the art on the cards and sort of get like invested in the world within them, right? If you give me no world within them, it's just text on a card, and then we just like put whatever Fortnite skin we want on it. That's really hard to get invested in. Because you're no longer like an Ochako player or a Mikasa player. You are a card with this text. You're a card with this text player, and then you pick whatever skin you want on it. I don't like that. I think that takes away any and all character identity. It turns the game more into Fortnite, right? It turns the characters from characters to Fortnite skins. So, not a big fan of that one. Really not a big fan of that one. But oh well, that kind of is one of those is what it is moments. Nothing I can do about it. I just think it's a really bad idea. But the Rebel Frontier being an original IP that's just used to reprint cards is like cute. I think it's neat. I think that's a weird IP choice to do that with, but honestly, I think I'd rather it be that than an actual good IP getting relegated to that. So it is one of those like, I don't know, like loss-win situations. I don't even know how you describe that. For every positive, there is an equal and opposite negative, you know? You're just like, I don't know how to feel about this thing. On like one hand, in a way I like it, but on the reverse of the coin, I also hate it. So, I don't know. We'll just kind of have to see there. But, alright, I mean, that was, something, I guess. Oh, well. Yeah, Power World video. Power World bad. Power World not very great. It's like fine. It's fine. I do need to find something interesting to talk about in that video though. Besides me just being like, here's the rules. Which, by the way, the rules are on half a sheet of A4 paper. The entire rulebook is half a page. So, not much to talk about there. It's quite simple, unfortunately. But I mean, it's kind of is what it is. So maybe I'll talk about the sacking. It is weird when you take a game and you make it. It's Magic, but there's a luck trigger element. Like, what, you know what I mean? It's like, well, it's like Magic, but you're just gonna lose some games to variance. And you're like, why? People always complain that the worst part of Magic is the variance of lands. I'll just take the variance of lands, keep everything that's interesting about lands, right? Rather than play this game that gets rid of lands, but also just repacks in random variants. You're just like making the game less interesting for no benefit, right? I'd much rather have lands. They make the game vastly more interesting, right? If you're gonna keep some sort of like getting sacked element, right? I'll just take the lands, because that's way more interesting than the freaking lucky triggers. So, oh well. You know, I think that, I mean, part of that's probably going to be the thesis, and maybe I'll like use it to hammer in on what I mean when I talk about a game and say I'd rather just play Magic, even though it was probably just that one guy.
Welcome back to Universe's
Oh, we're back.
Players,
That was like,
wow.
Thanks, that Magic is my favorite game of all time. But it is one of those games of like, you've taken clear design elements from Magic the Gathering, made some clear, obvious, like, fixes, but then just reinserted the bad stuff somewhere else. So it's like, why would I even
That's what
partake?
we have to focus on right now. We're going to jump
Play it if
into
you like
our
the IP.
round one here, and we've got an exciting matchup for you. We talked about some new characters added to the fold here.
Oh,
for
hey,
this
it's the
format.
Challenger
And boy,
decks.
how do we have the dream matchup here in this first round. All for One Demon Lord versus Armored All Might, and All for One going first in this matchup. What do you think, Tito?
Yeah, we actually got to see the All for One deck played yesterday on stream, piloted by Calvin Sahan. Defensive, momentum, focus, chaos. We talked about this yesterday, doing a little bit of that, like.
All right,
let me
start over here for now. I'm gonna
momentum.
I'm
and
gonna
then, of
get
course,
this
we
like
have
better
Armored All
organized, but
Might,
for
which
now
I think is gonna have a
we'll sit here.
pretty impressive showing this weekend. I think we're gonna see plenty
up
of
here.
players register with this deck.
Like no
It
good spot for
is
me to sit.
balanced, kind of playing that mid-range game. It has an
Like I could sit in
inevitability.
here.
He's just on what I think are two of the best symbols in the game right now with Earth and Good. We're seeing the Good.
But
deck here.
I'll move it
And
once
so
the game
I'm
actually
excited for
starts
this.
and I see what the
Kicking off
table
our
looks
first
like. I'll
match
move it to a
with
better.
the final
I'll move it to
battle
a
of
better
All for
spot.
One and Armored All Might.
Now, I do know the
Boom.
kind of result of this, at least
I'm
according to
excited.
the show.
Let me get the is the volume too
So,
loud? No, the
maybe
volume should be good for y'all.
We're already kind of like spoilers on what's going to end up happening here, but I think like you're kind of
It
saying,
actually might be
a lot
too
more
loud. I don't
people
think I'm
have a lot
overpowering
of,
it quite enough.
Weight on this Armored All Might
There we go.
character because a lot of people seem to be playing it. I mean, +3 damage to your moves, and also, you know, the 1 extra speed as long as you're playing these good symbol attack. And remember, this also includes your attuned ones. So I'm excited to see. What
Okay, I can go. Oh, timer. Who the frick needs a timer?
But we got Marcus B versus Ozzy P, and we're kicking things off here in round one in
Me.
Dallas.
Let me
Starting off with the
also. I'm
staple
kind of
card
sitting.
in the All for One deck, that
sort
final
of to the
three, being
side,
able to
so I'm
generate
gonna-
momentum.
Looking for a build 4, hopefully on a 4. Does miss it though, so build 3 pass.
All right,
back,
classic
reviews
UVS
electric
beginning
buff for
gameplay
Ozzy
of
going into
we
his first
smack some
turn,
foundations on the
trying
table.
to match, if not create a better build. And you know your character's already pretty good at, like, you know, doing the sort of foundation recycling. As long
That's
as
a
you have
really
those
old
armored
frame.
Cards. Ooh, I'm glad Good and Evil coming back to the format here. This is a card that I think has been so incredibly powerful, and you got to think of even things like Incredible display that we've now lost because of rotation, and this being a kind of similar effect, but on a
Just
low
yesterday,
block,
bro,
doesn't check as well, of course. But
No,
this
this is
card
actually
has been
today's
around for a
cards,
very
today's
long time.
gameplay, because I think these are like precons. Essentially, these characters are from precons that like just came out. So this is
I'd be
today's
interested to
cards,
see
today's
Marcus's
gameplay,
take
because
on the
we're
deck versus
real
Calvin's that
cool.
we saw yesterday. Mainly in the sense of attack packages.
Where do I
right?
wanna put
I think
chat?
that's the biggest thing about all of these new momentum chaos cards that we've gained across all AOT.
I guess
and
chat just lives
now
here.
also with this own deck. So like, which ones do you choose to incorporate?
Is that
Because
readable for y'all?
I am a big fan
There
of
we
things
go.
like combination.
Wow, everyone
salvo
joined at like the
that
perfect
came
time,
out
right
of
as
the
round
deck
1 starts.
itself, but I feel like not as many people are maybe like leaning towards it. But I
Dude,
mean,
I can't escape freaking yesterday's
if
gameplay,
we
dog.
even
It's
have an attack at
impossible.
all this term.
I can't get away from it.
Yeah, I mean, we can see in his hand some of the attacks he has. Right out of the gate, you can see that
It's
Monster Push position in
inescapable.
his
Okay, it's
hand.
turn
I think
2. Why are we
it's
thinking
going
so
to be a
much?
staple card in all of these lists.
All right. We've
Here's
slammed
one
an
we haven't
attack.
seen that differs from the Kamatahan list that we saw yesterday.
I might also use
the
the stream as an opportunity to deep dive and talk about commentary, but we'll see where it goes.
Past chaos list in the Godzilla using those black abysses.
Oh, I think this is the. I thought this is the one that we saw yesterday. The persistent malice.
Oh, it might be actually, and we saw
And
we
then
saw the alt art
yeah,
of it
Calvin
yesterday.
had all the
Yes,
alt
yes.
arts for
Okay,
us.
so this one is similar to that list that we
Chat,
saw
let me know if the
yesterday,
stream
at
is
least.
too loud or too quiet.
Of course,
Yeah,
we
and I like this one, right? Because
That
it
phone's
still has
broke today
EX,
because
it's
I'm
good for a
I can't
leaking
hear
threat,
most of the
but
creators.
it's
You
that
can
new,
spawn
we were
through
talking
chat
about these effects that
instead.
work in your momentum. And
Turn
we
your
haven't seen
volume
them
on.
out in quite some time, and this is the newest one that we've had for
Unless
some
you're on
time
your
now. Of course, like
computer.
with Armor of the Wolf, that is what Calvin was focusing on. So of course, if this
No,
one deals
I'm not
goes
doing
to your
that.
momentum, you actually add it face up. But we did trigger that.
Just because popular, it did not in the way they intended to.
We get to give 1/1.
Honestly, this is low key probably it's honestly the best way it could have worked out for them because that phrase is such a stain on that format that I think the best thing they could have done is just turn it into a meme and run it into the ground so that people never say that phrase ever again. Because yesterday's gameplay is gonna haunt them for the rest of their existence. Gotta hit the gym. Good luck, brother. Go get them gains. Go get swole.
All right, choosing instead to just build out here.
Yeah, just
With
kind
that-
of threatening that
Yep.
that idea. And remember, when you would eventually get to trigger the response, whether you take 5 or more damage, or if your opponent
Is
ends
it
up
about time
taking
to
5 or
stream
more
start?
damage, your character will
I
win
didn't-
anyway. So I kind of like.
Yeah, this is gonna be a long one. I'm gonna sit here for a long time, so I'll be. But by the time you're done, I'll probably still be here. But this is just how them regional streams be happening. They start real early. So yeah, you can come back later. We'll still be here. I'll probably know how the game works better. I need to adopt this plan though. Of you go turn 1 build, turn 2 you play 1 attack, and you see what they do, and if they block it, you just go awesome. Build more foundations. I need to be doing that more.
DR one of these attacks.
But yeah, I will still be streaming later.
All right, and then
Hopefully.
speaking of new attacks added to the fold, this is one of the All Might ones as well.
My gosh, chat, who loves the My Hero Academia anime?
I don't
Who's
remember
a
the
big
name
My
of all
Hero
these,
stan?
They all have to do with armor.
Guys, look, it's the fight from the anime. It's All Might versus
No,
All for
no, it's
One.
the alt
Oh my
one.
gosh.
Or is this the rare? It has an incredibly long name, so I wish you luck.
I do wish they would throw the cards up on the overlay a little bit faster.
Also, they end up using the alternate arts. Then
Just so I could read what
I
is
don't know those
happening.
ones. I've never seen the alt arts.
Oh
for most of these
well,
cards.
what can you do?
But of course, because it is a good attack, we are going to get the +1 speed and +3 damage added onto it. We're going to be drawing cards defensively here from the side of Marcus.
All right, this attack is All Might's
Might.
Armored Punch.
Armored Punch. See, I told you, it's got armor in it.
Yep. This one has a blitz that says this attack gets +X damage. X equals the number of differently named cards in your card
Also, let
pool
me know if the
versus
stream is
the
too
set
loud or
itself.
too quiet, if you can hear the casters.
I do not have an image for this one. I apologize for everybody at home. But yeah, so yeah, it gets the extra stats. We are Knots Flasking there. We did hit an attack, though, so no extra booze counter, but still mills cards, gets stuff in your discard pile, which means if we end up taking this straight to the face, we are going to be able to use that all-for-one response. Everybody drawing all their cards, using all these, flip effects from their stage. Oh, wait. I guess did I miss that we milled other stuff? Oh, Inspiring Song. I'm sorry. We missed the Inspiring Song for the -1 to the check on Ozzy's side, and that was the Knots Flask. And we did not hit an attack, so we did actually get an extra boost counter, which is extra damage or minus damage across the entirety of this game.
So something I do appreciate about, I will always go to bat
And
for
looking into
saying,
Ozzy's hand, you can can see Queen of
Flesh and
Monster,
Blood.
I
No,
think
I'm
by
gonna
far
make a
defeats
lot of Flesh and
the-
Blood comparisons
the
every
most
time I'm
represented
talking about
card
UVS, and I do it
across
because I think the games are
the
extremely
days.
similar.
I guess we could just tell Chad.
I don't think I
we
know.
have
The
a
games
fun
are
little, it's a fun
extremely
bet, it's
similar.
not for any
So I'm gonna
stakes
make
or
a lot of
anything,
Flesh and Blood
but,
comparisons.
We're gonna count
Flesh
how
and
many Queen of
Blood
monsters are played.
Has some of the
across
best
the entire
commentary
day.
in card games. Flesh and Blood
Because,
events
if we
are
included yesterday, I think we would be
incredible.
at least
I love
according
Flesh
to
and
our
Blood events.
guesses, we
They're
might
so
actually
good at
hit things
commentary.
Like 100,
Yeah.
like over 100
I-
times, based off of just
I-
the play
I-
alone.
I
So if
yap
you hear me get a
too
little
much
bit
to
excited
type.
every
You
time I
gotta
say
just
Queen
hit
of
your
Monsters
volume
because
button.
I
I
took
yap
the
way
overpass.
too
We
much to
didn't
type
think
in
we-
chat.
We're not gonna say what the line is.
Let me
That's mysticism
respond
of the fun.
to the Twitch
but
real
I
quick.
did take the under, so yeah, wish me luck, guys.
Respond to the Twitch
But that
audience.
attack did connect, so we did
Really,
end up
really
taking enough
fast.
damage, going all the way down
I
to
forget how. So
30,
if I
and
get,
then
can I do it
we
from
were
my
able to
from the
grab
dashboard?
selectable,
I have not used
attack
Twitch
charges
like
while I
ever.
added into
Well,
it,
not I
and
shouldn't
then
say
we
ever.
did choose
I did
that
stream
persistent
R6 on it
malice.
for a while, but
All right, deciding build now after a
I'm
little bit of a build.
probably a bot,
Yeah,
but
with
just
that
in
-4 to our
case.
check makes sense.
I do feel bad. I yep. Type. I can't. See, I can't even type.
Two pass, going up to 5 foundations. We're gonna take our momentum and run with it, sending it. Sorry, we went down to 28 from taking.
There
it
you
out. It did have
Yes.
the extra 2. But yeah, so
Ah,
going
we-
back to Marcus's turn, we have 5
okay,
foundations as
so
well, and
I
then
will
like
always
said,
posit
we find a way to get through 32,
that Flesh
but
and Blood
overall,
has
like,
the best
can be a little
commentary
sneaky on, like, having
ever.
you
It's
think
incredible.
He has this many resources,
You
but
and I might
actually
even
depending
throw it
on
after
which
this
levels
round. I
he
might
has
throw up the
active.
Flesh and Blood
If that
regional. So
dies
there's
for
another. There's a
their
region. There's a pro. I think the Pro
cards
Tour. Pro Tour like
still
Vegas
in
or something
hand.
is today.
Kinda crazy to think
I might throw
through.
that on just so y'all can like
Black
see what I'm
Knight's coming
talking
down
about.
on a 5,
But
checks for 3, though.
Flesh and Blood is so freaking. Oh my
Tried
gosh.
and true here
Flesh and Blood
for,
is
the
so
momentum-based decks because you wanna
freaking
stack
good
Black Abysses into your
because the
momentum,
casters
they
do
scale
such a
with the amount
good
of
job
stats
of
that they give
explaining what
based
is
off of
going
the
on.
number of Black Abysses in
Right?
your momentum.
I actually
The
think
way
that
they
seeing Crossman
explain
off the
things.
one, seeing these black abysses on the table,
They don't do
and
the
seeing
thing
that
where
the
some
stack of the
casters will just
momentum
kind
is
of like
actually
read
one
the
of
card
series
effects out loud or
Yeah.
just like
playing this
announce
game.
what
At
is
the moment,
happening.
they have
Which is great for
three
people that
black
play the
abysses,
game,
it
but for
does
people
just
that
feel
are
like
still like
definitely
unfamiliar or don't understand how a card works or
Plus 9,
anything,
plus
right?
9 is a lot.
Just like
And
reading
on
the
top of
effect
that,
doesn't
which
really
is
explain
different
what the
than,
card
like,
is
geometry
doing.
keys of the
The
past
Flesh
that
and Blood
used to be
casters are
playing
really good
cards
about just telling you
is
what the card
after they
does.
use all of
They
the
very
momentum
rarely
decks,
read
oh, by
card
the way, all
text.
for my-
They
all
just
for
kind
one
of tell
can, then
you
play them,
the
right? And then if
what the
first one
card
connects, we can respond,
accomplishes.
and then add
Just
some
so
extra
nice
momentum, then
and
play
helps
the
you just
second
understand
one.
what is
And they do
going
have a
on.
meaningful enhance on them when you're actually attacking with them, which is
UVS can be such a hard viewing experience, especially when it's a lot of casters going like, all right, they're going to activate this response, they're going to activate the flip effect to do this, they're going to hit the response to get +2 speed, and then this is going to activate its response to do that. Like, it's just like information, and it's like, cool. I don't know any of that means. Or like, I know what that means, but I don't know like how that like benefits the cards being played, or like how that progresses the game state, or like why players are making certain decisions they're making. It makes the viewing experience a little tricky,
But it makes sense. Get the use out of it now because if we
and sort of like if you don't already know what's going on, you're kind of gonna get cooked.
Basically, an extra +2 speed. Blocking with the Queen of the Monsters, and remember everybody at home, this does not count as being played, but it looks like it's going to eat up that
Yes.
-2,
checks a 1 after that -2.
and so we're going to fail that block, which means it's going to connect, and so not only are we going to have +1 to Marcus's next check to play something, but we're going to go ahead and sneak in a second Persistent Malice that ended up in our discard pile from that
Okay.
fill effect on that Knots Flask. Or
Good example here. I think what happened is he failed the block.
Both, as you stated, either
Effect. But we're going to do this, and like
So
I
he
said, basically an
blocks?
extra +2 speed.
I think it's -2 to
Blocking
the
with the
check.
Queen of the Monsters, and remember
It's a
everybody
3.
at home, this does not count as being
It's a
played.
1, and then just doesn't pass it, because the speed is, I think, a 6. Also, the way they do dice is really freaking annoying. So in Flesh and Blood, they just put the number on the dice. In UVS, for some reason, they only put the boost on the dice. So he has a 1 and a 4, right? But it's not a 1 speed for 4. That is the addition to the stuff on the card, right? So it is a 1 + 5. It's a 6 low for 6 + 4 for 10. Another thing that makes the viewing experience a little bit trickier because we at home have to go in and like do the math ourselves. It's not just presented for us, which would be much more better if they just like had a speed dice and an attack dice and you made the full number on the dice. Like that's such a better viewable experience. Like I get it if you're playing the game, this suffices perfectly because you see the card, right? But at home, it's really annoying for the audience to have to go in and do like the mental math of adding these numbers together and doing all this stuff. So that's one thing I would like to see. But like, notice how a lot of this is just they just kind of say what happens.
The mallets, we've now gotten the full effect of it right now, and like you said, basically an extra +2 speed.
Turn my volume
Locking
up.
with the Queen of the Monsters, and remember everybody at home, this does not count as being played, but it looks like it's going to eat up that
Yes.
-2,
Checks a 1 after that -2.
and so we're going to fail that block, which
There. So then they say they failed the block. So now I know what's going, right? I have no idea what is happening until that point when they go, they failed. I'm like, oh. Now I have to, so like I have all the info. Now I have to like go back and put all the pieces together of what happened. I'm like, oh, okay. So now I hear that he failed the block. Now I can go back and reverse engineer what happened.
like you said,
Right? He has a -2 to a check.
basically an extra +2
He
speed.
plays the block.
Locking with the Queen of the Monsters, and
Flips a thing. It has -2.
remember
It's
everybody
a
at home,
1.
this does not count
Right? So he chooses to fail
as
it.
being played, but it looks
And then
like
we
it's going to eat up that
don't block
-2.
and we eat
Checks
the
a 1
damage.
after that -2.
Right? But it's like, that's not being casted to me. I have to kind of figure that out by piecing together the information that is being drip fed to me via the phrases of like, checks on a 1 and then fails, right? So it's like I'm not, and also, don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to say like UVS casters are bad. I'm not trying to call anyone out. I'm just like saying that I'm more so glazing the Flesh and Blood experience than I am trying to downplay the UVS experience. But I do think it is an interesting case study of how to be better at not how to be better at casting, but like good casting and what it looks like. Because Flesh and Blood does it so well. They do it so incredibly well. Where in Flesh and Blood, they rarely like read the effect or tell you they rarely read an effect, but they tell you what cards do and just kind of how they work. So when that streams, I think the stream starts at 12:30. So after this round, I think I'm gonna boot us over to the Flesh and Blood stream just to like illustrate the point and see just like how much like cleaner we understand what's going on.
And so we're going to
Because like we figured out what's going on, but it took me some pausing and rewinding just to make sure I knew what was
Not
happening.
only are we going to have +1 to Marcus's next check to play something, but we're going to go ahead and sneak in a second persistent malice that ended up in our discard pile from that mill effect on that Knots Flask or Inspiring Song last turn.
Yeah, Marcus valuing both, as you stated, either offensively or potentially defensively, that -2 to the check.
And the way that All for One ability works as well is that because we did commit All for One, we are allowed to play an attack from our momentum as our next. We can try to play one, but if we play a card from our hand, we kind of lose that inevitability. But right now it is still there, even though the character did get readied. Seems to be we're going to play something from hand. This looks to be a Falling Debris on a 6, and we check to 6 because of the Black Abyss floating +1 after it dealt damage. Falling Debris is actually one of my favorite attacks for
Okay,
this
that's
sort of,
good.
like,
So now I know,
wanna
like,
generate a large amount
for example,
of momentum.
I understand
because its
why
Blitz ability
we hit a 6 there.
scales and giving plus.
What's poppin'?
+1
Oh, it's
speed and
going
+1 damage for
crazy.
each momentum that you have. So
Going
we talked about
crazy.
the 3/3 when you have 3 Black Abysses. Well, how about just getting 3/3 right now because we have 3 momentum and with an incredible deadlock ability, your opponent has to always be playing around it.
Trying to
High block
follow
for
what is
1.
happening.
I like this one a lot.
Yeah, right out of the gate, we're looking at a 7 high for a 9. And then, of course, Marcus pushing the All for One button once again, and then flipping his second persistent malice to give another.
Those sub characters
-2
cool. I
to
bet.
Ozzy's check.
Yeah, this is very, very quickly becoming scary for Ozzy. And the other thing, too, is we do have a momentum from the attack that landed, but nothing that we're playing here are these, like, response abilities. So Good and Evil doesn't currently really have any real text. And even if it did, that's one less readied resource that you have to try and block something. And so not even going for the chump block means that -2 is going to stay for the check. It's still going to connect, though. 9 more damage straight to the face, going down to 13.
Marcus taking a moment, look at his momentum, decide if he wants to play a card from his momentum with that All for One effect, which of course says you can play any card, not just an attack. So if he did have a foundation that he had pulled off of the Finally Free, he could have played that for a build out, but chooses instead
Devour Your Power.
Deep Tackle, I know that card.
I believe is this one. Yeah, Devour Your Power. This is your for everybody at home, we're gonna say the words "sweeping dagger," but this is actually just like a different version of that card, but it only copies all of the keyword abilities printed on the removed card. So things like this Queen of the Monsters, it's not as good as Sweeping Daggers. You can't just grab all the blitz abilities on it, but you can, however, gain all of the keyword abilities. Now, sadly, there isn't a keyword ability on Queen of the Monsters, but there is on Census O, and it is an EX, and this attack already has Powerful 3. So all of a sudden, you've got a double keyword ability 4 difficulty attack, 4 min for 5 that we can give EX and powerful on it. And remember, we're a momentum based.
How do I say this?
And we also have that -2
It's not
to
that bad.
Ozzy's next check.
I'm trying to think already. Our opponent is at 13. We do have 3 momentum.
I think-
Sadly, we can't get it up to 13 and also have 1 to use
Like-
for the EX. But we can still threaten lethal in some capacity. There it is. I think we're pressing powerful twice.
So
maybe?
something I
For
really
EX.
like
We're gonna find out with the die.
about Flesh and Blood is that I feel like Flesh and Blood streams
It looks like.
is that I
Yeah, the
feel
EX
like
too.
anyone
Twice for +4
can
speed.
boot up a Flesh and Blood
So we're looking
stream.
at 8
and
mid
know
for
what's
5
going on.
currently, which is
Like,
essentially a 10 mid for 5 because that -2
It's
is
tough because
Ozzy.
granted I know the rules, but I do wonder how much
Even it
rules
out,
you really
though.
need to
Dude,
know
check
to
on
follow
this
along with a
power.
Flesh and Blood stream because they do such a good job of explaining what is happening. So
Very
I'm
interested to always wonder what
I'm
the
interesting to
saying.
see if the
Yeah,
same can be said for
Marcus,
UVS
yeah.
because I think the games are so
And,
similar.
I don't know about you.
I
Tim,
do
but when
wonder
I
if it is
play,
just as easy to
I
follow
wanna tell
along.
my opponent
So
anything.
like
I like to crack
I'm
jokes,
sure for people that play the game, this all makes
want my
sense, but
opponent
it
to
is a
see
little
that
bit of a
I'm,
pet peeve of mine. Like my
taking
friend
it a
has
little
this with
more
Magic
laid
all the
back,
time when he's talking with his
because
Magic buddies.
The reality is,
Of when
trying my
people
hardest
talk about
to
cards by
calculate
just
out
like
and
saying another card
in head,
name
but
and being like,
that
well, it's
seems
like
to
this
be the
thing,
end of the turn.
right?
We
But
are
for
gonna come to
anyone
that
who's
last
like
one, that last -6
semi-new to
will
the
be
game
better
and doesn't know
across
what
the
that
game aside
means,
from just
you
the
have
threat of
given
it.
them
Build
zero
momentum,
information.
Pass it back to Ozzy.
So like
and
it's like if
we
you're
want
going to
take
say
all
like
three
here's
of
this
these
card, it's like
moments
this
and
card.
kind of
You got to
put
tell me
it
what
in
either
hand.
that card
One
does.
consideration
You
was
got to
each
tell me what
team
that card
has
does,
a
right?
monster
Or else
versus
I'm gonna have
because I do
no
want
clue
sixes.
what
Do I just
you're
play this
saying.
on a 6 and hope that
So like
I
it's
can
like one of
get
those
there
things
and
of like
get
wow, that
down
is
or do I
great
go for the build out?
for the people that play the
Doesn't have to take
game.
any of
This
the
is
momentum,
Stratos or
which is
Eroda.
kinda crazy.
Pretty similar, right? I think there is
Yeah,
like
our
a
momentum
bit of
based attack.
variance.
Oh,
Like
but maybe
Stratos
that's
Rhoda
why,
is like
because here we are. We have absorb.
I almost give more credence to it because it's
energy.
so
Yeah,
evergreen.
I said that
right? It
absorb
depends on, like, the
energy. Yeah, you're right,
frequency of
nailed
how
it.
you-
You're
much you'll
finishing
hear
it
it.
for me.
Of course,
right?
of course.
But yeah, I mean, the
If
fact
you're
that
gonna
you
hear
get
it
momentum, you're absorbing
constantly,
energy. Spirit Strike is
right?
actually gonna get
There's a
extra
bit more
damage from
credence
that
to saying that if
enhanced
it's like
ability
community
of
nomenclature.
running one out of there.
But saying just like this card is like
Damage
X
based on the
card,
difficulty of the
that
card.
can really throw
Attack
people off
always gonna be a
and
little
make
bit
people
more,
really
and it does
confused.
have that incredible
right?
block ability,
So
but
like I
it's
guess
not
the
what
Magic
it
example
right
is
now.
like
But
a
it's
better one would
fixable
maybe be
card.
like
All Might gonna be able to give this a
like
+1/+3,
Poplar
which
is a
makes
good
this 4
one.
difficulty attack even
right? Where
scarier.
like
Be a 5
sort of
with the 6
Yu-Gi-Oh
after
doesn't do them
those,
like
answers
super
come out.
often. When Yu-Gi-Oh does
Yeah,
get
I
them,
mean,
they're
Armor All
very
Might-
widespread.
Part of the reason I
But
think
maybe
that
like
so many
Pop-
decks are gonna be
Popular
players are gonna be
Circular,
running this deck is that it
where
just
like
hits
very
stats on
recent
good attacks
like
so
nomenclature
well
where if you're
that
not familiar with the
even
base
though
card, you're not really
still
gonna
at
know what that means like
28,
at all.
it
But
is
even
very
Rhoda, like a
possible
new
that Armor
person,
All
you
Might
tell
can
them like
just find
it's a
its
Rhoda,
own
you're
card
gonna be
draw
like, what
and the
the
stats
what
it
does
gets on
that
its attacks.
mean?
I actually loved all of that just happened. So
But the
all
worst
way
ones
back,
are
even
like
when
in
Marcus,
games where like they
threatened
print
to
cards
use
more
all the
laterally, where it's like they
ability,
print
but
cards that are similar to
versus
other
Alex
cards
got
with different
fully
versions.
blocked.
You get this in
The
Magic all the
random
time,
card that we got
where
from our
you go
finally
like,
free was
what
the
does this
Steam
card
Price
do?
Bandits,
Oh, it's like duress
which
but X.
at least all
If
the
someone
way to
doesn't know
this
what duress
posturing
is, they
right
don't know
now,
what you're
that
talking
being
about.
the one momentum that we kept for this absorbed energy strike. it
So
means
while
we're
that could be
only getting
great for
1+1
people that
damage,
already like
but
play the
way
game
that
to
Marcus
talk to
played
each other to
earlier
like
made us
relay
assume
information
that
really
it was
quickly.
potentially an
For like a
attack
newer
card of some
player,
sort.
they're instantly
Actually, I
they're
also
just
think
they're
just
gone
because you
immediately.
can't use the all for
They have
one,
no idea what you're talking about.
enhance defensively. I think having a Genkai's guidance in momentum as
that can be
your
kinda
safety
tough.
net at the
Yeah.
end is super slick.
But
No,
like,
I
you can't
agree,
really,
like, the
especially
route
with
that we
UVS, you
set up
can't
on
really
top
get
of it
upset at
was
UVS for
pretty
doing it
incredible.
because the
Yep.
community
And
is
this
so
absorbed
small
energy strike is in that
and like
perfect
doesn't grow
6 damage
at
kind of
all. That
threshold
like, yeah,
where
most of the
Marcus
people
is
watching
starting
the
to feel very
stream
comfortable
are
right
people
here
that play the
using
game
that
extremely
all-for-one response
regularly.
after we hate
Right? It's
that
very
system.
rare you're gonna get some
Gonna be
new
able to grab
person tuning
anything
in.
we
So
want
it's
and
not
put it
really,
in
it's not like
momentum,
a,
and that's
I'm not
right.
trying to make
The
it
persistent
crazy
malice
crazy
going in,
criticism, one, but it
once
is one thing that's
again
like,
to give maybe
when I
even a
hear that, I go,
defensive
mm,
-2 to the Czech.
let's be a little careful there. At least on like an officially broadcasted thing. If you're like in a
Bring the
Discord
Monsters,
yapping,
number
I wouldn't be
one for
like,
everybody at
don't do
home.
that.
Wait a second.
Right.
Oh,
But when
never
you
mind.
are like creating this officially
They heard about our
broadcasted
wager.
thing, I
now
would
they're
try to
siding
be
with
as
you,
like
excited.
evergreen and
No,
like
no.
You know, we
clearly
are at the mercy of
understandable
Cam,
as
though, on
possible,
production.
even
How many
if
different
the majority of
monster
people
decks
watching
he
it
wants
know
to
what you're
give us,
talking
but
about.
instead, Absorbed Energy Strike is
I
gonna
do
come
feel
through,
like
which
that's just like a
this to
good
me is
rule of
actually
thumb.
Probably just like the right play.
Oh, 100%.
And
I
it's just a
wouldn't
good
even know, but
habit
I
to
didn't see
have.
the second one in hand, and then so.
Funny part of both of these card defects, they just all the way back in
What
2016.
could potentially be better than Queen of
But
the
these are
Monster
so
at this point,
traumatic, they are
and
actually
this is
good.
just better. I mean, taking away that -2
Yeah.
check that he just pitted.
Oh,
there,
dude, the Poplar thing is so funny. My
4
friend that
damage
plays
from that
Yu-Gi-Oh
one,
gets
like we
so
said,
mad
Gavin,
at it because he's
Grizz
like,
with
if
the
we're
ability
being
to
like
remember,
correct,
we're
we should
still
call it
going
like
to
a
get
Lily Bell or
+1,
whatever, or the Trickstar that does
+3
it.
from the
Or he's like,
All Might
Trickstars
event
were
as
doing this
well.
back in
You can kind of see
2016.
both of the players kind of laughing at each other.
What's
So
that?
like, man, I kind of really wanted you to play that Queen of the Monsters because this is much worse for me, at least on Marcus's side.
Yeah, important note too. The all for one.
I guess what I
enhance
mean
that
by the Rhoda
allows,
is Rhoda's a bit
response that
more
allows them to
reasonable
tutor
because
in
it's
those,
something that
cards
every
from
deck
the
just kind of
discard. It is a
has.
once per turn, so that's already been used. That will
And
not
it's a
come
way
back.
to describe
great
this
mid-block
thing
here,
that
though,
all
coming
of the
through,
decks
that was
do.
for 10 damage.
So like
we
once you
saved
learn,
10
it's sort of
damage
like
from
a
Marcus
evergreen
here
keyword
is
in
really
Magic of
important
like,
for
yeah,
him
once
to
you learn
check
it
for
once,
that
you
to
kind of
happen.
know it forever.
And so now instead, the first Queen of the Monsters.
But when you
of the
get like
day
a little
coming
more in the
on
weeds
a
of
7,
like
checks a 5.
what's a really good
Tap mark 2.
example?
And then we do have a momentum as core, so if we did want to shove something else selectively in, but of course, with our cards
Actually,
getting
yeah,
a
Yu-Gi-Oh
little
doesn't really have
crowded
them. They're very
now, we want
widespread.
to probably just take one of these.
Where's the
attacks and
Blitzkick
go
Rhoda
down.
though?
Yeah,
Well, the
especially
whole
if
deck
after
is
that,
gadgets. They don't.
absorb
I don't
energy
think they
strike,
need a
first
Rhoda.
strike was blocked. It's just taking up space
Granted,
there, both of these
honestly, I
damage
think
given
right
enemies.
Yu-Gi-Oh has evolved
Queen of
past
Monsters,
Rhodas
number
at this
1 for
point,
the stream.
It
right?
is number 1.
Decks don't
for
really need
everybody
Rhodas
at
anymore.
home.
Your
So feel
whole
free to
your one
follow
card's the
along.
combo.
Of
You don't
course,
even need a Rhoda.
both
You don't need to
Tito
go
and I
grab
will
another
not be on
piece. You just do the whole thing off the one buddy.
Across this weekend, as Sam will also be involved, but
And it doesn't
you know,
get
keep
a
track at
Shadow
home
Sir
for
Rhoda,
everybody
yeah.
else.
Well, because
Again,
they
it's
just like
only
plus
ones
in
that
like
are
8 billion
played.
other ways.
So
You don't
even
need
if
the
things
Rhoda
like,
because
Geek
your
Guide
one
Guide,
card
if
is the
you
combo now.
play,
You don't need to
it
hit
was
like
still played,
the
we already
starter to
count
grab
that
the other
for
piece to
the,
then combo from there.
friendly-
It's just you play the
the
one card and then you're off to the
friendly.
races.
We
You just
already
don't need
know
Rhodas
that.
anymore.
But again, the +1,
We've
+3,
evolved
which
past
means Queen of the
Rhodas.
Monsters
The
are
future
actually
is
good
now.
damage
Go
in
back
this
to
character.
yesterday's
And we were kind of
gameplay.
talking about. I was asking you the best deck in the room that might be playing
yeah.
Destructive Heat Ray across the weekend. Again, those are mainly for like the Earth Symbol Armored All
Yes.
Might decks. But I mean, we have to maybe also ask the question: which deck is playing the best Queen of the Monsters across the weekend? And I think people can make an argument that Armored All Might is really good because they're always for 10.
Yeah, again, when I was talking about this character earlier, the reason I'm so high on it is I just think that Earth and Good, both of those symbols are in such good spots.
Just get
right
the
now.
rip stuff out of
that
your card pool and be
I'll
back
be
later.
curious
Hey,
to
good luck
see
at the
which one
gym.
gets registered more.
Which
We're
says
gonna
to
see more
Ash,
of the
which is why I go
Armored
in
All Might
Genesis, 'cause
Good
there's no
or
Ash.
Armored
Oh, yeah, 100%.
All Might.
100%.
But I think both of them are incredibly
But-
strong, and I
See
do
you later.
believe that they run Destructive Heat Ray the best.
And I think it's just one of those things. It's just a card that I think we're going to see ran across all of its symbols as we play this Census O on a 6, and because we have that attack card down in our stage, we are allowed to pick that one up, and the next foundation that we play this turn will build down. So keeping that stage a little bit more
I do
healthy, of
wonder,
course,
for those
and
that
then
play
removing these attack cards that go down, but,
UVS and are a little
but
more
I'll
ingrained in the
touch on Rodeo
competitive
factor.
scene and nature
we
of
have
the
to
game.
probably talk about it at some point today, but you have a lot
like,
of high
I do-
hopes for Rodan across this weekend.
How do I
That Census O with the
phrase this?
+1/+3 is going to be enough to spell out curtains for Marcus. Game 1 going to Ozzy.
I feel
even
like
after
one
having
reason
to go
Flexible
second that
commentary is
game.
so good is because A,
Yeah, I mean, we
there's
talk
so
about both of
little
these
like
decks at
actions
some
per
point
minute,
can
where you play a
pull out a
small amount of
string that
cards
is just lethal.
every
Even from
turn that it
almost full
leaves
health.
enough room and space
so
to talk
I
about
think
the
that-
implications of playing those cards and
I'm
what they
curious to
do.
see what
in
we
terms
do
of context of,
sideboard-wise
like, the game
and
state and
what
stuff.
and what Marcus is going to do for all for
Whereas
one,
in UVS, a lot of just
because
from
I
like
don't know what answers
viewing
he
it,
has for stuff
a
like,
lot
you
of
know, Queen
games
the
feel like
Monsters and
people
string
just go
outs.
like
Yeah,
card,
I'm
card,
trying
card,
to
card,
think of,
card.
like,
You're dead.
You know, like I'm thinking of like void.
So like I do wonder like
obviously
when I say like I wonder if there is room to talk more about instead of just what a card does, more so how it implicates the state of the game. I wonder if there is room for that or if there just isn't room for that because everyone just goes like 10 high 10, 10 10 mid 10, card 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 you die, and you go nah. All right, you know, I like I haven't played enough yet or watched enough to really understand like the intricacies. But very few of the intricacies I feel like they get explained over commentary, which makes me wonder if they just don't exist. Right? If it is like he slammed 4 big attacks and the other guy died.
Yes, I'm gonna stop.
You know?
But man, oh man, I still still have to deal with this 5 high for 10.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Maybe
I
I
was
wasn't
actually gonna
listening.
say
That's
exactly what
also.
you just
I
said
could also
about
just not been
the
listening.
problem with Genkai's Guidance in a deck like this All for One list is that this All for One list, because of its aggressive nature, is not doing a wide build, building wide turn 1 and turn 2, and waiting to that late game. So it is a big tax on the stage early in the game.
I don't know. If
Going
for
back to
Rodan
my
or
other
deck
point.
would be on stream, okay.
Um,
I don't know if
Sam
this is
was telling me that
sarcasm,
he
if,
actually
if
expects
it's like
Rodan to
these
see
decks play
a
like
lot of
crazy,
play
or if like
across
you think this is
multiple
big,
episodes. I know we've
wait
talked
till this
about
guy
Blood
goes.
Rodan forever.
"Brrr."
Because of things like Queen of the Monsters, there's a real case
Right.
to play Air Rodan.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's why I am so high on the fact that it will be the number one.
I don't know.
Friendship
I
deck
do always
because
like. I really like
there
when
are two variants
casters
of it
tell
that are
me
both
something that I can't
viable
see on the
and
screen.
meta relevant, right? We have
Like,
the
that's when I
way
get
that
really
plays
invested
Alarm
in a
game,
game.
Control game. We saw a
When
decent
I
number
watch a
of
lot,
those,
when I
yeah.
watch
yesterday
the small
during the side
amount,
events and
granted,
stuff
let's
like that, but we also
take
have
everything
that
I'm saying with a
Air
humongous
Rodan,
grain
which
of
is,
salt, because it's a very
again,
small
aggro, aggressive
sample
deck.
size.
So it's
With a
you
lot
know,
of what
the
I've
two
watched, it just
sides
seems
of
like he plays
character.
this card,
I
and he
think
plays
those
this
two
card, and he plays
symbols
this card,
are
and the other
also
guy's dead.
really, really strong in this meta.
I'm just
And
kind of
so,
like,
again, I wouldn't be surprised if
Okay.
I still think we're gonna see more voids than we'll see.
Yeah, I
air.
would agree.
Yes. But I wouldn't be
Like, that's
surprised.
not to
Well,
say,
we're
like,
talking about
I think the casters are
answering
doing a
Queen of the
bad
Monsters.
job.
Correct.
Because I could totally
Um,
understand if
but
it
I
is a
wouldn't be
case of like,
surprised
no, like you
if,
just played
you
like
know,
4
it's
cards and the
like
guy
a
died.
60,
Like, there's
40
not much to like
split,
tell you
something
about
like
that,
this,
right?
but
Yeah, I'm very excited.
I'm just
to see
kind
the
of trying to
trade
find
breakdown
that like
today,
line.
so,
Those are
I
the
know
big
our
defensive
Fred
decks.
team is
Okay, okay, cool.
Big at work. Getting that ready
Right.
for us eventually at some point.
A lot of
today.
issues that the casters can't hear the players or
But with
follow the
over
enhanced
100
set very
players
well.
in the room.
Oh yeah, if you know other
I
players,
can
I'm
only
like the
imagine that
enhanced
it's
set
gonna
probably
be
is a
pretty good
nightmare.
spread,
Where you just
as
kind
it
of have to
normally is
guess
for
what
our
they're
game,
doing
even
because they
with
just go like
very
point at a
powerful,
card and like say a
characters
word and
in
you're
the
like,
game because there's so much
I
expression that
think
we
he
have in
activated.
Arcane
Oh, he
versus
changed the dice.
you
Okay,
pick
I
a
think he
character
activated
that
the
you think
enhance
is
on
strong,
this.
you
That
get it
buffed
up.
us.
We
Yeah,
talked about, like, the
that
kind of
does that
fringe
does not
decks
help.
and how they're like they don't ever even feel like fringe decks. We just use that word because it's maybe the ones that people aren't talking about the most.
It kind of
But
sucks that
even
they can't
only
hear the
one
players.
Or 2 or 3 people.
Like we can't just
registering
put
your
like a shotgun mic
character that
over
can
the.
have a very
You can't.
great
We can't
performance
put a
across the
shotgun mic
weekend,
next
even
to
if
the
it doesn't necessarily
webcam
make
just to
the
get
top
some
cuts,
audio of them
being right
talking.
on that sort of like bubble going
Right,
into it.
that kinda
become a part of the
stinks.
conversation of like,
I like
wow,
how Joshua
this is
Schmidt commentates.
doing better
He
than I
knows
would
when
have
the
ever
cards to
have
X card
guessed
is removed.
because
Bounce to
again,
right,
just
and then
nobody is talking
I
about.
love
it.
that.
And so it
Yeah,
just kinda
right. That's
surprises
one of
you
my
and
favorite
all- Every
things.
time
Is
we go to an
like
event, I feel like there's a factor of like.
I'm gonna
that
do it after
where
this.
players
Once
show
the
up with
Flesh
something
and Blood
that
stream
practices
starts,
very
I'm gonna
hard.
pop over just to
think
like
even more so now,
put an
considering that,
example on the
prior
stream.
to
But I do
not
love
only
that
do we
how
get
they
new
never
characters,
like
which
read a
this is
card out
great
loud. They just
first round
explain
dream
the
match for
goal
us
that the
because
card
we see this.
accomplishes.
And even though we are
Right,
in
like he plays this
our
card.
third
It's gonna have these
regional of
suspense
the
counters,
Vega
and once they
Kaiju
tick
set,
down, it's gonna
from
pump the
event
next
to
attack he
event,
plays.
because
So
of
now you
things
just
like,
know. You don't need to know a
cards being
single word on
released
the card. You
and
know
bans
that
and
oh,
runners,
there's
we have
dice on the
seen
card.
it change so much. So
They're
how
gonna
many of
tick
these decks
down, and once they're
and new
gone, the
characters
next
are we gonna
attack gets
see
bit.
because Reiner
Right?
is no longer the threat, right?
Yeah.
Everybody's not
Like
coming in
that
playing
helps me
decks to
follow
kinda
along
counter
way more
that
than just
matchup.
reading the text of this card comes to
But
play
we
with 2
got our
suspense
game
counters at the
two
beginning of your turn. Remove a
underway.
suspense
Mark
counter. When all
Sports
suspense
being
counters are gone, you
first
sacrifice
once
your next attack. It's
again
plus 4.
after
You're right.
losing that game
It's like
one.
that's a little
So,
too much
another
information
build
for like me to
free
process and
weekend,
apply.
finally free
When you
build
tell me
again.
like
Building three, I think,
this is
was kind
gonna
of our
this is
biggest
on a
weakness
clock.
of
Once the
last
clock
game.
hits 0,
And
the next
Ozzy
thing
here
gets
is able to get
huge.
that build forward, which
Like, I'm
we
like,
guarantee
I
right
understand.
here because we just commit our character. Maybe
I like
even
that a
build
lot. There's
5
usually time
is
for
gonna
it.
be
This game
a
in
big
particular doesn't
swing
have
here on
much
the
of that.
stage decisions
Turns to everyone's already pretty
maybe
much dead going into
even
that turn.
more.
Yeah, right. That's one of
Like,
those things. Yeah,
build
right. So I'm like, how am
6,
I don't
passing
I
back
don't
to
know.
Marcus, holding one card
When
in
there's
hand.
more meta decks
So
on
this
stream
is
that can
good
fight
if
each other
Marcus wants to put
properly,
up any sort of
AFO's a rogue
aggressive
pick.
threat,
Okay.
but only one card in hand, not a lot of defensive
Because a lot of
options for
UVS
Ozzy
feels
from
like you
blocking,
just kind of
but
get
Man Oh Man, it's
blown up.
risky now, more so
Right, I'm
than
like,
ever than it
okay,
was
we
last
played some
game, because Ozzy is
foundations.
gonna be able to
The
play
game is
whatever he wants
going.
next
We've
turn.
blocked like one, and then someone goes, boom, 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 and the other guy dies, and you're like,
So
okay.
looking at this list earlier, as I was trying to figure out, what
Like
kind
with
of
Fav, you see a lot of like
decks are
the
people gonna
game
bring to
state
this event?
progress, and
With these new
people like
characters,
take
what's
hits
the awful
here
one
and
deck gonna look
there,
like?
and they
What's the
play
armor
cards and do
like
things. You like kind of can
deck gonna look
follow
like?
along.
And trying to find
With UVS, you
know,
go build, I'll build, and
cards and
someone Someone
combinations
just
across the
dies.
different
You're like, oh,
difficulties.
okay.
Seeing a Kazuma's power,
There's likely going to be a
is
more control
one of those
centric about it.
cards that I
I
was
love
considering for
control.
my personal list, 'cause
That's exciting.
if you're playing on good, you'd get
Well, if
access
someone's
to
playing
those
Devil Gens and
really good
Colossus deck,
punches,
hey, maybe.
and it is a
Get
zero
'em on
diff that
stream.
has text. So
Yeah.
and again, we've got a massive 6 build coming
You
out.
mean Tekken cards are coming back to play? Well, with the Tekken set's not even out yet, Tito. But you're right. There, of course, My Hero Academia. Lots of punches.
Let me wait. Let me
very
see.
Large.
Did they say? Let me go back to the start of this turn. I want to see if they say
anything
anything.
from blocking. But man, oh man, is it risky now more so than ever than it was last game because Ozzy is going to be able to play whatever he wants next turn.
So looking at this list earlier, as I was trying to figure out, what kind of decks are people going to be bringing?
I
to
mean,
this
they probably
event
also don't have
with
hand
these new
cams
characters,
either,
what's
which
the
can be
All
kind of
Might
rough.
deck gonna look like? What's the Armor All Might deck going to look like? And trying to
Ooh,
find,
I'm gonna also
know,
trim chat down
cards
so
and
you can see
foundations
life
across the different
totals.
difficulties. And seeing a Kazuma's power
There we go.
is one of those cards that I was considering for my personal list because if you're playing on good, you'd get access to those really good punches, and it is a zero diff that has text. So
Yeah.
and again, we've got a massive 6 build coming
You
out.
mean Tekken cards are coming back to play? What with the Tekken set's not even out yet, Tito. But you're right. There, of course, My Hero Academia. Lots of punches.
Oh,
very
well, actually, I'm not gonna say it.
large
I'm not gonna
and
say what I was
big
gonna say
moves
yet.
being thrown at each other. So yeah, I mean, you're just getting that extra incremental battle for these zero divs, which is kind of a big deal because we've seen a lot of
The screen
zero
that was
divs
really
very much,
tiny.
like as more of them rotate.
Oh,
and
like the
less of them coming
caster's
out,
screen,
They're slim pickings on if you want your zero divs to have
Or
any sort of relevant text.
the
right now.
stream thing.
But this Black Abyss is coming down, and we did check a 3 on it, so not looking so good. Kept that finally free up, used it to snag our random momentum, and now some minus
Caster screen?
damage
Okay,
from the
yeah.
other side, or speed, sorry, from Ozzy Prez. And of course, the last card that we had in our hand was
definitely
a
doesn't
Queen of
help.
Monsters with that incredible low block, no damage dealt on Marcus. The perfect opening hand for Ozzy, I must say.
And Marcus checking that heat tackle on that Black Abyss kind of says that the rest of the turn
Okay,
is
that's the
just
build.
going to be
Okay.
a build out.
And he goes up, and he's like, no dice on that Black Abyss connecting as necessary to down if you want.
You or he, bro.
We're gonna
Just
skip
be
to
really
where they
shouldn't
place
be thinking
cards. It's
that
gonna
you
build.
wanted to build into your
He'll
Decks that
pass.
plays the lists are
Gets a hand.
Team Hero running that back.
instant match. But we're gonna go for it. But anyway, those aren't necessarily, I would think, the ones you want to try and like lead with for the pokes. But we're gonna go for it anyway. Want to try and generate some momentum. If anything, tax the hand of your opponent. Checking
Because
well
this
on
might
this one,
be too.
as, most of these
This
checks
might be
from
too
Marcus have not
newbie of
really
me,
gone his way,
Right? It might just
but
be like
a little bit
way
better
too
now.
new, and it's something that like they shouldn't even bother with mentioning. But like a question I asked myself, right? I was on that last turn of like, oh, he has 3 foundations and he plays an attack. Why the heck does he
Every
do
attack
that?
in this game will now have +1
Right?
damage due to the final wars.
And then the answer is like, oh, it's so you can like poke,
Putting it
see
up
what
there, invite
happens,
everybody.
and then like if they
Got my
block, you just like build out
way.
afterwards. Right? I would love a
away
caster to
instead.
tell me that.
Finally free.
But
I can
that might
imagine
be
probably
also one
coming
thing
in
that's
here
like, that
just
is
to see more
so
options, but, that was the
basically
fearsome, way he built
fundamental
down, drawing that
that
extra card,
he's being greedy. Okay, it is being greedy, right? So like I don't know. Yeah, right? I'm like, is he being
kinda
greedy?
jumped the gun
Is
on
it like a
everybody,
good
so
is it a good
that's
plan to
what
just
it
like
was.
chuck the attack, see what
All Might
happens, and
effect
then build?
coming
I don't
in.
know. And the casters don't say anything. They just go like, I'm just gonna play this. He's gonna play this attack. Or they'll talk about like, the Tekken set. And it's like the
Looks like
thing
this is
I
gonna get
love
raw.
when casters do is when they explain why players do the things
To
that
be
they do.
completely honest, I know
Right, that gives me so much more information and context to the game that I can't just like see on the screen.
EX on it.
Yeah.
We do have that
So I
momentum,
really like when
and
they do
so
that,
it
where
is
they're like,
similar
he's
to
gonna do this
where,
because
although now
either
Avi has
because of
5
this,
cards
or
in
like
hand,
he's
you can't
probably
just say,
looking to
"Alright,
do
well, you
this, or
have
he wants
2
to set up
mid-blocks,"
this thing,
you know?
or he's trying to check for
and
this
just
thing.
zone
Like,
check, try to get one of these in momentum.
explain to me why players
Yeah,
make the
just doing
moves that they
something else.
make, and that is so helpful.
Getting that +1/+1 because this is
I
our first
also,
attack for the turn.
I'll go to that. I don't like that UVS players do. I get that like
Alright, 'cause you
in game
press
it
that
makes
off on one
sense. I
button,
don't like that they
like,
just put the dice as like
he
the
is able
boosts to the numbers.
play that
Because then you
next
at
card
home
on
have to do like the
momentum.
mental math of like, okay, it's
And we do
+1 to
have
this.
that.
Okay,
We
so
could get a
did
second one,
this, so
we
it's a
could find
4
and this
mid.
one does
Okay, then 5
connect.
7. It's a 4 mid for
No
7.
block here
Like
from
if they
Ozzy,
just
which
put
means
the
there's
whole
basically
number on the
any
table,
selection here
that
from
makes the
Marcus
viewing
of
experience
something that he
so
wants
much
to shove in
better.
his momentum. It's going to be a second
It's
copy
like, yeah,
of
when you're
Persistent
playing the
Malice,
game, it's really
and
easy
remember
with the
that
card right in
effect
front of
is
you to like
still
put the
live when you
dice
play
next to the
something
number
from
that's
Marvel
next to the
Comics
card and
where
like
you
do the
have
math like
Persistent
right there.
Malice or that random
Like for
face
people
down.
at home, when the card is like tiny on the screen, like down on a table,
Considering
it's
if
so much
you're
more
in
helpful to
Marcus
just be
shoes,
like,
you see
here
that
is the
first
at
Persistent
speed,
Malice get through,
here is
you
the
throw
damage,
the other one and
just
then
on the table.
potentially
It's
have
so nice. Again,
-6
something Flesh
to
and
the-
Blood does.
to,
That is great. And I
check
get that the
for
numbers get
Ozzy
really
Prez.
big, but like, oh, dude, imagine if UVS made the
I
custom
would say
dice.
so, which I think is
Like that Flesh
why-
and Blood
and I
has,
think
if they
this is
had the
great
custom
play.
dice for speed
The
and
card that
power
we're
that
allowed to play
they
from
made you
our
play with
momentum,
on stream.
Like we're saying,
That would be
doesn't
so
ever have
cool.
to always be an attack.
That'd be
It could
so
anything.
helpful.
So this fearsome
Keep that in
transformation
mind
was
if I'm
a
on
random
stream
card that we
later.
got in.
It's just one of those things
Great
of like, it's just
solidification
so,
of building
it's
out,
one
but
of
I think
it's just a
actually
quality of
the
life
same
buff.
idea, whereas
It's
because
just a
this
low
one connected,
quality
I
of
think
life
we
buff
shoved one
for
in.
people at
That
home of
potential
being able to
is
just
still
look at
there,
the
where
number
if
and be
you
like,
take five
all right,
damage
it is a
first,
this mid for
from an
this,
ability
instead of
on
having to
Ozzy's,
like
and
jump through
you
the
know
little
that things like
little
Queen of
tiny hoop.
Monsters
It's
never
a
really
it's a
be
tiny
played
hoop.
first,
Yeah.
It's a
or
tiny
played
hoop, and
second
it is an
or later.
unreasonable
So,
complaint,
I
but
think, I think there's a potential where
it
the
is a huge
-6
quality
could
of
come
life buff
through.
just for
I
like
think
the
-4
viewing
at this point in the game
experience.
is just as strong.
As a caster, I would tell you he's likely poking so you can get a
Great build
momentum.
out as well from
As
Marcus
character's
with
very
4
momentum
more
saturated, and he shows his
foundations,
function with
5
that.
more
Right?
foundations,
And like
sorry.
that's a great
Being
thing
able
to say.
hold
It's like he's
2.
gonna look to try to get this momentum.
Remember,
because,
your momentum is basically a
because
second
we
hand
know know
forward this character and
that
still
All
having
that
two
All
cards
for
in
One is
hand.
an incredibly momentum-heavy
Great-
character with his
great
enhance that like does
adaptation
this.
compared to Game One, at least.
Yeah, and saying
Right, so he's
I'm
gonna
not
look for
afraid
this
deadlock
poke.
going
He's gonna
to
block
level
it. Right, he's gonna
dominations.
block it. This happens, so he's gonna build it. Right, but like, just tell me like why? Like
is.
that is such cool
I've seen a
information
deadlock thread, at
that
least from what I can
explains the
see. I know
context
there's
of what is
the,
happening so much
Format
better
change
than
on
just
the other
like
side,
watching
but
him
I
put the
don't think
attack card on the
that's what
table.
we're worried about. It's just for the momentum ability.
Here's a lens, like yeah.
And we're
Right.
moving things in.
The small little quality of life things.
Overdrive, upper cut.
But yeah, like you telling me that like, oh, it's to fish for momentum to try to get the character online tells me so much more, right? And puts everything into context.
That have been occurring. And we have more on Sunday, so if you haven't picked them up yet and you're here in the room, you can still get them. But yeah, Overdrive Uppercut. This is the new talk of the town. At least when it comes for meaningful low attacks, not just because of the echo on it, but because it will gain powerful this kind of modal ability of it.
Like that's pretty good
were
insight,
talking
right?
about
Here's this
Deadlock
new
Threats. This is one
the
of
new
the downsides to
hotness.
running
Here's
the
why the
Deadless
new
versus
hotness is
that
good.
Earthless is that
Yeah.
on that Earthless you have access to Godzilla versus Biollante, which is
Yeah.
one of the best deadlocks in the game currently.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
That I
as
don't
we're all
like.
kind of very
They just
aware,
said like, yeah,
not
and then
a
there's
ton of,
Earth list.
like,
None of the
very
characters on my
high
screen are
impact
Earth. Why are you talking about
abilities
Earth
that they're
cards?
including into their decks
Right, that's
anymore.
one
A lot
that's
of those are
like,
kind of coming
can
on, or
please
you're
talk
very
about the
much
game.
Got to get a little lucky that some of those powerful effects are the ones from past sets that are on your symbols.
I also want to mention that Armor All Might is a pretty straightforward character. So I have heard that. I have heard that Armor Might just goes like, bing bing bong, and tries to blow
communicate
you.
to us a little bit better of does this
Right.
have
So I have heard that,
showing
but that's
us
where
that
I'm
this
like,
still
I
has
don't
the
know
ability
which
to gain
characters are
echo
more
because we wanted
specific
to
to
get rid
that
of
kind of
powerful.
gameplay, or if like, is this the game
And
as
then
the
we
whole?
did
It's hard to
end up
tell.
showing that other best
Right,
system
and without a
are
caster to
into
tell me, I
our
won't know,
momentum
and I would just
because
kind of
the fact
assume
that
that like,
it
oh, I
was
guess this is
and
what the
remember,
game
that was
is.
on play,
Right.
which I always think is so fun and nice because sometimes you will always get that before someone even decides to like cancel the blitz or whatever.
Correct.
So that you can't gain echo, but you still get that momentum just from on play. And again, it also works. It says when you play this attack, so it doesn't work necessarily on block, but exchanging stats, the +1/+3 plus the 1 from the Final Wars, and then we are going to see that Marcus is going to commit all for 1, and we used 1 of the Persistent Malice, just kind of controlling ourselves a little bit more. But we do have double Inspiring Song over on the side of Marcus, so we could even, you said -6, we technically do have
Yeah,
it
that's
across
true,
the,
that's
if
true.
we
Yeah,
want
man.
to. Extra damage.
No, I'm
And I think if you're going to pop that effect this
extrapolate more,
early in
he
the
has
turn,
some
you do
hidden
just pop
parts.
1 because you don't want a situation where you pop all of your minus checks and then they play a 0 diff to clear it. And so just having that 4 later in the string still is a super heads up play. Whereas me, sometimes I get a little excited. I'm just like, yeah, do all the buttons. I'll press all the buttons.
I mean, sometimes it can be turn ending, like we're
Yeah.
kind of talking about, right? You said -6 to your check, and all of those effects that we're kind of talking about, they don't have that writer text of like ending or failing to check is your
Does not.
turn.
Yep.
So yeah, I mean, sometimes you are allowed to just overload all those effects, and you can actually just force your opponent to end their turn, which is so powerful in a game like Universes, where we draw X every single time you go back up to your your ready phase, and so like it. Being able to control the game in that kind of stance with minus check abilities is one of the benefits of having all of these cards across these symbols.
After these stats, the current line is a 5 low for 10 damage.
And that's the big benefit of this All Might deck, right? We talk about Godzilla, King of the Monsters.
Right, imagine if I could just
yesterday,
look at the screen and know it's
this
a
All
5
Might
low for
deck
10.
being very similar. Just as
Right now
long
I'm
as
like,
you
all
fit
right,
in
1
the sort of
5, and then I have
package
to
that the
go
character wants you to be playing in,
shoot down
these
to the
moves that are
corner.
actually
Look, my
normally
thing is on the
only
screen.
for 5, 6,
I go like,
7
oh,
are
1 5, and I have to
actually
shoot
10.
down here and be like, okay, so this, and then okay, 5, and then 10.
While
Okay,
also
okay,
having the
5,
benefit
right?
of
You
not
have to do like
necessarily
one little
needing
bit
to
of like,
fit into
hold on.
that package because he still just gives stats to every attack. It's just bonus
Yeah.
stats if it meets the requirement of having the good symbol.
You get it's 1 damage, right? Or is it the 1/1?
I think Armored All Might is,
I'll look it up.
yeah, I think it's 2 damage.
And the other
No matter
problem
what.
too is like
We'll double check.
fixing that is a change
I
that would
just don't
have to be
remember the
made
split on it, 'cause, like,
production wise. Because
the-
if
I think
one
it's
player
the-
goes,
Alright,
you know
2 damage
what?
no matter what.
Yeah, and
Then
then
actually,
one
yeah,
line,
I'm
yes,
gonna
alright,
start
it's
doing. I'm gonna
50-50.
start using the dice to do the whole thing. You might actually frick up your opponent because they're just going to assume that you're just
There it is.
pumping the
Alright, so he
stats
did take that, going
and being
down
like,
24
"Dang, this
health.
attack's
And then
huge," and to be like, "No,
monster
no, no, no,
versus
no! I'm
human
actually just
going
like showing
into
off the whole like
momentum.
you might cause
And remember,
some
we do have
confusion.
these floating
So, like,
abilities still of
changing
the
that
Alpha
issue
One,
is gonna
but
have
the
to be like a
next card that
production-wide
Marcus
thing.
tries
If
to
production
play
goes,
is
"Hey
allowed to be
guys,
from his momentum.
here's a stream table. You're gonna use our
And then
dice.
if we play that Monster
Here's how they,
Machine that, of
like,
course, has that breaker
use them
too,
to,
along with some of our other,
display the
technical
full speed, full
there's-
power of
there's-
your move. It's just
Choosing
for
not to
the viewers
echo
at
it, I
home,
think,
right?
is
You
a
have to
pretty
make
good
it like a
restraint here
production
from
thing.
Ozzy. Instead, gonna play that good versus evil, and it's on a 3, and then we checked a 3 because of the minus to our check. So playing around that Persistent Malice is very good. Showing restraint, you don't just because it has echo doesn't mean you got to do it. And instead, just gonna build out a couple more and then bank that momentum, which you wouldn't have gotten if you echoed it. Aside from the ability of itself.
Yeah, and of course we're using Echo for things
Won't change
like
our, yeah, right.
this overdrive, although it generates itself. But also, more importantly, I think is these Queen of the
Unfortunate, but
Monsters
is
in our
what it
deck,
is.
Yeah.
where we get to tutor in whatever we want.
Makes it a lot better if you want to open with those
Correct.
Queen of the Monsters, which
Correct.
means you can
I'll
play
enjoy the
around
stream,
these
dude. I
Marcus tech
will!
abilities that are on the side of Marcus if you lead with it, and then make your stage a little bit healthier anyway.
Thank you for coming in and enlightening me into what is
Passing back,
going
some
on.
Good damage done. 24 to 25 on the health totals here as Marcus readies up. Review. Does review a persistent balance? He's going to draw 4 more cards for the turn.
And Ozzy, I believe, matching Marcus' stage now with 11 foundations of his own.
Always able to get out, though.
Okay, let me lock in and listen, so I can comment more.
I don't see a lot of gas in Marcus' hand. I think this is just going to be a build out.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, we did review an attack, right? I always think it's pretty telling when you make that decision. 1, 2, 3. Maybe a 4th. See that tough skin, I think.
He does look kind of disappointed. He hit all the foundations, but then he reviewed an attack. So it's like, what were you? I didn't know what you
At
thought
this
was gonna
point,
happen, but
game. So wondering if that block matters a little bit more, but we're gonna go ahead and build it. Build 4, maybe more. Remember, it depending on how you play with the all for one ability, it's essentially like adding 2 cards
Correct.
to your hand.
Yep.
So it looks like we're gonna build that extra 1 on the Knots Flask. Curve a little awkward, but we did check a 3, so we're gonna have to tap a couple more. Come in with those 3 booze counters and the
Hey,
stage growing
got sick.
even
Oh, I'm
more
sorry to
here
hear
for
that.
Marcus. Passing back to Ozzy.
that sucks, brother.
It is Marcus's game to win, already being down 1 game with 21
Never
minutes
fun
about
being
left on
sick.
the clock.
I took a quick peek at Ozzy's hand. You should get that counter ready, because I think we're going to see
At least you get to just
a
kick back
few
and
more
relax
Queen of the
now.
Monsters being played.
It's at
on
least
this
kind of
turn.
nice.
I've got it ready.
And
Right,
not as
2
fun to
for
do when
everybody
you're
at
sick,
home. We
but-
didn't talk about the second one, but it happened, of course.
It'd be like
thank
that
you for the
sometimes.
heads up.
Here yesterday,
Which,
this
you
is
know,
supposed to
in the
quit.
world could potentially
Jeez.
spell the end of Marcus's life total
That's crazy.
for this game too. But
I mean, if it's
up to
really
Marcus
bad,
to
make sure you're seeing a
survive
doctor or
pretty
something.
Incredible onslaught from Ozzy. We're even already thinking about jumping the gun here on this Urameshis because we do have that momentum that we got last
Don't be going too
turn.
crazy.
Able to spin. Probably that Overdrive. Want to always make sure that you have a couple of those in your discard pile so that when you play more copies of Overdrive Upper, picking up the Overdrive Upper, of course, means we're going to be able to play it once again. Checking to see probably if we have a 3rd Overdrive Upper, because I believe that other card in Momentum is just the other one that we put there from the first play of the Overdrive Uppercut.
Again, he does have the option to. It chooses to open up with that overdrive uppercut. I did not see another one in his discard pile.
Yeah, so I guess that means we're just
Yeah,
going to
I
let
mean,
this one roll.
as long as it's better now, you know, that's all we can really ask for. It's getting better. That's good at least.
Nonagon, potentially. That is our new. I always think it's the finally free one, but
But
it is
it's
just the
Nonagon,
Nonagon.
yep.
Our new.
Rebel Frontier.
Yep.
promo.
So it has been sealed. Which remember, we would have still gotten the on play effect first before getting sealed, but because there wasn't an overdrive uppercut in our discard pile, nothing is going to change there. No echo, no powerful, no nothing on this move. Just a 4 low for 5, but it still got its symbols. So
It'll still wear those stats.
it'll still get the stats. Of course, remember that final wars is on the side for Marcus, so everything's going to get +1 damage, even for your opponent. That's the the most controversial part, I think, talking about that card is, yes, you get the draw effect on it when things connect, but you do give +1 damage to all of your opponent's moves as well.
Knots Flask, not hitting an attack in that mill, so he will not get another token.
Not get another one? I see what you did there.
My brain started to do it, and I was like, let me pull back. Let me pull back.
There was I always call back to some. I think this game is very hard to forget. This Universe is a very memorable game, at least for me, personally. And there was an event where we were commentating, and every time someone was playing Not the Brave, we would say the entire name of the character, which is Irritable Goblin. So every time, instead of saying, Not or Not the Brave, we would say Not the Brave, Irritable Goblin every single time, over and over and over again.
It really sucks they don't have the
And
players.
so
left.
then when we got to the point where things like Knots Flask,
Because
would
it
hit
makes
the
following the
table,
enhanced
we
step, even
would
for the
go,
casters. Like, it's crazy the
"Oh,
casters can't hear
and
the
here we
players.
see,
Because
we're
following the
real
enhanced
free
step is
here
so
with the
hard.
Knots Flask, which of course has unique, but
But
you know,
it
of
leads
course,
to also
it's
these really
played in
awkward
the card
situations
for
of
not
like,
the brave, you're
there's a
looking at
bunch
it.
of
So we
game
were just
actions
sitting
being
here
taken on the
like, "Not,
board,
not,
and I'm
not, not,"
trying
and
to
we would
follow.
Still use the word not,
And
you
I
know,
just have these
T,
two dudes in my
in
ear
our
yapping about
sentences,
not
so,
the
it
brave.
was
And I'm
it
like,
was good.
guys, I'm
But
trying to
Overdrive
figure
Upper
out
still
what's
going
happening
here.
on
We
the
are playing a little
screen.
back and forth. We did use the -3 damage on that Knots Flask, and we are now pressing the enhance ability, of course, where Marcus is allowed to play
Good now
card
we're
from his
talking.
momentum as his next card this turn.
I wonder if he's debating on whether or not to flip that.
Extra fewments, I don't know what happened to them.
System
Yeah,
Malice
like that's
as well, or
especially in a
wait
game with stuff like the
until-
enhanced step. Is like
until
that's
later,
so
obviously
crucial.
later,
Or else how are you
because
supposed
it's
to
a little bit more
cast?
impactful, of course.
Are you supposed to like
You know, Ozzy
tell
probably
what's
has the
going
entire
on?
stage
Right?
upright.
That's kind of wild.
Yeah, and remember we still
But,
have this
I mean,
inspiring
that's
song,
unfortunate.
So, persistent
it is.
Alice plus potentially the inspiring song.
They
But I
can't
wonder,
really be
too,
upset at anybody
if we are
besides the mics not being there, right?
I know we're just gonna take it. Yeah, I mean, go ahead and take the 6 damage move. This is probably, you know, again, right in that threshold. You don't want to end up taking like a 10 or a 13 damage move or something like that to then use this response. But going to shove in this Genkai's Guidance. You talked about that little secret tool that we're allowed to use.
Yeah, I was actually wondering what his target was going to be here because I did not see another Persistent Malice in that discard pile. I think Genkai's being the next best defensive tool you could use right here.
5/6. Checks a 5. Gonna have to commit 1 foundation to pass the check. And then the question is, because that ability is still live on All for One, that Genkai's Guidance can be used right now from our momentum. And it looks like we're gonna press the button. Destroying our readied resources instead of our 2 committed ones is very strange. We must really like those 2 face downs. And I don't know what they are. Saw Tam kind of shimmying around the table. I wasn't really sure what was going on for 1 second. But it looks like we've been...
Timothy coming over to lay down the law.
I think we're waiting on a judge call. Thanks,
Yep,
Tam.
alright,
Appreciate
figured.
that. Something's happening. I'm going to go back and actually look real
Come on,
quick
cheated.
of what I think it could be. Well, I don't know what it is, but we're going to come back to us anyway while we figure it out real quick as they talk it out.
Nathan.
So, again, incredible matchup that we have here in our first
How dare
round
you.
of today. Other people, of course, wrapping up their matches, but, you know, 1 game up right now.
Built
on
a
the
card they
All Might
shouldn't
deck,
have.
which is kind of speaking to
Awkward.
what we've been talking about. This deck is probably going to be pretty well represented this weekend, as we'll find out with the character breakdown later today. But,
Oh, this will be
momentum
interesting. Let's see if they
manipulation
do a
is not something
thing.
that we're
Because
new to,
Vanguard
and
doesn't
is
do
very
this, and it
powerful,
pisses
of
me
course,
off.
existing in this
Sometimes
deck.
there will be
Do
judge
you think
calls,
something
and then
like
the
All
judge
for
call
One has
doesn't
the
get
ability
relayed to the
make, like,
casters,
sort
so the
of like a
casters
top
just
cut
go,
run as well? I know
well, I
we've
don't know what
seen people like
happened. We're
Alpha
back to
Bond
the game. It's
played
like,
as well, and,
please
you know,
tell the
good
casters
making
what the
top
judge
cuts
call
is.
is, so they can tell
I
me
actually-
what
I do
happened.
believe it has
You
the
know?
opportunity. It is very much a deck that kind of you have to have a hot hand, right?
Yeah.
But the potential is always there. That's one of the things I think that Sam mentioned yesterday, where
27 rounds of
this game
Analysts.
is reliant a lot
It do
because
be
of
like
the
that
checks and
sometimes.
the mechanics of it, of a little bit of luck, right?
Yeah.
And so it all comes
Unlikely,
down to
unfortunately.
whether or
Oh,
not
God,
you
you
get a
gotta
hot
do
run
that.
and
You have to do that.
get the momentum in there and be able to, tune
Can't
this
just
up
let the
in with, like,
casters
timeless
guess,
freeze and
dog.
get
That's
full court.
crazy.
I also think that in an event where I think that Rodan is going to be represented significantly and Pony's going to have a significant presence, these characters that have low health totals, right, and just the amount of stats that All for One can eventually pit once he gets that engine kind of going on these, it is a situation where all it takes is one.
Well, it's. I mean, even from that game 1, right? We got so close. We got down to single-digit health, at least on the side for Ozzy, because falling debris +X for your momentum. Armor of the Wolf can get basically +X because of the EX and the powerful on it, and every time your opponent passes, you get the extra +1 damage. Of course, the Black Abysses
Of
+X depending on how many you have in your momentum. So you're right. I mean, we talk about characters that don't give stats,
We're back.
but instead are able to do all this other stuff.
Wait, is, like,
Well,
half
we
his
now have
stage
a
gone?
second Genkai's Guidance that has appeared into our card pool, and finally now those committed resources got destroyed. It looks like the first one did resolve, as we'll get caught up, of course. I'm going to pull up my communications with them, and so
Communications.
Yeah, I am curious to what the call
Yeah,
was.
we will get an update, of
Yeah.
course. But from what I understand is, I think that first Queen of the Monsters did get Genkai's guidance, as it ended up in our remove from game pile.
It'd be really
And
cool if they
then
put Genkai's
I
guidance
think
on the
we got
screen so I could read
good
it.
and eviled on it. Good versus evil.
That'd
And
be
then we
sick.
played a second one. But then we still have a second Queen of the Monsters that has now
It's
come
sacrifice
here
three finishes
from
to
Ozzy.
remove
remember,
and
everybody, We are
attack.
still counting them
Ooh.
as being played. So this is Queen of the Monsters number 4
That's cool.
in the day. I believe that is what unfolded for everybody at home,
Yes, yes.
even without getting told. So you see the good versus the good and evil
Is now sideways, and it has that response that
to
is
cancel a responsibility. But we had a second Genkai's guidance that came from Marcus's hand. I would imagine that's the only place it could have come from because we had already used up the momentum used one from Marcus's momentum that he put there on purpose.
looking at the momentum he has right now. He does choose to pop that persistent malice to give -2 to his next check.
Yep.
Let me
and
go
the
back
next card that he's
really
allowed to
quick
play
because
from
notice
his
I don't think they ever say
being played Queen's Evil, and then
The call.
what
and
the
then
guidance
gonna
does. They just
card
go
you
like,
all
and you play the
against
guidance.
Well, we now have a second Genkai's guidance that has appeared into our card pool, and finally now those committed resources got destroyed. It looks like the first one did resolve, as we'll get caught up, of course. I'm gonna pull up my communications with them, and so
Yeah, I am curious to what the
Yeah, they
call-
just see the Genkai's guidance
we will
resolve.
get an update, of course. But from what I understand is, I think that first Queen of the Monsters did get Genkai's guidance, as it ended up in our remove from game pile, and then
Okay, that kind of is close because I can reverse engineer it from there. Of like, okay, I think the Genkai's guidance worked because the Queen of the Monsters is in our roof from game pile. So then I can like reverse engineer. Okay, so that means Genkai's guidance puts the Queen in the remove from game pile. Okay, so but like, it's a little tough when I gotta like reverse engineer what's happening. It's much easier if they say like, okay, so the Genkai's guidance did resolve to remove the Queen from the card pool. So I'm like, oh, okay, Genkai's guidance removes attacks from the card pool. Got it. Noted. Understand what the card is, right?
I think we got good and eviled on it.
Yeah, right? So like that's
Yeah.
what I was saying earlier. It's like I'm not gonna go like
And-
crazy
There's that once per turn. It looks like it was not an armor
faulting
card,
people,
though,
but it
so
is
we
one
should
of those
draw
because
one.
like to be fair, right? A lot of people
Yeah,
like the
they're
only
Queen of
people
the
want
Monsters.
just
Queen of
the
the
game
Monsters
doesn't really
tends
get
to
new
show-
players. Doesn't really grow.
Again,
So
the
there
way
aren't
that
really
armor
new
All Might
people
is
watching the
pretty
streams.
counts
It
on
is all
these
ingrained
attacks.
players.
18
So
health.
they're not.
Even
I'm not
with
saying
the
they're
stage
at
as
fault
healthy
for doing
as
that,
Marcus
but
has, Marcus not having any more draw.
it's
so
just mostly just
essentially
to make this
two
interesting for
cards
the people
if
that
he
don't play
uses
UVS
one
because
from,
we have to trick people into
Welcome
watching
first.
UVS content.
Inspiring song also
I
coming
do
through
want
here
it
for
to
that
at least
extra minus
exist as
check,
a
and I
case
think we're gonna
study
see that,
of like card game
-4
commentary.
probably come across the board.
But I do not
Because
fault
the other
anyone
one.
specifically
But
because
you're right. I mean, the thing is, if you
they
don't
are
have
just
these
in
high
this
blocks,
position
we're
of
taking
the only
5
people
damage
watching the
and
stream are
doing
people that
5
already
damage
play the
with,
game. So there's not really a large point.
Queen of the Monsters.
You that doesn't play UVS, yes, this is for y'all.
Nice.
So
This is,
I'm here to help us learn the game together.
Yusuke Foundation,
right? And
where
it
you
is also one of
destroy
those
it,
things of like,
sacrifice it, and you discard a card,
so like
and
yeah,
it's
I'm not
plus
gonna blame
3,
anyone,
plus 3,
right? Because
something
to be
like that,
fair,
I think is
the only
stats
people
that
watching
gives,
aren't grade
hence
players.
why you're announcing
But to
this
that
Queen of the
end,
Monsters, which I have
if
done a
we
very
do
poor
want the
job
game
of
to grow
pulling out
at
the
all,
cards.
it
I
is
do
important
wonder
that
if
we
the play here is
we at least
actually
make the
obviously
streams
inspiring
evergreen
songs
to new
who
players
are
for
now
anyone
make
that's
the
like getting
deck
into the
-2
game and is like,
to
I'm gonna
use
go
the
watch
all
some
for one,
gameplay.
press the all
Like
for
we
one
don't
button.
really have a
We do
channel
know
that just
he-
posts
I believe we know that he has
crazy
Monsters
gameplay. Like we have
machine in
Tam,
that
who like
momentum.
clips
Yeah,
the
if he
stream
did want to,
TTS
he could
matches.
house block and get rid of essentially
Which
breaker
like
6
I know
on
for at
the
least
next
me, I
card
hate
because
watching
of breaker
TTS
2 and
gameplay. I
-4
can't do
to
it. I
the
need to
check.
watch like paper
Yeah,
gameplay, or I
taking a
kind of
lot
like go
damage for
crazy.
it, so I also wonder
So a
if
lot
there
of
was maybe a
people
high block somewhere in our
that
momentum.
don't want to
We know
watch
this is
TTS
the
gameplay are
Mountain
gonna
Woods,
go
and
to
then
the tournaments.
the
That's just
Monsters.
where
Do we
the
have a high block?
gameplay
Is
and
really
also
my
like
question. Where are the high
competent,
blocks?
like high level
How many
high level
attacks do we
gameplay is available.
play? I think that's also a very
'cause,
good
like,
thing for All for One. Is like you
Some
want your
people
attacks
might
to
be
have
like a
spread
little
over
apprehensive
blocks
to
because
watching a
you're
random
able to
YouTube
selectively
channel's
put them there
gameplay
and then
because
use them to
like
block
that
with.
could be like
It
people
looks like
that are
some of
like
that Monster versus
bad at the
Machines that
game
you
and
were
play it
talking
wrong
about,
and
I
don't
believe
teach
that's
them exactly how the
exactly
game
where we
works.
put
Like
it.
watching regionals
There
is a
it
great way to
is.
learn how like the best people play the
So
game.
8 speed moves,
And to
2
really
cards in
see
the
how
card
the
pool,
game
10
functions
plus
when
the
played,
block
like,
modifier, so
properly.
on a 12.
So
Right?
if
It's a plus one.
any new people do
It's
pop up,
+2,
there's a
yeah.
high
It's a
likelihood that they do
5,
go to like past streams to go
6,
try to
7,
watch
8,
the game and
9,
see what it's
10,
like,
11, 12,
right? But if
One
they
more.
go to that stream and a lot of what they see
so
is
we're on
like
block
a lot of people going like,
Oh, no,
Magic,
it's
Magic,
a
Magic,
1 minute
Magic.
echo.
1 minute.
They're
Yeah,
gonna be like, I don't really know what's
So,
going on. And
11,
kind of bounce out.
Checks a 5 on it, and it was basically unfailable.
Right. So I do
and
think if
with that
something
breaker
is
too, like you
going
said,
to
it's
be
gonna be
evergreen for new players, it does have to
essentially
be like
minus
the big
6
regional
to
streams.
Ozzy's next
Because
card,
that
but
is like
that's
the
worst
place
part
where all
about
the
when
new
you
people
use
are going
effects
to
and you
go
stack
if
them
they
up
just
like
want to like
this.
watch games.
Ozzy has the ability to just like weave in
Until we get like a
foundations.
YouTube channel that specifically makes like
Even weaving in a foundation with
not
breakers is,
necessarily
you know,
well
it
edited,
It's
can-
but
still
like
a lot.
it's still a
well
lot.
put
I mean,
together
Jackson 3
on
this
paper
too.
gameplay where they
Effectively an
kind
8
of like discuss
everybody
the
if you wanna
game
do the math.
as they play it,
Um,
right?
so
The
look at
best
that
place
check.
for a new
We need
paper
3
player to go to
foundations
just
here
kind of
pass
get
this.
gameplay is these streams and then like Tam's versus videos.
There it is. It passes. And now we can continue with Ozzy's turn. And remember, Marcus, because of that half block, is down to 10. That is a single move in this deck that we have seen time and time again.
Right,
Not this one.
because in like
but,
Magic, as much as I hate the
so
freaking
on
C
a
word,
4, 5,
but
6,
in Magic, if you were like, I want to watch people
Checking
play
the
the game
three
and try to learn
here.
vicariously through them, instead of saying go watch the Pro Tour,
the
you could
minus
be like,
checks
go
still
watch
kind of,
Shuffle
you know,
Up and
doing
Play.
their job,
Right? Go watch the Command Zone. Go watch one of these Commander
of,
shows.
having to force
Because
the
there are
foundation
very
to come in, still commit some
digestible
foundations.
ways
Then you play the
to
attack on a
view the
6,
game and
have to
see what
commit
it's
more
like.
foundations.
Even if it's the
As long
stupid
as one
C
bad check
word,
came through
right?
there, I think
It's still a
Marcus is gonna
great
feel
place to
a
go
little
to
bit
watch the
better
game and
about
understand
it.
how it's played. Flesh and Blood,
I am
right? I would
curious
say
as
go
to after
watch.
watching
I
him,
think it was Geek and
after watching
Sundry
his
that
stats that he was
did
able to hit
all of the
on that
gameplay
last
for
hit
the
of Monster. Marcus only having
Flesh and Blood has so
2
much good
foundations
gameplay.
up.
They
I
have
wonder why,
all of the
line to
gameplay
go
for the
with
Silver Age
Pensacola
decks that they
and
did when
not
those
the
came
other
out.
monsters in hand.
Fight Night by Free Floating is
Afraid
phenomenal.
of-
And the
No, I
Flesh and
guess
Blood
you're right. It's
channel
commit one
also
more
has a ton of
foundation.
exhibition
We'll find out
exhibition
that
games you can go watch to go see how the game is played. right?
So we gotta do some math. So this is for 4.
You don't
5,
really
because
have a
the Final
ton of
Wars.
places to send
6,
players
7,
that
8
want to be
because
like,
of All Might,
hey,
and
I
we
want
have
to
only
checking out this
destroyed
UVS
one
game.
foundation in our
I
stage,
just kind of
so
want to
the
watch
team
some
viewer is
gameplay
actually
to kind of
only
get a
getting
feel
one.
for what it's
I
like.
think we're at 9.
Kind of just go like, all right, Tam has TTS gameplay,
One
which is
off
good, or you go
default,
watch a regional. That's
unless
kind of
I
like it. That's kind of the
missed
only
a
place you can
destruction
really go.
effect somewhere.
And a lot of it, when you're just kind of watching Tam play, it's just Tam playing viewers, and it's just like people just playing the
See you
game
looking.
and going like, all
I
right,
see you
we'll
cooking a
go.
line right now.
Like even
over
when they
here. I know
build, they
you're
just
not-
go like,
everyone at home can't see it, but I'm
check,
like,
check,
I
check,
saw
check,
when
check.
you
All right,
looked
there's
up,
my
and I was
foundations.
like,
All right,
that's
this is
pretty
tech on a
smart. I
4.
didn't
All
think
right,
about
it's a
that.
5/5 for mid.
I was trying to figure
Because
out
they're
we
just
had mentioned
playing.
the
There's nothing
Battle
wrong
Holds
with
answer
that.
earlier.
But they're just playing.
I was just trying to
Like
see.
it'd be really hard for new viewers to be like, I don't know what's
we haven't
happening.
seen that Team Hero
All the cards
new
are
entrants
on the
to
screen.
put on the table.
Correct.
And so I was curious.
It
as
gave
to-
Right, so we don't have a
Okay,
great
damage,
place
sure,
to send
yes, yes,
them.
yes. But I
best
was,
place for
I
us
was
to
curious as
send
to what
them
the target
kind of is
for that
these
was
regionals.
in this deck list. 'Cause I also am not sure I've seen a Battle Holds the Answer get checked. So
I think I
So
saw
while I
one get
am
blocked.
okay,
I think
understanding
I did, or maybe that was last
that like
game,
yeah, the
so
only
I
people
might be a
watching
little
these streams
off.
are people that already play the
There's a
game.
billion cards in this
Yeah,
game.
yeah.
Honestly, they'll
but
probably
I did see a
appreciate
Street Fighter Ryu S
the
or
more
Battle Holds the
geared
Answer
to them
card,
commentary, right, than
appear
like a
in
new
Discord
player
Battle
friendly
at some
thing.
point. So
But
I think you are correct.
if we
on-
want
on
the
this
game to
existing
grow,
in this deck,
you have to be
only
intentional,
being sent for
about
8,
making
knocking all
these
for one
regional
down to
events
2. Remember the next foundation we
viewable
played this
for,
year, that was perfect,
new
especially
players.
when you check the 3 here. This means that we can play this Queen of the Monsters here on an 8. We need a 5.
checks the 5.
Tap 3 foundations here. Although All Might getting committed here, can we block this move? 3 cards in Marcus's
I also
card
just
pool,
don't know
only
how
2
much people like
foundations
really
ready.
care
A half
about
block will
UVS
not
growing.
do it. It
Right,
must
I
be
feel like
full block.
I do
We're still gonna
kind
be
of
able to
get the
build down
vibe
this
of a
foundation,
lot of
of
the
course,
community
with
is
the-
like,
or
I
with the
don't
attack
really
down,
care
I
about
think,
growing the
as a
game. Like
foundation.
I'm just playing and having
with the
fun,
Queen
and
of the
that's enough for
Monsters,
me. I have my
4
locals.
high for
Like I don't,
7.
I go to the
Essentially
regionals.
7
I
high
have
with the
fun. Like I don't really
3.
care, and I think that's fine.
One high block would
Like
be
I'm
on
kind
an
of like
8,
that
gotta
with
check a
Vanguard,
1,
right? Where it's like
or check a
Just
6.
six.
I'm not really
My
desperate
bad.
for Vanguard
With
to
a
grow.
1 high block.
Like,
Yeah,
I have
yeah.
my locals.
You know, that's
I
just me
have.
being
I
realistic
go to
on
the
that.
regional. Like, I'm
But
chilling.
It's looking
right?
pretty dire. Marcus shaking his
So I do
head.
wonder like
This
how much
could
of it is
be
just
the
like
end of
players
round
don't have a
1
desire to grow the game.
for
I know the
Marcus
company
here.
doesn't really have a
Do we
desire
have a
to
1
grow
high
the game.
block?
They just want to make money.
No, it's a
Is it-
2.
Um,
It's gonna be on an impossible.
But it is
check. I
one
don't
of
know
those
7
things
checks
of
in
like
this
you have to
game,
take
and
some
with the 5
very
check anyway,
Additional
it was not
steps.
enough. Game 2 in the
To
match
grow
going
it.
to Ozzy Perez. Sorry, going to Ozzy. I think it's his last name. I can't remember.
Kinda blew him up.
Armored All Might. 2-0,
Yeah.
going second both games. Incredible performance.
Yeah, getting the canonical ending of, you know, All for One being taken down in this final
Spoiler.
battle.
No, I'm kidding.
Well, that's not how the show
Um,
went. Kind of. You
Well,
know, All
yeah.
did his job. And
Sure,
he
sure.
slowed him down. Spoilers. Sorry for everybody that hasn't watched.
Right,
the,
so it is one
show
of
or
those
read the
things
book,
of like,
the
I
manga,
mean,
but
if
Ozzy
we
taking
want
it
the
down
game
here
to
with that
grow, we
round
do
one
kind of
win
have to
here
move past the
on
sentiment
All
of
Might.
like,
good guys always
yeah,
win,
it'd be cool if
Tito.
it would if it grew,
Good
but like,
guys
also
always
I don't
win,
really
and I forgot to
mind.
add one more to the count.
Right, but like,
so,
if that's the
5 from that
the
first
like
round here
widespread community
on
sentiment, then like that's the
stream.
sentiment, right? I'm
So,
not gonna.
currently not on the pace
I
that
change
you need
that.
to be.
I think we were actually one off on the pace.
So I do
Yeah,
also
the pace
kind
is
of
one
want to
off, at least,
gauge how bad
currently
people
on that
really
sense.
want the
but
game
we
to
could
grow.
always, of course, see some riveting action.
Because there's
here in
nothing
that
wrong, right? There's
round
nothing wrong with being
one.
like, I actually
we
don't care if
do
the game
have
grows.
some
I'm
stuff that we want to talk about.
perfectly
of course, so
content
we're
with
not going
where it is
anywhere
right
right
now.
now.
I have
we
no
some
desire to see the game
post-match,
like hit any sort of widespread growth.
uh,
Obviously, it would be
shenanigans
nice.
to
Like, it'd be
unfold. Tam's
cool.
gonna round up
But
our
I
winner
don't
real
care
quick
enough
and do
to
a,
go out of our
post-game
way to like
interview.
take actionable
But,
steps to make the game bigger.
Um,
Right, and that's
While
totally
we're here, why
fine.
don't we talk about some of the things that Levi showed off?
A lot of people want the game to
earlier
grow,
in
which is
the
hard.
episode?
Yeah,
These
right.
round-
We
It's
got
really
those
hard,
queued up.
and you got to take some like very,
I
very
think we do.
intentional steps to do it.
It says it for me that we do. Hey, yeah, here we go. Great job. Yeah.
A lot of people
Awesome.
don't have
There it
locals
is.
in
That Battle
SoCal right now.
Hopefully
Yeah,
answer is going
I'm
to
trying
be
to get
the
one.
scramble
There
promo
was
with
a
a victory
local
variation
sort of
of it.
near me,
Of
but
course,
it
it's
kind of
for
died. I'm
round
gonna see
4,
if I
which
can
is
get
gonna
it
be
started back up
entirely,
because I want to play.
Rebel Frontier
I'm gonna like I'm gonna
focused. So,
drive
of course,
like
Rebel's gonna have
2.5
that battle
hours
for
for a
local
pre-release
championships
for
that start
Tekken.
in
Because
August
that's like
2nd
the
through
closest
October
local to me that's doing a Tekken
Unarmed
pre-release is
non-combatant
like
and
2.5
Glow.
hours
And yes,
away.
you want to keep an eye out for that reboot.
Right, it's like a
sticker,
ton of
course,
people, yeah,
because
just
it
don't
represents
have
that this
locals,
has
which
another
sucks.
version of this card in standard, and no, you cannot play 8
That's very
copies of them
unfortunate.
because of it. It means that it shares with the mechanically unique card, and this one
I
is
don't know why I
Heat
would
Tackle,
play
which we know is a good and
Universe, there
very
were
well
similar
played card.
games. Okay.
And then the regional itself.
First question.
We've got participation
List
promos on
the similar
Science Bros.
games.
We've got bounty
'Cause
busters for your
IMO,
top 8, and
there's
you get
only
a full
one.
play set if you end up making top 8 or higher. And then
I think
yes,
there's only
that's
one
right, Levi
game
did
similar
announce
to
this
Universes.
one-of-one Rin
And
Kudo
to that
Space Pirate, which is
point,
Mikasa
I think
Hizuru's
Universes
hope here in
separates
this
itself
one-of-one
from that
champion
game
of that
very
regional.
strongly.
But it looks like Tam
I think
does have
UVS can have some
our,
very strong
winner
separation
on
from that
standby
one
for an
similar
interview,
game.
so we're going to go ahead and send it over to him.
So yeah, it'd be Flesh and Blood, right? I think the one game, hey, my goat, and he's muted. I think the one game that is similar to is Flesh and Blood, right? But I think it separates itself from Flesh and Blood very strongly, and like the best way I can put it, right? And your Loops FGC, I am at, you know, he may be muted, but he's still the goat. Loops FGC. I assume you play fighting games. I assume you're a fighting game enjoyer. Correct me if I'm
Championships
mistaken.
have been won on even later bedtimes than that. Why
he's
the
loud.
Switch, if I could ask?
Pete just wasn't doing it for me. I was playing her all day.
Thinking dig of this
yesterday,
game. No, that's
and
totally valid. That's
she
totally
had
valid.
Either
Um,
no stage or face down stage.
And I
So,
was not assuming you would.
So I had to
Right?
switch
Even I made a video that
Yeah,
like
imagine just
some
showing your
people
face
might have
for
thought
plus
was
damage.
digging at the
Good
game, but
enough.
not really.
Not today, at least.
You know, it's one of those
I'll look
like
at that
I only
last
complain
Holy
because I
cow.
care.
You had
Right?
to fight
I do it with
through
Vanguard constantly.
Genkai's, Breaker 2.
But I assume you play fighting
-2
games,
to the
if
check
I'm
from the
not
momentum
mistaken.
Card,
Yeah.
and you still got it done. He went from essentially full all the way down. Queen of Monsters is a pretty good card, yeah?
Oh yeah, very good. I kind of misplayed on the first overdrive. I didn't have a vestige in the discard to actually snap that other momentum. So it would have gave me 2, but I got it through the good and evil. Still had 1. Was able to cancel one of those Genkais.
Yeah, I mean, wow. It's incredibly, like, just proving the plot.
So surprisingly,
showing-
oh, you're fine. You're
showcasing
chilling.
the,
You're chilling. You're chilling.
The story of the show.
That's
I
valid.
was gonna pull the
Hey,
brakes
what role
on
you
it,
playing?
too, and then I was like, actually, I think I have this.
Please
He was
check
pretty
the
low.
5. We checked the 5
Yeah,
and
I'm
you
gonna
win
check
the
the 5, I got
game.
it.
I can't believe you're playing League while we're watching
with that
UVS
though, man,
Dallas
any
Regional.
shout-outs you
Run
wanna
it
give before
down
we,
so you
get
can get
out
in
of
the shit. No, I'm playing.
Storm Pro Games,
I'm
local
kidding.
store, bunch of the team that I'm here with. They let me borrow a bunch of the cards last minute.
Basically, the
since
only
had
reason I
to give
ask
my comments
if you play
or
fighting games, because
any of
I
that
for this
stuff
analogy to
put
make
together.
sense, which some people don't understand. Back
Let's
on
talk
Classic, I do
UVS,
kind of want to try
huge.
Classic.
You,
Thanks, man.
all the
I'm-
content creators here.
The way
I
too,
wanna
I
thank you guys.
way before my time. Okay,
Well, good luck
perfect,
in the
perfect,
later
perfect.
rounds.
I do want to try.
I'm
I'm
gonna throw
so
back to
booty
my
butt at
casters,
League, but I like League.
thinking,
I like League
giving
conceptually,
out the,
but I'm so garbage at it. I just
stuff
watch
that
a bunch
was
of League content.
Thank you.
I do kind of want to give Classic a try, even if I'm gonna get decimated.
Tam,
Okay,
congratulations
so the
on that
way
round
I
1
compare it,
win, and look
or the
forward
way
to
like
having
I
you
would
represent
like
as
UVS
well.
to position
I don't
itself
remember
to
the
make the
exact amount of
comparison
rounds that we
is
have. I
if
believe it is
Flesh and
6.
League is so
maybe 7.
hard.
I think maybe 8.
Flesh and Blood
Rounds,
is
thank you,
like
production.
Street
That's
Fighter.
a lot of rounds. But, you know, we're gonna be here all day with that action.
And
We
if
wanna go
Flesh
back
and
to
Blood
some
is
of the
like
stuff
Street
that we were
Fighter,
talking about before the
UVS is
interview.
like
We
an
had
anime fighter.
all of the
UVS is
different
like
stuff
Under Night
going
Inbirth,
into the actual
or like
regional itself, but I don't
Melty
think that
Blood,
slide represented
right?
the
If-
prize wall ones. So I don't know. if
Street
it's like
Fighter
more
is
of a-
about,
you
you
wrote 'em
know,
down, right? So you
your
remember?
individual attacks do a lot
I did.
more
Okay,
damage, like per button. So the game is a lot more
I
about
think,
making
you know,
reads,
that's why I did have-
um,
I think some of those were the
like
prize
doing
ball
good like strike throw
ones.
gameplay, like
Well,
playing
for
like
the prize
footsies
one,
and
I
stuff,
have
right?
so
And just
massive
winning a
VG,
couple
also
interactions.
getting a
In like
variety
anime
of
fighting
players.
games, your
Yeah.
individual
perfect. Go
attacks do a
ahead.
lot less
So
damage,
there's,
so you have to like do a bunch of
Enceladus
combos.
C613, which is
What
another
have you
one of those
missed?
cards that we really
Just
do, and that is
just
actually a
an hour
recipe
and
for
40
cheating.
minutes of watching UVS
We also have
and talking about
Guardian
commentary.
Angel of Chinatown.
Nice.
We have
So like the anime
Inspired
fighters, you have to
Song,
string a
and
bunch of
we have
combos
worked
together
out a combo out
to
of the critical
do
role set,
as much damage as you
however
would by
many
just like
ones.
throwing
And
someone
we
in
got
Street Fighter.
Hunter's Ally. This is one
So
of
the
those
games end up being a lot
this
more
is one
like
of the rare
scrappy and
situations where I
fast
look at
paced
everything
and
they
really
announced.
quick and like
And while
and they
I
all
love
have like
promo
dashes and
cards,
stuff.
I love getting new,
So
art.
like
This
I
is the
would
first time I
think
looked
it'd be
at
cool
and
if
go,
UVS positioned itself
wow,
whereas
look
like
at
if
this.
Flesh and
Yeah,
Blood
every
Every
card
is like
single
this
card
really
is
crunchy,
playable,
math
great, the art looks
based,
incredible, and so I'm super
really
excited.
like
I have to
incremental
figure out a way to
value,
convince my
like
wife to
you're
let me
gonna
go
throw
to that
6
event.
damage at me and I'm gonna
So I
throw
get my hands on
7
those
and therefore I
cards.
win.
And so
Like
I
really
am
tight math
Excellent. And
gameplay.
of course, a lot of this stuff will be on
UVS
official
is
social
like
media,
the
so make sure you
fast-paced,
can keep an eye on the
bombastic
photos. And
anime
we should
fighter
actually
where you're
be
just
built for
doing
that round
cool
four
stuff
that's happening in
constantly.
Atlanta, which is our last regional for this year in this competitive organized
Right,
preseason.
so like, that
I
would be
believe
my
we've got
thing of
some
like
alternate art
maybe
stuff
not
that will
even to
show up.
play UVS over Flesh and Blood, but sort of like why you would go from like Street
Just
Fighter to
checking.
Melty Blood. This game has a top deck
as
check
we
to see
have
if the card
promised that
resolves.
to
I did not
you,
like
people.
that.
Of course, you will get them no matter what. It just depends on.
Yeah,
whenever
but
we're
it's like
ready to
not
have
that
those
bad. When we
show
get
up.
into the next
It'll
game,
be-
we'll
it's a
walk
slow
through
burn.
how it
You
works.
get a
It's not
couple
as
every
bad as
now
you
and
think.
then, and
It's
so
just to
a
like
tease, a little bit of a tease.
So remember, a lot of these
A,
hard cards
it's really
are
easy
most
to make it
of
not
those. If you've
matter,
been paying attention
and
to the
B,
reveal
it's to
season,
cur. It's
Tempest,
all it is
Demon,
to like
God Fist,
curb
White
how
Angel of
crazy you
Death,
can get.
and catching a meteor.
Um,
and these alternate art
I wonder if there's a
versions
good
are
like
very
fighting game
similar
reference
to the
for it.
Critical Role, sort of like, you know, let's change the hues.
I mean, it's
and, you know,
almost
the,
like combo meters in
sort of
fighting
shading that's
games,
going
where
on
like
here and having
a
the
lot of
accents
fighting
on
games
sort
will
of
have like
the
damage that
attacks
scales
and
with
the
the
colors
meter.
themselves of the cards.
Like I think
Catching Meteor, of course, you
Invincible
have Foundation,
Versus is like a
White
really
Angel
short
of-
one that it's like
of
famous
Death,
for.
and then Tempest got Demon Fist are attacks.
Having
and
good
they've got
chicks,
these
having good
different,
frame data.
colors
Yeah.
associated with them.
Yeah, it
Right,
reminds
and
me a
it's
little bit
like,
of, you know, like the TMNT,
the more
cones
things
that
you
we
try
put
to
out,
do,
where
the
it
more
was
risky it's gonna, the
mostly
more
just, like,
likely
you
you
know,
are to
kind of
fail it.
great background with
But if
that-
you
that
play
color
like
hue up in front. Obviously this is more
within the
colors
bounds
than-
of your
than those has,
capabilities,
but I
you're
love
gonna be
the way
fine.
these look. I'm super excited.
As our
This is
house
one
is
of
wearing
those-
didn't headphones
the
didn't
beauty
want
of
to be
this
blurring in the
game
middle.
is that literally
Walmart. I mean that's
the
valid.
different art styles in the
That's
art
valid.
scene,
Yeah,
and somebody
unfortunately the
walks
stream
by,
started a
they
little
cannot tell
early
you that they were
Oh,
all from the
absolutely.
same game.
in the day,
And so
but
that gets me
that's
excited.
fair. Hey,
I'm
happy you're
excited
here
for,
now.
you know,
Welcome to
for
the
results
welcome
like
to
that.
Multiple IPs
watching
coming up,
slash
of course, that is
learning
exactly
slash
what they
deciphering
said.
UVS
But you
via
can
regional.
Check out the Tekken 8 set that you can pick up. Is
But
releasing
it's one
on
of those
August
things of like it's
14th.
not
Of
like
course, before
Vanguard
the
where
Gen
you're
Con,
just
you can
going to
also check out
lose
the
the game
Super
because
Super
either
release
you or your
that's going to be
opponent flipped the
happening
card off the
there.
top of your deck and went, oh, I guess I win. Right? It is one of those things where it's more like if you get really greedy, you might get punished by your checks. But if you like play smart and safe, you will. You know what I mean? Like the way you whiff a check in UVS is by like wake up supering and your opponent blocks. And it's like, dog, why are you mashing super on wake up? Right? Versus if you would have just like rolled, you would have blown them up. It's sort of like that kind of like push-pull thing. But a key and tricked into watching Universe. It's working! That's the plan. We learned that, if you want to get people to watch UVS content, you have to trick them into doing it. I'll throw it to Big Cam while we're on the we'll be right back screen. Right, so the checks isn't really supposed to be a like luck-based variance thing. With the combo meter in the game, there's no variance to when that combo will end. There's a hard limit. Have a break making breakfast. Yeah, I might go pee. UVS is similar. So all of the numbers, right? It's your foundations are 5s, and your attacks are 3s. Now, if you want to, you can get greedy and play, and some stronger attacks have 2s, and like some have 1s. But like, if you play them, that's like the risk you take. But for the most part, all your foundations are 5s, and your attacks are 3s. And progressive difficulty is every card you play gets +1 difficulty for the card you played before it. So you always know the math, and you always know your odds. So the only time you can like get sacked by your checks is if you knowingly play a card. If you play a card that you know will fail if you hit an attack, if you check a 3, right? So at that point, right, it's up to you to make that decision, but also by the time you get to make that decision, you will have played like a good chunk of the turn, right? As long as you've like built your foundation well. And then that's also where like the concept of like good fundamentals comes in, right? You need to make sure you have enough foundations that you can pass your checks, right? If you try to get greedy and attack with no foundations, you're going to get punished, right? But if you build up that solid base, you can make all of the checks you want unfailable, right? You can make it so like I have enough foundations where like no matter what I play or how many cards, I can make them unfailable, right? Because I know the math, right? You always know what's going to happen. So like the way you build foundations, right? Foundations range from 3 difficulty to 0. And you play like a good spread in your deck. The way you can guarantee you always get your foundation set up is by building highest to lowest. So I play my first foundation on a 2. Well, the lowest check in my deck is a 3, so I can't fail it. And you check an attack, it passes. You start with a 3. You play your like foundation that is 3 difficulty, right? Well, the lowest thing in my deck is an attack for 3, so that's guaranteed to check because it's 3 versus 3. Then you play your 2 difficulty foundation, right? That's a 2 plus the 1 progressive, so also 3, again, unfailable because the lowest card in your deck is a 3. And then you play your 1 cost foundation, which is again on a 3, and then a 0 cost on a 3. So you can make sure all of your foundations are unfailable, right? You only start gambling when you go, all right, I built my 4, I have this 1 in my hand. If I play it, it gets plus 4 difficulty and builds on a 5. So I need to check a foundation, right? And then you can go look and be like, all right, well, in building these 4 cards, I checked 3 attacks, which means that it's pretty highly likely that the next card I check is a foundation, because you play a lot less attacks than you do foundations. So you can also like run the math. This is where I really liked Vanguard back in the day when like the gambling mattered and you can actually play the odds, right? You can see all of the cards you've checked and kind of like guesstimate what your next check is going to look like. Be like, oh, I just hit 3 attacks and there's not a lot of attacks in my deck. The next couple cards are probably foundations. I'm probably safe to play this 1 difficulty foundation on a 5 because I'm pretty sure the top card in my deck is foundation. And then you flip it into foundation, you're like, cool, I built 5 in my first turn. That's a pretty good base. Funny because I'm FGC and my girl is into Vox Machina and the D20 stuff like that. So hey, we got the critical role. And I think it survives rotation. I think it's still in the game. So like, up some critical role decks and give the game a try. It's cool. I think it's really cool. I'm gonna go pee really quick because of that coffee. I'm gonna pee, and when I come back, I'm gonna talk about things I don't like about the game. When I'm back, we're gonna say things we don't really like. Alright. So. Yeah, for real. Alright, much better. So, one thing that kind of I would understand if other people didn't really like about the game is sort of similar to Anime Fighters versus like Street Fighter, in that UVS is a game where you kind of just get blown up a lot. And vice versa, you will be blowing other people up. But in a game like Flesh and Blood, where it's a lot more like incremental, and because of like how you block, you kind of like, you really get to walk the life totals down, taking like chip damage here and there, or like maybe you decide to take a really big swing so that you can send back a really big attack, right? You have a lot of control over your life. and how you want to walk it down, and when you want to spend life, right, to take some hits to throw attack back, or when you want to protect your life because your hand's kind of poopy, right? There's a lot of decisions to be made there, right? It's a lot like the guessing game of Street Fighter. And UVS, you don't really get to do that because of how blocking works, and because you can only block with one card for each attack, and it's always either all the damage, none of the damage, or half the damage, and because the numbers get so big, you just kind of blow each other up a lot, and it's a lot more of, instead of taking, like, incremental chunks out of your life and, like, walking it down and trying to, like, play on par with each other, it's a lot more you just get chunked, right? You take a turn, your opponent hits you for, like, 15, but then you swing at them and hit them for 15, right? And then they come back for, like, 24, and you're like, oh, right? You just kind of blow each other up. So it's sort of like, certain, like, tag fighters where characters die in, like, 2 interactions, right? You just go like, mixed you guessed wrong, here's a combo for half your health bar. UVS is a lot more like that. It's a lot more explosive, which is something that helps separate it from Flesh and Blood, right? It helps delineate it from Flesh and Blood and make it different. But I could understand if someone's like, I don't really want that, I want a more crunchier math game, I don't really like blowing people up or getting blown up. As we're playing because I've played Fab, I can't tell if I don't like the game system or how incremental it is. Right, so that's another thing, right? What don't you like about Fab? Because for me, I didn't like the art, and when I don't like the art, the numbers became just the cards just kind of became like numbers on a piece of cardboard. And in a game like Flesh and Blood that is so mathy, right? That really just like my eyes just kind of like glazed over while I was playing it, right? I like being able to get lost in like the lore of the game and like the world, and the magic style like digital art just doesn't really like appeal to me. So the art just kind of became like bleh, and the cards are just kind of like numbers on a piece of paper. And while that can be cool in other games, in a game that's so mathy like Flesh and Blood, it became like I was playing like a math simulator, and I got a little bit. It just got like didn't really appeal to me. It didn't get the gears turn. It didn't like activate the neurons, right? You know what I mean? It just didn't like the neurons weren't firing like they should be. So like that's my thing with. Other than that, I think Flesh and Blood is like objectively probably the best game on the market that you could play, right? I think Flesh and Blood is incredible. It's just like personally doesn't appeal to me in the way that I need a TCG to appeal to me, right? So like my issues with Fab are completely personal. Still in game, okay. Oh yeah, the freaking 40-minute league games. But I think I don't have enough access to play with. That's probably also fair. Feels like number going out, number going in. Yeah. The only, like, off-axis thing you can do is, like, play Wizard. Which, like, now, all of the off-axis Wizards are, like, banned. Like, I think Acilio is probably just, like, old Acilio I know, he's just, like, a fancy ninja. He's a ninja with extra steps and can play things at instant speed. Right? There is no, like, off-axis gameplay in Fab anymore. You're kind of just throwing, you just throw numbers. Right? And it's whoever throws the better numbers. Like, you can do, like, tricky shenanigans with Assassin, I guess. I like Necromancer. Yeah. The board statey things are cool. Dude, the new Necromancer. Oh, man. They're trying to get me back. They showed the new Necromancer, and they said it's an armory deck. They're trying. It's not going to work, but they're trying. She's so cool.
I'm being joined by Sam Tate on the commentary desk.
Oh, wow. Well, yeah, right, but it is so just like, oh, man, I made a 2-card 7. It's broken, right? It's not very exciting. UVS, I think, is the like exciting game.
Decks that I talked about yesterday.
Kinda. As long as you find blowing people up exciting. Hey, Rodan! Pippa, the thing you were talking about. It's the guy! He's defensive and control-y, so I get to see what control looks like in this game. The game I've recently been playing is the... Least Crunchy by the numbers TCG on any... Wait. Least Crunchy by the numbers TCG on any market? Which game?
So this matchup, I think, is really tough because if there's any character that can produce
Japanese Duel Masters, dude, Japanese Duel Masters is fun as frick, but it is very it's very I just blow you up.
You know,
I summon 9 guys and like with 3 mana, and you're like, oh, okay, cool. But it is neat.
Incredibly scary all the time, and especially now.
I guess Vanguard. Yeah, Vanguard is also another game of like so luckily these are not Vanguard triggers, right?
flexing.
So he's gonna build his stuff in a way that's unfailable. So this is on a 3. He can't fail it. That's a 3, right? 1 again a 3. That's a 5, and then 0 on a 3 again can't fail it if he hits an attack. This is the gamble 1, and he checks it on a 5, right? Because the last card he checked was an attack, so it's probably gonna pass. Right, so you can make like building these foundations pretty much guaranteed as long as you like play the order right.
Challenger Series decks. So it'll be very interesting to see a character that was very popular throughout the LC season.
Right, and then like deck building matters. You don't want to play too many 3 and 2 difficulty foundations because it's going to be hard to build a lot of them. You want to play some 1s and 0s so you can just put stuff on the board. So your ratios are extremely important. The deck building in this game is crazy.
You know, he finally got over that hump in Las Vegas.
I think the deck building in this game is sick.
Speaking to him, he said it was like a way.
I think Justin. I think this guy won. He won something recently. I watched the finals. Are you tribal locked? Okay, here's how it works.
In Vegas, that
all of it's so cool. This match will be very slow. All right. Well, I mean, I'm here for it. I'm here for it. I love. I mean, yeah. I don't know what control in UVS looks like. We'll see. Or is Reddit hitting me with the spitting bird?
Yeah, typically once you get the monkey.
Justin won the last. Okay, yeah, I watched that one. He's playing like Mitchell Samino or something. That game was cool. But those games, am I mistaken in thinking that those games weren't really games? It felt like Pony player bricked 2 games in a row and like died.
But then once you achieve a certain level, the real peak is the ability to become creative. And I've experienced this recently with a lot of.
He just kept flipping that freaking AOT 2 check and like blew up. So that was a little disappointing. So you're not tribal locked, no. Oh wait, by tribal locked do you mean IP locked or like a deck building thing like colors or like Vanguard, like the clans?
They start doing all their favorite little tricks and seeing if they can make.
So I guess there is technically a different answer for both of those things. A little bit Pony's kind of that's what I figured of like. Like when I watched it, it felt more like this is the price you pay when you're so aggro slanted. Like it felt like he was just committing to aggro and all inning, and just sometimes that blows up, right? Even his like explosive mid range combo. Ooh, okay, well, let's see how that goes. Right, it gave me the vibes of like just getting punished for playing a greedy list that like tries to go all in on aggro, right? So like,
honestly, if I'm Justin, I feel pretty good about.
Which is why I would say I wouldn't be like that was a lame finals. This game sucks, right? Not saying it makes the game bad, but it is like kind of a disappointing finals. But that is just what happens when you try to play like greedy like that on aggro. Right, which to me I do actually like. I like when that happens. I think it is fun for players to get punished for like committing to like not gimmicky, like greedy strategies. I do enjoy that. Even when it happens to me, it's like that's what I get for playing 2 checks in my deck and trying to play a ton of attacks. Right, that is the risk I am taking for registering such an aggressively slanted strategy.
I'm with you. I think he has chosen.
And I think it's fine. Yeah, so you are not IP locked. Which is something I have fairly strong opinions on. You are not IP locked. You can play any IP in the game. The way that you do get locked into a deck is that, all of the characters have symbols. Some have 2, most have 3. And when you build a deck, you pick one of the symbols, and every card in your deck has to have that symbol. But the cards in your deck also have, you can look down in the corner, also have 3 symbols, right? So this Bug Bite can be played in any character playing air, anyone playing good, or anyone playing order. So there's a lot of like interwoven flexibility between cards and strategies, right? Where like you can see Bug Bite in any air deck, any good deck, or any order deck, right? So it's not just like I'm playing Rodan on, in this case Void, up here he's playing Rodan on Void. I'm not just saying I'm playing Rodan on Void. I just like I play all the Void cards. You know, you play the Void cards, right? It's not like where I'm like, well, my Vanguard is Neo Nectar, and I'm locked to Neo Nectar cards, right? It's like, imagine if every Vanguard card was like Neo Nectar, Royal Paladin, and Kagero. That was your like Vanguard. You picked one of those, and then all of your rear guards would be like Neo Nectar, D Police, and Dark Irregulars, right? So like, you could steal that card to put in your Neo Nectar deck, and that card can also fit in a Dark Irregular deck and in a D Police deck, right? So all of the cards kind of like weave into different places, and I think it's really cool. It's really neat.
But you're right. Theoretically,
I'm a big fan of it.
Technically speaking, you choose a player and then you choose plus or minus when the check is.
Yeah,
made,
let's
which
go
is really
Rodan. I mean, he's dead. He's at
Yeah,
0 health, so I don't know why we're still playing.
We do have.
Oh well.
Okay, we've got the.
Yeah, I think the deck building is really neat. There's a lot you can do. There's a lot of choices you can make. It's pretty. Oh, it's sort of like how like Flesh and Blood deck building is really open, even though it is like class locked. There's a lot of choices you can make. This game has like almost even more choices. The only problem is UVS. I don't know if they're still doing it. Right, Pippa, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if they're still doing it.
And the Science Bros.
But UVS did that back when I played, when I was originally into it during the My Hero days in like I think this was in like set 3 or I think set 3 had come out, set 4 was coming out. UVS likes to do this thing where they just print the cards at higher rarities are just stronger. And on like low key, the higher the rarity got, the more generic the card got, which meant that a lot of decks would just slam all the best URs and the best SRs, which was kind of annoying and I didn't like. And I have a video buried on the channel talking about it with that stupid like 1,000,000% punch or whatever it was called, rapid punch. I don't remember. But they would do these things where like as cards got higher in rarity, they would not only get stronger, but they would get more generic. So you would have these decks. Like I remember I died to when like the one webcam locals I played, and I played in 2. I think the first webcam locals I played in, I died to this Shigaraki deck that was just playing all the best evil URs. And it just like slammed 3 of them on turn 2, and I was like, I just die. So while the deck building is extremely open, I do wonder how much of it is still like, I'm playing Void, I'm gonna play all the best Void URs. And you just kind of play like the pile. Right, I don't know how many pile decks still exist, but back when I played, there were a couple pile decks that was kind of annoying. I didn't really like that idea. I think with everything being dual nation would be a wild game. Yeah, right.
Even with the speed, we can always set it back down 2-3 or set it back up on our offensive turns.
I think it'd be cool. I think Vanguard could use more dual nation cards. I think it'd be good for the game. But like that's specifically a draft thing, and also of course that'd like balance it. Game used to print playables at lower rarities, but it's really warped in the recent sets with higher rarities, definitely stronger. See, that's what I really don't like.
Yeah, I think Puma.
I liked it when like my favorite card is Back Alley Haymaker. I think that's the perfect rare, right? Like that's where I think that's where strong generics belong. Is like I want to see those cards at rare. Of be like, what do I play in my deck? I'll slam some Back Alley Haymakers, like $5 rares. I think those are great. When you become a UR slot pile, that's where I get a little annoyed. I mean, I have an entire video on that like 1,000,000% smash SR, but like, in my opinion, the way you should do it is still make cards get stronger with rarity. Still have URs be stronger than rares, and rares be stronger than commons. But as cards go up in rarity, they go up in power, and they also get more restrictive. Where like you get these URs that are like very strong, but only really work in very specific decks. So you can't just be like, what am I playing? Oh, I'm playing a deck that plays punches. All right, slam 4 of the 1,000,000% barrage SR because it's just bonkers, right? And you just slam 4 of it if you can, right? They should be more restrictive or more like specific to the decks they are supposed to be played in. If you see Queen of the Monsters, Armor All Might, that's the most problematic card right now. I think I have seen that card a lot. You see good stuff like right, where it's like if you're playing a deck on those symbols, you just slam 4 Queen of the Monsters because the card is crazy and works and everything, right? Like I don't like that. Cards like that should be at rare and below. Right, I think rare is a good spot for cards like that. Like Back Alley Haymaker, I think is the perfect example. Regardless if you like that card or not, I think that is the perfect state for a generic card to be in. Right? I don't like it when every card is like, well, yeah, you just play 4 Queen of the Monsters, right? Because it's crazy. I think that becomes problematic and takes away a lot of like cool deck building stuff where you're just like, all right, well, I get to play like 3 cute attacks that are for my deck, and then the rest are just like the strongest URs. Thing is that they kind of want URs to be splashable so boxes feel good to open. Yeah, bunch of niche URs, which I think you can do.
Just choosing to half.
I guess match.
Monster versus machine, not risking.
This game is uncommons
from his hand and taking advantage of the breaker 2 on it right now.
I think the way I would phrase it, maybe it's also because we have SRs, where UVS is a game where the rares feel like rares in Vanguard, like a Japanese game, where they're just kind of like fancy, like they're like foil, but like they're like fancy uncommons. The real like high rarity stuff is the URs, right?
If you look back to the term before,
I kind of wish we would do the Magic the Gathering thing, where the low rarity stuff is commons and URs, the highlight of the pack is the rare, and then there's the mythic above that that is like the super special uber chocolatey rare. But mythics, you know, as you might know, are famously kind of bad in a lot of, like, it's very rare you get a playable mythic, and you know, when you do, it kind of warps the standard format. But for the most part, mythics were either like bad or like they were all mostly too niche to be playable. You'd open a mythic and you're like, this card's cute, but like way too specific to make it work in any meaningful way. You would need to build a deck around it, right? So like, I guess maybe like I would like to see them put more emphasis on rares being more special in the pack and people being excited to open like, oh, this is a good rare, I can slot into everything. And then you open a UR and you're like, oh, this is a sick like build around bomb, right? SRs fit more into your framework, yeah, they're niche, which is like, that was the big point of the, it's like repeated 100% Smash, was the big point of that video of, I'm like, URs, the slot pile, I don't like it, but it's fine. SRs cannot be that, because that's how you get $100 cards. So I'm glad to see that the SRs changed. I'm very happy to see that SRs are now more niche and not as splashable, because SRs being splashable, I think, is a huge problem. That's how you get $100 cards. Repeated, repeat $100 Smash, like that. You cannot have a card at that rarity be that playable and like that splashably generic. That's how you get $100 card, right? URs I'll give more credence to, but it is tough when every deck becomes like a I just play UR pile, because the URs are just better than the rares.
So it's kind of like a breaker,
right? That's when it gets a little.
I don't know if that's gonna matter.
Generic stable card should be printed at low rarity because it's a card everyone wants and possibly multiple placements of it. I think there's a happy medium, right? I don't think like they should all be common, but I think there is a happy middle ground.
And then Justin hitting the Puma response to draw 2 cards.
Right. So I do, and it gets tough because I think you're completely right. I think the sentiment of like you want to be excited to open a UR, you want to be able to play it in whatever you want. I think that is valid and real, right? So like walking that tightrope is really hard. Like how do you make something playable and everything, but also not annoying that it's playable and everything, right? That becomes really difficult.
How important it was that Jeremy sniped that pristine swordplay out of his hand. Because if Justin had that in hand as well.
But I will go to bat for back alley haymaker being like the perfect generic.
However, if there's any deck that can block a 9-speed move,
Sure,
Rodan
yes.
is the one. It's typically going to take 2 massive machines to break through a Rodan wall.
All right, this is currently a 5 mid for 10. And Jeremy does have that -2 to his check.
I think like I would maybe argue, I don't know how annoying this card is, but I think Hunter's Ally, that's a card I read. I think that's a decent spot for generic UR, because it is generic so long as you're playing allies, I think, or no, does it care about allies, or no, it just builds assets. It just needs to have a buildable asset. So I think like that one is a bit more cool of like it's generic, but provided that you are playing like this card type or doing this thing.
All right, since this is his first attack,
is a bit better. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Well, because now it's like crazy because the like that one card that got errated, the freaking Team 15 or whatever card, you just play that as a 4 of and everything. So now you can just play Hunter's Ally, just build it in for free, right? Like that's obviously problematic. So if you have like an asset that's way too generic, then that like therefore makes the Hunter's Ally card way too generic. But I think like conceptually that's a card I kind of like, of like this card is generic as long as you are yeah, right. So it's like yeah, unfortunately like that specific one gets blown up because the stupid Team 15 card that's a 4 of and literally anything that can play it, right? Therefore makes Hunter's Ally the most splashable card ever, right? But I think like conceptually having a card that is like this card is generic provided you are doing the thing that it promotes, right? Instead of having a card where like, what's this card do? It's just like a 7 high for 7. And it's like, well, yeah, I'm just gonna play that. right? It's like, oh, this card's broken. It builds in allies, or it builds in assets. It's like, all right, well, I need to have a good asset to build in. So in like a world where like Team 15 doesn't exist, right? That card gets vastly more acceptable. Of like, if you have like, if you're like, oh, I have this deck that wants to play this asset, boom, you slam the Hunter's Ally. Great card to play in it. But like Hunter's Ally, if you're not playing assets, doesn't do anything. I think that's a decent spot for those generics to be, where it's like kind of niche, but not like completely niche, right? And then SRs are like really niche, of like you have to be doing the thing, right? The SR is only good if you're doing the thing, right? URs are good if you're doing a thing, right? If you happen to be doing a thing, these are awesome cards to splash. And then rares are like, you could play these in whatever, right? This is like, I don't know what to put in this slot. Oh, I'll play this generic rare that's like really, really strong.
However, even in the defensive like
as sort of like a gap filler thing.
You know, if Justin draws,
I think that's a decent place for cards to exist.
Is, you know, very, very doable. Jeremy going to.
But unfortunately, like you're obviously you're always gonna get broken URs. It's kind of unavoidable. I was just kind of annoyed that back then, at least back in the early My Hero days, where it felt like every UR was like, all right, I just put this in whatever's on this symbols, and it's good. Right? And you're just like, all right. I don't like it when you get the sludge. I don't like it when we get the sludge. I'll take generic URs. I'm fine with. But when someone starts playing the sludge, that's when I start having problems.
But double substitute member.
You're like, I'm playing this character on good. Oh, that's really cool. What's the game plan? I play the 6 best good URs. You're like, oh, okay. Yeah, cool, I guess.
Jeremy going to open
That's
up
where
with
you
that
start to
aerial
lose
Goblin
me.
Bolt.
One of my favorite cards, maybe of all time, but definitely in the most recent years of.
Okay, I'm interested to see in this from this point on how this game goes, because I do wonder of like.
You're gonna get the ability to flip it.
As a Judgment Go, I think I've heard about that card. I don't know what it does, but I've heard people say I think it builds things. I've like heard people talk about that one in passing. I do wonder, because UVS, from what I can tell, is like a game where you just lets you stack your deck. Ooh, that's pretty. Okay, it's pretty sick. I do like cards like that. I think cards like that are really cool. And I think that is it a rare? Because that's like the perfect rare. Of like, I need a way to guarantee I can hit this check for this thing. I'll play some acid sludges so I can stack my deck and hit. It's a UR. Okay. That's a really good UR. Right? I'm like, that's a perfect rare. We put that at rare, and you're like, I slam these. Freaking URs, man. Like, I think that's a great rare. But oh well, what can you do? I do wonder, because UVS is a game where you kind of just like blow people up or get blown up. At what point, at what life total are you just dead?
Typically, no.
Right? Is 7 a life total you can live at? Or is Rodan like just gonna get blown up?
Normally, you want to get cards out of the rival's hand.
Right, I do wonder what the like number is where you just die, because in Flesh and Blood you can be at 1 and like kill people, right? You can be at 1 and be fine, not fine, but like be like, all right.
Playing a second aerial Goblin Bolt, sealing that.
Like in Flesh and Blood, you're not scared until you hit until your opponent can present lethal on every single swing and force cards out of your hand, right?
Up with another one. Yeah.
Or you can definitely lift from 7. Okay, that's exciting. I do like that. When it's a bit rough. I mean, if it's just like, if it's a big blowy, if it's a big super slammer explosive combo deck, then like Ladybug, how did you get in here? If it's a big like super slam you combo deck, then obviously that's a little bit different, right? And I'm still trying to figure out like what is super duper combo and what is like normal UVS. Yeah, Sumo Slammer is my favorite TCG. Right, so I do want to try to like gauge like what is actually like livable values. So like hearing that 7 is livable is exciting. Like, I'm happy to hear that.
Yeah, luckily Aerial.
If he gets like super duper combo, is what it is. But I'm glad to know that you can live on like single digits.
Speed, so that's why the block comes out now, because this one you can potentially block, whereas the ones will be just too fast.
Yeah, now we've lost all of our actual speed reductions. You probably were not going to get the opportunity.
Ladybug's just chilling.
I don't believe I see any more attacks in Jeremy's hand. There might be one more. I can't quite.
If there's no other attacks in his hand, this is one of the craziest plays
Blitzer
I've ever seen.
Oh.
I don't know what we were trying to get through. Maybe
down
the
3? Wait,
one
that card seems
substitute
really good.
member that got
That Goblin
I
Bolt
don't
was
know.
really strong
I don't know
for a
what
3
we
diff.
actually accomplished.
Dang.
If we were really attempting to just play double Goblin Bolt offensively there.
Why flip that first one?
Yeah, I have to imagine that the Breaker 2 shut down the real plan there. But who knows? Maybe we're baiting out all the breakers.
Good
Once we
info.
know
That's
where
good
they
info
all
to
are,
have.
then
Thank
we
you,
can go
stream. I can turn the volume back up. I haven't been doing that. Thank you, commentators. That's good info that I wouldn't have otherwise had. What's main thing is he gets to cheat
Just
in
is that 2 Bloodsucking
if it's
Universes?
7 diff asset that gives me 5 and okay. Okay. Jeez.
Deciding to open up now that that Armorclad Faith is no longer on the side of Jeremy, and we've already seen 2 Filled with Doubts come out of his deck. And then Justin choosing the Puma response, discarding card, and
Or if you're gonna do broken generic URs, I don't know how viable this actually is, but print more stuff like the Guilty Gear cards, like Bloodsucking Universe, where you print them on like 2 or 1 symbols. I like that. I think Bloodsucking Universe is just both Nago symbols. I could be wrong though. I think you could make them less sloppy by just putting them on less symbols. I think that would help. That way you get kind of like, at least that way like the slot piles can feel unique. Sort of, right?
Yeah, by the end of this game, it might just come down
Instead of it being
to
like 3 whole
how
symbols that all
much
just slam this
Rohit
card
can
so you see it
Rodan muster,
constantly.
because
It would
the
only
lower
be
this
in like
health
these
total
like 1 or
gets,
2
the
decks.
more likely it
I'd
is that
appreciate.
these
Okay, yeah, it is
Bloodsucking
just 2. So it's
universes
just all or order.
are a real threat.
I think that would be at least
Luckily,
like
Mikasa
semi
defeats
helpful.
the female Titan is in the stage, but Batra arrives as kind of waiting, just sitting and waiting to cancel it. So this could be really, really dangerous for Rodan here.
Yeah, a half block here would not spell game, but the second one that we know in his hand would if both of these hit.
Yeah, we did just get a peek at the Genkais in Jeremy's hand. So I don't know if Justin has an answer to the action main board or available to him, but Gwenma's Task is an order card.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of wasn't paying attention for a second. I don't know what's going on. Plays a thing.
All right, Justin building in a second massive mutant machine.
I assume that was his character's ability that lets him build stuff in.
All right, hitting this at 16 damage. So this would be lethal on a
It's huge.
half. I don't believe there's any other throw hate outside of that. Oh. What a play. Actually, we got the Dimension Sphere.
What a play indeed.
Dimensional Sphere does count as throw hate. It might even be super throw hate because now that throw is out of the game.
So like grand
Absolutely
moves.
huge stuff here.
The throw? That's really
Everyone
good.
forgets Dimensional Sphere has Void. I feel like I would see it more often.
There you go. Response, after you block with this card, remove the blocked attack from the game. When this card leaves the card pool. What?
Yeah, I think we're just going to get a build out from Justin after that. I think he only had one other attack in his hand.
Oh, I see. But you still have to check it, right? Okay.
So
It's still a
Rodan,
1
maybe
minute.
not with
Whoa.
explicitly throw hate, but with enough answers to Bloodsucking
Good
Universe.
rare. Great rare. I mean, I feel like
Well,
throw
the
hate, like
answers
tech
that get
card, not
around
like
the
tech cards, but like
Heterodyne
answers, you
Blood
have to print it low. You can't make
But
that.
now we've got Fighting for Control out.
That's cool,
and
though.
2 Batras on Justin's side. So Rodan really has his work cut out for him.
Yeah, we've seen the strength of Rodan defensively, but now we have to see how he actually gets the kill with 17 health on Justin's side.
Was that like the combo, or is that like a small combo, or does he just do like a little combo frequently?
Ooh, I don't think Jeremy drew a single attack.
You sound, in Flesh and Blood terms, he sounds very Guardian coded. Like, I'm gonna sit here and then I'm gonna throw a giant dominated
Jeremy
14
playing the
damage
first
attack at
form
you. If it hits
on
you, it's gonna ruin your
original
day.
form.
And they just go like block, 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 so you can rebuild that. I'll finally crack into one of my donut stuff.
sorry, optimal form.
I'm getting
Getting
hungry.
an additional card draw. Justin choosing not to sacrifice Foundation to cancel its effect.
A lot of big thinking. What's he thinking about? I don't know. A Flesh and Blood caster.
I didn't see
No
what he
shade.
drew. I
But they would tell me what
don't
he's thinking
think
about.
He has a single attack in.
Combo lines, for the most part, he just airdrops
And
the big ass out on the stage and says
did
catch.
not catch
Okay,
it
got it.
either.
Okay. That makes sense.
Well, what we do know is that if he did draw an attack, he doesn't have any draw on board.
Ugh, hiccups. Alright, so very Flesh and Blood Guardian coded.
Oh, it looks like we have a Violent Animus shot, and I think I also saw.
Alright, that's sort of like
One
Azalea,
other attack.
maybe. Just big dominated arrow. Deal with it.
Of course, we've already seen him play 2 copies of this card.
Oh yeah, generic
Violent
UI
Animus has
on
been
4
just
freaking symbols. Why is
a
that on
really
4
solid
symbols?
attack for all of its
See, that's the
symbols
opposite of what I was
pretty much
saying.
since
Why are
it
we
was
putting
printed. I don't
URs
think
on
it was very
4
popular on
symbols?
release because people saw it mostly as a anti-backup card, and backup
Yeah.
strategies just weren't popular yet. And there
Oh my
weren't
God,
enough
is that an
decks that
SR?
were
Oh,
capitalizing
fuck,
afterwards,
I think it's
you
an-
know,
why is there an
planning
SR on
to
4
kill after
symbols?
you play the Animus shots, but now the fact that it just guarantees that one card is going to leave your
That's what I
rival's
would call
hand
a
is
big no-no.
pretty solid for your game plan.
Just using the Batra Rise Steel, that's Science Bros. Speed coming from Rodan.
Yeah, Science Bro is one of the number one Batra arrives targets in the game for sure. You wanna seal the repeatable effects as much as you can.
All right, looks like Justin took this Violent Animus shot as well, and he is losing a Botan's coaching from
This is
its response effect.
This is maybe the most violent Animus shots I've ever seen deal damage without the game ending like immediately after them. Because normally once the Animus shot gets through, it spells a disaster.
Yeah, we have the world's weakest hunter here. If this one hits,
you
we
just,
will
like,
get
die if that
additional
hits you.
draw. Checks the 3. Has to commit 2. Important note, we did just lose a mid block from our hand.
Not ideal. OMG Zolo leveling. Time for hype moments and aura. My favorite things.
And having EX3.
It's 3.
Yep, EX gonna pretty
We do
much
have that.
guarantee.
We do have that substitute member, however, still on his stage to reset the speed back down down to 3.
So this card
Now we're
just
gonna
says,
go in for
I'm
the
going
block.
to string out and kill you.
And check a 3, but that's not too big of a deal. We're gonna get Pumount response, commit 2 more of Rodan's foundations, and Rodan about halfway committed now. Couple cards in the card pool.
He had a second world's weakest hunter.
Do it again. 6, yeah. No. Yeah, I can.
He's gonna fight through the fighting for control. We're actually gonna commit the 2 to pass it.
Still having 3 ready foundations. I have to. Well,
Oh, Deadlock coming in defensively.
yeah, of course, that card having the flip, commit to rival foundations, deadlock in hands.
Yeah, Justin.
Dude, why
Martin
are
just
UVS board
casually
states also
sitting
so
on the
freaking
Deadlock in
sloppy?
hands until the right moment here, leaving Rodan with only
That's
one
something I don't really
foundation
like. Like,
left,
I didn't even
and
realize
World's
there's
Weakest
just
Hunter,
like a
it's-
pile of
it's a
foundations up at the
in-between
top
attack.
by
It's
the
a
sealed
setup
thing.
attack. It's not the
Are they all
potent
sealed?
finisher, and now with only 2 ready
I don't know.
resources, Jeremy's probably
Probably
not
dies
going to
next
be able
turn.
to play an attack that
Rude.
that clinches the game.
All right, Justin choosing to Botan's coaching.
How do we know he dies? What gives us that info? Just so I can like learn. Like, what's different from this turn and the last turn?
Okay, Puma Enhance gonna build in a Dottie, which does have a defensive ability, and we have the Roman cancel.
Oh, we could just YRC, yeah.
If the attack gets above your current health, you can reset it to printed, which is not too bad.
All right, it appears that Justin did take.
Ours
that
says I don't
world's
die.
Weakest
Let's just
hunter.
have that's just,
So Jeremy
just
does get the
fuck.
additional draw.
Ah,
However,
I got
with
it.
all of his stage except for one turn sideways. I don't know
That
how much
makes
more he can
sense.
string out.
So is he just trying to all in him here?
Yeah, I mean, even building cards at this point would be a pretty risky endeavor.
Just seeing like I have to
We're
kill
gonna
you
take a
or I
look at the old
die.
discard pile here.
Guess so, yeah. It's also hard to tell, like, right. Careful how I phrase this, because I'm
Alright,
not trying to be like
guaranteed.
mean.
Boten's coaching.
It can be hard to tell with games,
Checking, running
like
threes.
how
Upgrading
good
1 for 1.
players are at them. Because, like, especially with
And from
UVS,
there,
it's
so
tough. 'Cause, like,
Jeremy,
on
in a
one hand,
precarious
it's
situation
niche,
now with just
and
2
Vanguard is a
Boten's
niche
coaching. We
game,
do know
and
that
everyone
he
is
has that Genghis
garbage
guidance in his hands.
at card
so he
fight
does have an
Vanguard.
answer for 1 attack.
right? But it's a game made for people that are garbage at card games. So on one hand, UVS is really niche,
that
so
is
everyone can be
more
bad.
than 1
But
attack.
it has like the most dedicated community of all time. So I could also understand like
Yeah, we
everyone
see
that
the
has
gigantic
that plays it
rotation
being like
swing coming out
cracked
once
and
again.
goaded.
I wonder if Jeremy
Because like the
answers
only
this one
people
with
that
the
are
Genkais.
left playing it are the people that have been there for a long time,
Yeah,
so they're just
Genkai's
like
gonna be used
default
here,
good at the
but I gotta
game.
be afraid of a throw
Uh,
now.
So it
I
is
don't
hard
know
to
if you have
tell
another
like how
dimensional
much
sphere in
like
hand or
credence or
anything.
knowledge should I take away from like the plays that are being made on screen.
did
Obviously
see
Justin won a
SSD's
regional,
foreplay.
so I can trust what he does, right? But it is like how much stock should I put into the decisions
In
of made by
Justin's hand.
players in round 2, right? That's something I
Last
also
year
just like
saw
I don't
another Bloodstone
I don't
Universe.
know.
I think we've seen all 4 between checks and plays.
Yeah, but with double Mutant Machine and
like I
Dottie,
can tell
pretty
you
much
like boot up
two
any
attacks
Magic or Flesh and Blood
are
Pro
gonna be
Tour and
unblockable
like
even
yeah, the
for
players
a
you're gonna see on
Rodan.
screen are freaking good at the
And
game.
Inventor's
Do
creation
what they
is
do and take
almost certainly
notes.
gonna become a
Right,
throw
but if you
here.
boot up any Vanguard
Justin does
stream,
have
I'd
to
be like,
respond first on play,
they're
though.
all guard. Like,
So Jeremy's
and
gonna know that
don't
it's
don't even
blood-sucking
think
whether or
about
not
it.
he
Don't
hits
even
the
worry about it.
Genkais, and he shows that he does not have the throw hate.
Don't
He
even
doesn't
worry
have
about
any way
it.
to deal with +10/+10, and we're gonna be going to a game 2 with just about half of this round left.
Yeah, I just said I
Okay,
didn't
so
see
he
throws
sees
in
he
his
doesn't
hand,
get the
and
kill,
Justin
knows
said,
he's gonna
"Joke's
just get
on you."
thrown.
Adventure Creation is
Scoops
whatever I
it
want
up.
it to be.
He created a
Uh-huh.
throw. Who's the real science bro now, Rodan?
Yeah, I don't know.
So now these players are going to be going into their sideboard. You have to imagine if Rodan has throw hate, that's what's coming in. Massive throw hate, keyword hate. Is
it even smart to scoop
I
in a
think I
U
saw a
game?
very
That's another thing too.
special
I wonder, is it even like a
piece
good
of,
idea to like scoop
throw
like that in a
hate
UVS
there.
game? Because what if your opponent just like
One that
draws
not a
6
lot
and
of people
farts on himself?
are familiar with. It's a
Right, granted, I
very
mean maybe it's like
unimpressive
you can like
Dobby
tell
attack
by like deck
overall,
state how like it's
but
not
it's
impossible and it's gonna
explicitly
happen.
really good.
Like you like
in
know they're holding
decks
cards or
that are
something. But I
trying to
do wonder
go
like is it
really,
even a
really
good like I feel
long,
like you should wait
and
until
that's
you
a
like
Blue
they
Flame
play the
option.
card
I
that
think,
kills you and you go,
oh, no, that
alright,
one's
yeah.
not on void. Never mind.
At that point there's nothing you're gonna do.
That's
Okay,
not the right one. Blue Flame Surge. All the Blue
Fair
Flame
enough.
cards have the
fair enough.
the
Like I don't know
same
how
name in
easy
my
it is to
head, but
identify
it's a
like game
breaker
on
block,
board
and if you block an attack with a
in
keyword ability, it
Rodon's
goes no
Rodon
damage.
scooped.
So it
I don't know
does
how
function
easy it
as
is to
throw hate
identify
as
like
long
game
as
on
the
board in
throw
like
actually has
UVS.
a keyword throw.
Like
and
I
it's
know
not
in
one of
Flesh
those
and Blood,
fake
you
throws.
can't tell that you're dead until your
But
opponent
then
plays the
also
card
has
that kills
enhance
you.
to add a card for momentum to your hand, so it has a bit of a recursion element to it. But
Oh,
typically
you also
just
just
see it
wait.
as,
Fab's best
like,
of one.
a
You don't
throw
scoop. There's no
hate
reason to scoop
option
in Flesh and
piece
Blood. Never
for a
mind.
lot of these
I'm
decks.
yapping for no
So I
reason.
think we saw that one.
I'm making
not
comparisons where
100%
comparisons don't
sure
exist.
if that's
Right,
what's
Fab's
gonna
all
be
best of
coming
one.
in
There's
from
no
the
you don't
sideboard, but
you
I
would
do
never. There's
believe
no
I
reason
saw
to
that
scoop.
one, which should be very spicy if it comes up because it's not even a played ability. You can't even cancel it. It's a static ability.
Now, of course, Justin taking game 1 after going
Money on
second.
Rodan. Hey,
Justin
there's
now
still
is in a position where
best
we
2 out of
do
3,
see these
baby.
Rodan
So
decks
why this is
wanting
why we
to
play best 2 out of
go
3.
kinda late into the game, building out
Post
wide
board
stages.
games
With 27
could be
minutes left,
different.
that first
Could be different.
game
Post board
taking
go
more than
crazy.
half of the round. There is a situation here where Justin just says, "Okay, well,
I also
onus is on
imagine
you
like
to kill
sideboarding
me.
in UVS is
We
a
could
lot
just
more
see
like
this go
Magic,
to
where you can like
time
put in like little
because
edges.
Justin, no stranger playing,
Try to
you know,
improve a
Pennados,
matchup. It's not
control,
like Yu-Gi-Oh,
imprison,
where like you
decks,
just have like cards
just
that say I
locking
win
his
the
opponent up.
game, given I know what I'm playing against, and I can guarantee I go first
Yeah,
or second.
Pumat no slouch on the.
I would
defensive
imagine
end,
it's
and
much
Justin
more
as
just
a
like
player,
stabilizing a
definitely not,
matchup.
So it'll be
Just how a
it'll be
sideboard should
interesting.
be.
Now, normally a lot of times, Pumat, as defensive as he can be at shutting you down, if you do get in, his low health total can be a bit of an issue there. We have Pumat showing as a 28 health, but Pumat's starting health is actually much lower than that. Oh no, it is 28. Am I? Oh, do we have it? I'm sorry. It's so hot in here. I'm delirious with how warm it is in Dallas right now.
It is very, very warm in here. Tam was gracious enough to bring us over some water.
I was saying like it looks like
Who am I thinking of that
Alright.
is like almost playable, but they're like 25 health? I mean, 28 is kind of low these days too.
Yeah.
So that's not exactly wrong. 28 is on the lower side of the health spectrum.
I remember once upon a time when I was playing this game where I thought it was absurd for 600 to have 30 health.
Right, yeah.
And now
630 was generally like that was the stat line for All Might 3, and it
Yeah.
made him just like extra tanky in MHA1.
and now that is just a regular.
Yeah. Now it's low. Yeah.
Yeah,
now
yeah.
now 30 is like, oh, so you're a squishy 600.
Yeah, yeah.
You're not a Godzilla type.
And again, I will say that although, you know, Justin is kind of in the driver's seat here, if he wants, he can just play a defensive-minded game. Of course, if he sees the massive mutant machines and sees multiple of them, he could just end it in one fell swoop.
So how does Rodan kill people? That I don't know,
Yeah, I
but from
think
what I can like
for-
gather on my
For game
own,
2, if
I
I'm
feel like
Rodan,
Pumat has the edge in the
I'm really
matchup
looking
because he's all
for
because
a
if like
follow-up to the
Rodan
violent
also plays
shots.
defense.
Because
You just
Justin
go,
was
all right,
willing to
cool.
take
We'll
the
just
violent
play the
anima
waiting
shots. He was
game,
willing
and I'll just
to
build up to
literally
my
roll the
super
dice
slam
on
plus
the
10
1
plus
and
10,
3
and
to
like you just
keep
like
his breaker
can't
blocks
math
and
out
to
of
keep
that.
His actual
You will
defensive
just die.
interaction. And so I want to be able to punish that.
UVS
I
has a
wanna
lot
be
of
able
like
to find
inevitability that
attacks
Flesh and
won't
Blood
get
doesn't
breaker
have.
blocked
Of like
after
you
that.
can just like if you
And,
just
know,
wait,
where I'm looking for the
I can pump
tri-gravity
an
beams,
attack
you know,
to a number
something-
that you just
you know,
like
ISO
physically
execution
cannot
with
block.
one
You would
momentum,
need to have
something
like
really
15
land
foundations
the
on the board
damage
to be able to
after
pass the
violent
check.
anima shot opens the way.
Matchup's definitely Pumat favored. Okay. Tristan's
we
the
see that
opponent and
also
tries
that
to
you
backswing.
mentioned in the
Ah, I
profile
see.
being
Okay,
checked.
okay. Which is like
And currently
can't really
Jeremy's
do
hand
that
got an
against
Arrow
the
Goblin Ball,
big
Arrow
kill you
Goblin
combo
Ball,
deck.
World's Weakest Hunter,
Okay.
and that violent.
Glad
anima
to
shot.
know that I'm at least on the right
there's
track
a
there.
Ice Sword execution, Ice
That would
Sword
be awkward.
execution in hand.
Are these? Do these? No, these don't.
However,
have,
not as impactful with
No,
just
it's just my
building
voice.
all one ofs currently. All right, opens up as we saw in the first game with that violent anima shot.
All right, here's the violent animus. If this deals damage and rips a card out of Justin's hand, what's the likelihood that we have like a real follow up? You know,
Yeah, how
not
good
the
is this
world's
on turn
weakest
2
hunter.
when you have
I'm
3
talking
foundations
big
out?
damage.
Like, do you even care?
I'm
Or
talking a real.
can you
payout.
just blow them up with 3 foundations? Like, do you block this? I mean, granted, defense on turn 2 feels like, yeah, if you can block,
Alright,
just
speed
block.
getting
There's
reset
literally
on
no
with the
downside.
moment of normalcy. and
Outside
then
of like, oh, you lose
blocking
the
with
card
that-
for next turn.
Never mind. Justin said no more free animus shots.
blocking with that excellent bug bite.
Yeah, right. You're just going on block.
He said, "This
Again, you're
time
just trying
I
to
do
build
have
for
a
the
high
combo
block."
too, so like I don't need some
And
random
it's a
attack
zero.
on my turn. I'll just block for free. Make you build your foundations.
Not having the momentum, of course, to ready his character up with that.
Or just
response
play a
from bug
guard.
bite.
If you want to just play a guard, like sure, dog. Generally needs like 2 or 3 pieces to present actual offense. Yeah.
There is
Okay.
the world's weakest.
Doesn't incubate.
And I think you throw this one now, hoping it hits because Jeremy only has 2 other foundations in hand. He does want to build out and build wide.
Why is he attacking you a lot?
Oh, he's gonna hit him with the old deflect 3. Didn't even have to block that one. Absolutely incredible stuff. Justin Martin really showing off, like I was talking about earlier, like Pumat has really tricky defense, right? He's not like a defensive powerhouse, but he has just enough to win by those sort of slim margins, you know, that a combo deck like this really wants to operate on.
Yeah, again, I think with access to,
W casting, that's good info.
breaker blocks and Pumat's ability, I do think that while it's not quite the defense of a Rodan, Void deck, it is still something to have to respect.
Yeah, and realistically, it's one of those things where if Rodan just had the Science Bros a turn sooner, that 1 damage would have been enough to convert into some card draw. So, we're talking about slim margins within these games. +1 damage could have been the difference maker between Rodan having an amazing build and having a 2 build in a pass.
I think Jeremy having 5 attacks in hand, 2 Ice Sword executions, World's Weakest Hunter, Aerial Goblin Bolt.
The Ice Swords would be great if we had a little bit of momentum. Instead, we're going to have to open up with this Aerial Goblin Bolt.
On the 3, I think checks 3. Yeah, checks that Dimensional Spear.
Going to seal the Moment of Normalcy that tripped us up last turn. Going to remove the Dimensional Sphere for just a +1 speed. That's okay. Aerial Goblin Bolt is not the attack that we really care about dealing damage.
Build to
Right, -1 to the rival, it looks like, from the Inspiring Song.
Oh, you don't think he's going to +1?
Well, no, I really need you to pass this, this next one, this next attack.
All right, using the Pumat.
I have seen like exactly the one scenario where someone was like, theoretically, what if I wanted to minus my check depending on what I checked, right? So I have seen it like one time.
Yeah, I think actually playing, testing against Wub, the first time I ever saw someone do that is I saw Wub do
That
it
would be Wub.
to avoid Earthbreaker by committing his whole
Right.
stage so that I couldn't
Build.
destroy any of them with the -1 to the check.
Super funny,
Yep.
yeah. Yeah, but it's one of those things where it's like you want to check a 4, right? So
Yes,
if it's
right.
a 3, you want +1, but if it's a 5,
Do the
you want
random
-1.
pokes
Right,
accomplish
so you really
anything,
have
or
to
is it just
wait,
to like
yeah.
fish for momentum?
Yeah, I think he was the one who first asked that question actually in the rules Discord.
Yeah.
Was he's like, can I just wait to see? And the answer is yes. So we're going to build out a bit more here.
Right, okay, cool.
Just going to draw back up the hands. I've seen some really powerful interaction pieces here. Order Symbol just absolutely stuffed to the gills with great interaction pieces. But on top of that, Good and Air have been some of the best attuned symbols in the last few sets here, last few products being printed.
All right, getting a second substitute member on the board.
Now, Weapon at the ready means drawing the card I want is easier than ever.
All right. Jeremy reviewing that World's Weakest Hunter saying he still has too many attacks in hand. Appears that he still has 5 attacks in hand. Now with the wider stage, I do anticipate, seeing some at least poke coming out. We have that Megalomania coming on the 5, checks the 5.
Seal the characters, cool.
Megalomania going to seal the Pumat.
Seals a
You
card.
don't have to worry
Oh,
about
shoot.
random assets being dropped in.
That's
You
sick.
don't have to worry about the fake stun 2 now. But you do still got to worry about Dr. Ichigaki.
Yeah. Or even the additional, card draw if Justin really wanted,
Right.
because he only has 2 cards in hand. I mean, with no other card draw on stage, this is an opportunity for Jeremy, depending on the checks. We do know he has plenty of attacks to at least put a dent in Pumat's armor. And we do know he does have that Ice Sword Execution in hand, so there is that actual powerful attack that he could use that he had been lacking up until this point with 1 momentum.
See, that's good info, because now I know why it matters that that's in the hand.
Just using that Weapon at the ready enhance, removing the cards, deciding to stack that Monster versus Machine.
Yeah, funny enough, Weapon at the race stacks a tech card on top of your deck. Not a weapon card.
Oh, what draw am I missing?
Wait, he just
I
flips
believe what do you
do you
fight
fight
for?
for? Yeah, he just flips that.
Just
and
flip draw
You're
card.
correct, correct.
Yeah,
I know
good
that
old
card
Order
says Guilty
Symbol,
Gear
we're
card.
transitioning from 1/5 flip draw card to 2/5 flip draw card.
I only know the Guilty Gears. Kind of. and then some other
Alright,
like generic
Justin
UR.
deciding to take that attack. Saying he doesn't quite need that monster versus machine just yet.
No, he's flexing the idea that he wants to draw it for next turn potentially, or he could draw it to block and breaker. But we got the aerial Goblin Bolt now. It's almost certainly going to shut off that plan entirely. Yep, we're just going to seal the what do you fight for. So now he can no longer draw the 3 off the top of his deck.
That's no
And this
bueno.
could be a little bit of a blunder if Rodan can start abusing the fact that Justin has a bad check on top of the deck. I just don't know if Rodan has the damage pump at this exact moment.
Getting 3 speed from Rodan, and then of course the one oh no, Science Bros is sealed. Alright, looks like Justin gonna take that one as well, going down to 16.
Bong.
Yep, easy 4 damage to take there on the 7-speed move.
Got some offense.
Jeremy debating on whether or not he wants to play that Ice Sword Execution. I have to imagine if he does play that the target's going to be those substitute members.
Oh yeah, classic control versus combo. You have to pivot to being the aggressor in these situations, because if you try to do your game plan of stalling out, you wait, you're gonna get sumo slammed by the combo deck if you give them time. So you have to not give them time. So you kind of have to have a deck that can pivot to offense, or you're going to get blown up by any sort of combo deck.
Yeah, here comes the Ice Sword Execution.
Ice Sword on a 7. Now we got momentum. Now we have a follow-up. Now we should be good to go. We can
Like a
name
3?
substitute members, and that'll be like an effectively a stun 2. We can
It's a 3.
cancel the moment of normalcy. We can
Yep, it's just a
freeze
3.
something.
Dang.
We might have a little bit of traction here, and Justin still has a 3 on top of his deck. I imagine the Team Dr. Ichigaki is going to end up getting used here for something, but we'll see how it goes.
Name 1 foundation, carrying all copies of the foundation. That's cool. Momentum, this tech is plus 5 damage. Jeez. It's a 5 high for 5?
Okay,
Great heavens.
substitute members, as we predicted, getting turned sideways.
Right, this is another attack of like, what deck do you not play this in? Right, it's just a 5 high for 10 if you have 1 momentum. It's like, yeah, why
And
would
of
I
course,
not
will be
play that card?
Giving the stats
The only
because
reason
of
you
the
like
number of
wouldn't
sealed
if there's
cards
like
in the
better
group stage.
things to do. I have some of the good ones. Yeah, right. It's like there's literally nothing
dude,
preventing me
we
from
finally
playing
got to
this
3 sealed cards.
aside from I have better cards to play.
Pumat is
if there are
sealed
better
and the 1
cards.
foundation.
Right, other than that, it's like, yeah, I'm gonna
No,
slam a
it is
5 high
just-
for 10
I think
for
it's Science
1
Bros.
momentum,
Science Bros
and I get
Oh,
to
Science
like
Bros got sealed.
commit
so
my
what's the
opponent's
one?
stage.
Huh.
Like this could have fancy
is it
stun
3
2. It could
sealed
have
cards
freaking
in
stun
play?
4
Let's-
It
let's
doesn't
if you're in a
matter.
certain
Be
spot.
rival
I'm gonna bring
cards.
this up.
But yeah, this
Oh,
card's
Steal
in
your
place.
own card.
In place, yes. So there you go.
and you freeze it for the
All right,
walls.
little tricky there. A little tricky stat.
Freeze something for fun.
All right. Him choosing to use the moment of normalcy on the speed. So this is going to be 5 high for 11.
Yeah, I think
Two more
I
speed
was gonna
coming out.
say opting not to cancel the Goblin Bolt or cancel with Goblin Bolt, but
That's a
Ichigaki
7
can
high for
cancel the
11.
Goblin Bolt is what I think we're looking at here.
All right. Jeremy did flip the Goblin Bolt.
And then you have Goblin Bolt cancels like YRC or like any defensive option
I think to attempt to cancel that moment of normalcy.
that isn't like off a block or something. Or no, I think it beats responses too. So like yeah, and then you just go bing bong. Blow him up.
Okay, and it appears that Justin did, in fact, cancel the Aerial Goblin Ball. Coming out on the block, checks the 3,
Just only being a 5-speed's kind of rough. You can
That's
super
it.
pass this, right?
commit 4, fully blocks that Ice Sword Execution.
What was the name of a
We
whole
do know
archetype?
that Jeremy has another one in hand, but without the momentum, not quite as impactful.
Oh, you didn't play in the Bing Bong yet? Wait, there's a Bing Bong
Looks like it's gonna be a
archetype?
build out with that Armor Clash Faith.
Big
coming down.
Bong. No, what was the Big Bong archetype? I kind of
Yeah,
missed that.
checking a 3 on the build out was pretty rough after all the maneuvering and all the posturing and all the resources that got used. Freezing the batch arrives is basically all we really got out of that turn. We kind of went momentum neutral and we got a little bit of damage, but I mean, little cuts at a time is how Rodan operates.
That
Yeah,
is
we do
nice though. I
expect to
like
see
seeing
lots
that.
of
That like
universe,
you don't
Sword
just always
play.
get exploded,
Now, we do
right?
have that
Like you
keep it
can
on return.
survive dumb 7 high if you take damage. Well, I guess you still got bonked from down to like 20 to
And
30 to
besides the
what
Ice Sword
16.
Execution in Jeremy's hand, I'm not sure what the other 2
But
cards
you
are.
can
I
like
don't know
deal
if he
with
has
crazy
additional throw
stuff.
hate.
Cards that remove themselves when they hit discard, so you would mill them into your
In hand.
discard, and then you would. That's what they
I
call.
think
That's what they
Justin
call
just deciding
Bing
whether or not he
Bong.
just actually
I
builds
feel
out,
like Bing. I don't know.
stays
In my
defensive,
mind, I feel like Bing
doesn't
Bong
quite
has to
see
be
enough
like an
attacks,
exclusively offensive
or if
term.
he's just trying to
You know
figure
what I
out
mean?
if
It's like when you
defensive
hit
is
someone
on
and plays
his
the
line.
Taco Bell Bing. Like that's
Knowing that
like
that kid would no
Bing
return,
Bong is when you
going
just
to
blow
snipe.
someone up. That is funny. So what? You just like was there a goal of like I banish a bunch of stuff and then I cycle my deck and
Right.
now it's compressed and I kill you,
Sorry
or
about
was
that
it
pristine
just
sword
like
play.
happenstance my things just get removed?
All right, pristine swordplay as the opener is not typically what you want to see. Without a massive mute machine to ready with the blitz,
I would have loved to play the
this
Bing
card
Bong.
does lose
I
a
would have been
little
so
bit of its
actually it's
impact,
probably for
but
the best. I would have been
typically,
so
that just means
annoying
that
with the
Pumat's
Bing
gonna
Bong deck.
double mutant machine you.
I
or
would've been
double pristine
obnoxious.
swordplay you. However, we also still have the Cape of No Return in play, which before we had the Ichigaki to go toe to toe with, but now we don't.
And I think I see a Supersonic Flight, Ice Sword Execution. I can't make out what the third card
Ah,
is in
Judge.
Jeremy's hand.
No
and we
4.
are
I had 2 Bing
getting a judge
Bongs. My
call.
attack is bonus damage. Oh, I see now. Okay, yeah. Oh, they just like proc their effects when you hit them. I see. That's funny. That's so funny. I would have loved to play that. Look, Big Bong. Pull you up. So out of it's so fun. Also, yeah, I feel like this is probably a very common sentiment, but yes, is in this really awkward spot of like the games are a little
So while we have
too
our judge
long
call,
for best
while
of
we
3.
have production going over there to figure
But there
that
is
out,
also just enough variance in
ask
the
you,
game where you
what
need
do you
best of
think
3.
the likelihood that we're gonna see
So like,
a air symbol or good symbol deck on stream?
right, you're in
every
this really
round of
awkward
this
spot
tournament?
of like, how do you
I
fix
think
that?
it's very, very likely.
Like, does the
I
game
just-
need to
I
go
just think those are
faster?
Two of the best symbols
Or
in the game right now.
is there
Outside-
a
I think
way
the
you
third
can
best symbol
trim
in the game
down
right now would
variance to
be
make it
Void, you know.
longer and make best of
so
Void
I
one
Rodan
more
gets to
viable?
abuse
Like,
a
what do you
lot
do?
of really
Yeah.
good air tuned cards.
How
And
the
so I do
f-
think that
how
we're
do they
gonna see
solve that
a lot
conundrum?
of good air and void being played this weekend.
Yeah, I'm a huge air fan. A lot of people know that. So I have been enjoying this resurgence of really, really strong air
Yeah.
symbol cards. But almost all of them seem to be attuned. You know, the team heroes of the world, the substitute members. The actual air symbol, like hard locked cards, they typically share chaos or void. So a lot of those decks are now order. You know, a lot of those decks will be seen on good,
back.
order, void,
Don't know what
chaos,
happened.
etc.
But
But
we're
I
back.
have seen a lot more main air symbol decks, which is very, very cool. So I've been excited about that.
Okay, it seems whatever the judge call was got resolved.
You'd imagine
Okay, him-
miking
Justin
the
using that weapon at the
tables would
ready
just
to stack
elevate the whole production by like
Tech.
tenfold.
Oh, it
It's
looks like
crazy.
we did not commit our own substitute member on Ice Sword.
We have just one
I
shot.
was looking for that. I can't believe I missed that.
Oh,
Looking.
I see. Yes.
I can't believe I missed that because my favorite thing about Ice Sword is it's in all stages.
It's all stages, yeah. So including your own.
Yeah. So That substitute member is going to end up being committed throughout the rivals' turn. Unfortunate. We saw yesterday Jet perform it correctly, where they named Batcher arrives and committed 3 rival Batchers, but 1 of their own. So very cool stuff.
That's kind of.
So I didn't see what he stacked. I have to assume it's a monster versus machine, because if he does go ahead and draw that card, then he will have an answer for Cape of No Return and basically force Jeremy to use it on that monster versus machine.
Right. Yeah. The ability to commit assets is super huge. Does Rodan have a way to stop the card draw this time?
All right, Justin setting, using Moment of Normalcy to set this Pristine Store play back to full speed. Jeremy using Rodan's ability right now. Take a look at his top 4 cards.
Yeah, it might have been a small misplay to use Speed Hate before the Massive Mutant Machines get used, specifically because of the reset play. Because if you use the Speed Hate after Massive Mutant Machine gets used, then a reset doesn't actually help Justin.
Oh, so does he get like +7
that speed reduction
off the 7 diff?
Also, Justin, I guess, you know, depending on if there was a minute or 2 time extension, Justin's really only got to survive for another 6 minutes.
Yep.
Yeah, because now it's in the game state. The game is in a state of either it's either a draw or
Again,
Justin
he
wins.
did
So
go
if you're
ahead and
Jeremy,
draw
you're
that
just
card
kind of
that he
like
stacked.
chalked. Like, there's not really much you can do here. The round's pretty
Building
chalked.
in a Massive Mutant Machine from hand.
And I also don't know how like the breakers
So
work
this
in
Pristine Store
UPS.
play all of a sudden is a 10 mid 410.
I don't know how devastating draws are. Like if they just completely fry your breakers.
Basically saying, Jeremy, you either cape this right now.
And you
or
probably
would
still would
take
rather
half
have a
your
draw
health
than a
total.
loss, as long as they're actually draws. It's not like the stupid like
Yeah,
Yu-Gi-Oh
trade-off
or
where I
Vanguard
commit
double
Mutant
loss.
Machine, you remove Cape
Yes.
from the game.
Yep.
That is the prop
So
evaluation.
we got +6,
here, but
+6.
It's not happening yet. Jeremy.
So he gets
might
+6,
have a
+6,
trick
and then
up
what? He
his
can like
sleeve.
enhance
And I
pop
do
it to
think I
also
saw
get
a
7
second
damage.
Pristine Sword play in Justin's hand.
Is this the new
Yeah,
Funny
like
Punch?
Pristine Mutant Machine, or sorry,
Is this the better
Pristine
version of Funny
Monster versus
Punch?
Machine.
It's not as
into
funny, but
Pristine
it-
would certainly be.
It has the same plan of
a
I
pretty
just throw this
devastating move here.
attack
Oh, we're
with
gonna opt to
crazy
fail
stats at
just
you,
so
and
we
you
have
just
the
die
Supersonic
because of how
on
math
top, which
works.
is a nice move. However, I think if this Monster versus Machine does come down that we're speculating on,
Rodan, we
and
got
commits the
Godzilla
cape,
guys.
that
I
might
don't even
have
know who
been
that
not
is. I
enough.
know it's a Godzilla buddy. I don't know. There's no reference to what. But.
I am so confident that I'm
I mean,
actually
it's
just
not
going to
looking
bring
good
up
for
Monster
Rodan,
versus
that's
Machine.
for sure.
And then, of course, be proven wrong. But
See the Inventor's Creation and Pristine. I don't
no,
see.
this is what I get.
Another one.
Oh, we
Hubris.
checked the Monster versus Machine. We were close. We were close to it. It was on top of the deck, just not where we thought.
Try to kill him here. Okay, just a flying dinosaur. All right. That's cool. I'm definitely not the biggest Godzilla fan in the world. One friend is, so that's cool.
I have to assume then that the card he actually
like,
stacked
last time
must
I
have
looked was
been
like,
Inventor's
we
Creation.
have
That
Godzilla.
has tech as well, correct? So
Yes,
Yes.
yeah. But it does not beat a cape. It does become a throw.
Skylar Creel, if you're in the room, we need to see what the admin does. Skylar Creel, please come see us at the registration admin desk.
All right. So this is now lethal and 10 speed. So it's going to eat the cape.
oh, and we have a third
gonna play
Pristine
a
Sword
third
play.
Pristine. Oh,
choosing to
wait.
fill without, seal this one.
Filled without coming in hot and fast. Uh-oh.
It took my 3 phones and look.
It might not be so easy after all.
I mean, this is
Dude, it's
going
hard.
to end up being a.
I'm gonna have to Valor.
Two
Be a
speed?
Valor in the game.
a one
That's actually
speed
cool. I
Valor
like Valor
for 4
in the
damage.
game. I think that's good. Yeah, that filled with that or whatever.
I assume after Rodan
Mm-hmm.
yanks this.
That's a
off the
cool
top.
card to have. Because it prevents junk like this. Good. That was my big. Like, I love the Funny Punch deck, but I also low-key hated it because I thought it was just kind of stupid. So seeing cards like this is cool. It means you can actually like, play more game. Yeah, no, I'm gonna have to drive like 2.5 hours for the Tekken pre-release because there's just no locals by me. Trying to get one started at a local is
if
like
we
an hour
see
away, but we'll see if
the
that ends up
16 member
working
get
out.
played here to set this
I guess
back
there like
to
was a
where he
locals
can
there,
make
but
two
they
more
kind of
speed.
fizzled. So I'm gonna see
Or if instead he just says, "Do you have the box
if we can
zone?"
maybe get that restarted. I'd love to actually play a lot more in paper. But yeah, it can be hard to find.
I don't
It
know
can
if
be
the
really
4
hard to
damage
find.
from this is super relevant, but with both massive mutant machines committed, it very well could be.
Hey, at least we got there. At least we found it, right? At least we found some Godzilla UVS.
I have blood.
Incubating, make it a 0 blocks.
Bro.
Bloodsuck Universe coming out on a 7. Checks the 3. Has to
Oh, he's
hit.
just shipping it.
Yeah, unfortunate because I think if Justin checked 2 5s there, he actually has blood sucking into Inventor's creation, which could potentially
Fail
just
it?
be like 2 back-to-back throws. Still not sure where exactly we'd get the damage from at this point.
Or are they talking about time? Or no? Is that a foundation that got on? I don't know. I'm lost. Second stuff.
Trying
think
to
he's-
decide on passing this
Okay,
into
so
the
he's gonna
armor
fail.
clad
Yeah,
faith
choosing to
or
let it
not.
fail.
Yeah, so the
Alright.
filled without keeping us alive throughout that turn. Pretty good stuff, but Jeremy now only has this exact one turn to pull it off.
Yeah, with less than a minute left in the round, and we know that Justin went second. If Jeremy cannot count to 16, Justin is going to take this round 2.
Yeah, it's just kind of chalk.
All right, well, here's a good start.
Big card.
Yep.
Nice
Gonna
one.
name sub member. This time we're gonna remember to commit our own. Unfortunately. Remember that we got to commit all the copies in all the stages.
Yeah, a small.
I'm
a small
surprised he
price to
didn't
pay to
commit
take
those
away
last turn.
-6 speed.
Like, you know he's playing the... I mean, you guess you
actually,
just have the read that he doesn't see
could
it,
be
but he's
more
like a
than that,
7 hand sizer. He draws 7. We've only seen 1. This card looks crazy. I feel like you should always be just committing your mental. I mean, maybe
All
the
of a sudden
card's
his
good
actual
enough that's
execution is
like
at
it's
10
actually worth
high
taking the gamble of him just not having it because we need
11.
the enhance to bail us out.
Yeah, 11.
'Cause I don't know what the
11,
card does,
take
but
a wish.
Yep.
I feel
Now,
like
11 high for
seen Ice Blade,
12.
Ice Sword Execution once. Should probably be respecting it for the rest of the
Freeze
game.
the Batra makes sense.
But I don't know. I could be wrong.
This could be a 1-1 tie at the very last minute. I think Justin might have overcommitted into the filled without last turn. Oh, checking a 3 on Jeremy's side.
My brother just kind of can't block.
Again, seeing another violent anime shot being played.
Yeah, I think I looked away for like 0.5 seconds. What happened? Did he take the damage? Did he block it? I thought he took it. Right. Oh, there it goes. Ah, okay, there we go. I was like, I feel like took the damage. Okay. The shot. Let's commit one. Remove it back to stage. I mean,
7 high, 5.
All
He
right.
lays it
Yep,
down.
there's the fist bump.
And it's going to be a 1-1 tie for Rodan versus Puma at the very last minute. And I mean, you heard the two of us. We really thought Justin was going to be able to pull that off. We thought he had the answer to the cape. It turns out not only did he not have the answer to the cape, he did not have the answer to the filled without, which made it not that big of a deal. So we end up with a draw. Unfortunate.
what's
for,
the
well,
what
maybe
was the
not super
deciding
unfortunate,
factor
you
there?
know,
Was
both
that
these
just not
players,
respecting the
early
Ice
on
Blade,
in the
or was it
tournament,
like
having a draw is not gonna be
over?
the
Or
biggest
was it
deal
just
in the
like
world. So,
Rodan had the stones
that's
and was
gonna
like,
do
ah,
it
he got
for
me on. He
round
got him on.
two.
Just got him on
However, We
defense.
should have a couple of goodies for you all coming up here after round 2.
I think we're gonna take a look at
Just build an
the.
asset or backer from here.
I believe there's some altars.
It's really freaking strong. Discard card after you play an attack card. Use one. It's EX3.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have.
Yeah, I think it's a Critical Role character.
Some altards from Tekken 8 coming out.
Heroes of
I would say-
Exandria
I don't know,
or
do we
whatever
have
card.
actual reveals for Tekken 8? Do we have
Yeah, I think
anything
it's,
new to show the people?
Roll
My
Man.
understanding is what we're showing new is these alternate arts.
Yeah, that's the only fantasy thing I can think of that's in
There
the
we
game.
go. Okay, look at these. I'm gonna let you say the
I
Yoshimitsu
I
thing.
literally tried to point to you. So,
I'm gonna let you say that one.
yeah, Trail Pilgrimage.
Trilyokia.
Yeah, Pilgrimage.
Trilyokia Pilgrimage.
Yeah, the terraforming cannon and frenemies.
What is this?
Again, we're seeing kind of that monochrome background with the bright hues up on the front and these alternate arts. I'm a big fan of this look. What are your thoughts?
I think
My thoughts are terraforming cannon
bad.
sounds like an asset and looks like an asset, and I'm gonna have to
Sweet.
remind my opponent every single time that no, this cannon is firing at you.
Yeah.
6 mid 6 for 6. Blitz if you 5 or more face downs in play.
Are
It
these
gets
even-
2/2
wait,
seems
hold on,
very
hold on.
very easy. And if there are 10 or more face downs in play, it gets 5/5. Sounds really really exciting. But the card I'm most excited about here is Trilyokia Pilgrimage. It doesn't seem very, very threatening as a 4 mid 4, but very similar to Pristine Swordplay. It's going to get a huge speed or damage bonus equal to the highest difficulty among assets that you have in play. And there, of course, as we just saw with Pumat Soul, some really, really good high difficulty assets. And on top of that, anytime you can splash Breaker onto a card feels pretty nice.
And then I cannot wait, as you mentioned earlier, for me to go up against a Puma.
Can we even
player
call
with
that
this
an
terraforming
alt
cannon and
art?
them accidentally trying
What
to build
the
it into their stage.
Right.
These are so gross. Yeah, these are yucky. What is this? The alt art is I put a poopy Canva filter over the car. That's crazy. You can't. That's insane. That's why. That's the alt art. Dog. Let me pull. I'll just do this one. There's my alt art. Guys, look at the alt. What? That's wild. They went, look at our alt art. Look at our alt. Dude, it's worse. Yeah, it's worse. We just, like, washed a monochrome filter over it. What? That's crazy. Yeah, remove that. That's actually wild. There's no way. That's gotta be that's a prank. There's no way. We went, oh, here's the blue version of Sri Lanka Pilgrimage. You're kidding. There's no way that's real. There it is. There we go. Now we're there. Hold on, let me make it a little pinker. Boom. There's my spot the difference. No, they didn't.
They try to build it.
Crazy.
Frenemies is also very cool and very
They
very
really, the Tekken
long-standing
8 people
rivalry
really said,
between Lily
how many
and
cards are in
Asuka,
your set?
and a block that I can play from my
245?
stage.
Alright,
Yeah,
here are
sign me
exactly
up. I
245
actually,
images you can use.
unfortunately, one
And
of
they
my
went,
favorite
what
cards
do we
ever
do
got
for
banned
alt
doing
arts?
exactly that, and they put
them in the
the
Canva
rider.
filter.
If you do, you have to remove it for exactly that reason. So a little bit of targeted.
Have you seen
Sam
the
Tate hate
Obsidian
the
alts from
design
AOT?
team.
Not
No.
only that, but a 1 mid and breaker 1 at that.
Exactly, and it doesn't say it has to be right. It's not playability, so you can play it. You can block
would
with
it be in here?
while it's committed? Which
Oh,
is very, very
something
cool.
said
But
Obsidian
if you want to get your
foiling.
hands on these beautiful alt arts, you're gonna have to
Vinegar,
go to your local game store or
sauce,
order online. It's
Savulaire,
gonna be available August 14th.
Parallel
That's
foil.
less than a month away now.
No.
Yeah, I cannot wait. I know pre-releases are
Is
starting soon. and We
this?
are going to get some early super
We're gonna
pre-releases
try to
over at
change
Gen
your
Con at the end
place.
of the month, beginning of next month.
Yeah, very, very cool
This
stuff.
is,
But let's look at what the players are going to be trying to get their hands on. Oh, we got the character breakdown. I didn't know if we'd have that yet. Rodan is the most represented. We've gone too far. We've fallen too far from Grace. We've strayed too far from God's light.
Oh,
if
this.
Rodan is the most represented character at a
Okay.
regional. But
Is there a
following
bigger
close
version?
behind it is
Wait,
Anguirus.
so it's
you still have
this?
that sort of Godzilla aggro versus
And if I do, like-
Godzilla control kind of setup. So very, very interesting stuff. Not surprised at all to see Pony and Armored All Might way, way up there. The
Character
cabals
breakdown.
of the world
Ooh,
are enjoying both of those decks a whole lot.
Yep, characters.
Yeah, I mean,
Mecha
this
Might's
is
cool.
more or less what we predicted. I think I'm a little bit surprised that while I thought Anguirus would be
whoops.
high on the
Yes.
list, considering that I think I mentioned it yesterday. It is
Oh,
one of those
I can't
decks where
spell. That's
over
why
the
I'm
course
confused.
of 8
Pressing
rounds,
advantage.
you don't get the same
Oh, wait,
mental
hold on,
load
it's
as
an
some of these
alternate
other decks. I mean, we just
Okay,
saw
so
a
this is
matchup
the
with
Obsidian.
two characters having to make
And
a lot
then
of decisions on every single
The
interaction.
regular.
But no surprise with Rodan, Pony, and Armored All Might being up there as well. Also, no surprise, we talked about, Barrett brought up a couple times, the recency bias.
Unreadable, they're
which
unreadable on
Dex just
stream.
wins
That's
in the last
awesome.
regional. And again,
I mean,
showing
this
the
doesn't look
strong
great, but then
presence
you
here.
they just
Zeke Yeager
zoom
probably the most
in.
surprising thing to me, I thought that deck was
Agreed.
completely
Zoom in.
off the rails. But I did just hear
Make
the
it
call out for
monochrome
Prince
with
for
the
round 3,
newspaper.
so we're gonna have to take a very short break while we get the next round set up for you guys. So please don't go anywhere. We're gonna be back with round 3
That's
of the Dallas
crazy,
Regional
dog.
very, very shortly.
See you soon.
That's awesome. I think the funniest part, I don't know if you could convince me that this is an alt art of this. Like, if you told me that, I would have been like, no, you're kidding. This is the alt art. This is the regular version. This one's got the foily text, and you know, it's zoomed weird, but you know, this gotta be the regular version. What? A lot of Tekken arts are just, well, yeah, the Tekken arts are gonna be screenshots. They have to. That's just what happens when you license a thing. That's a given. They're going to be screenshots. There's nothing like they can do about that. They have to be screenshots. I mean, they get some art, right? But again, it's all like pre-licensed, pre-made assets, right? So they just get what they get. So they get the game, and then whatever assets they send. So the only assets they got really sent are probably the character arts, and then the art they use on the alt art characters, and then just like the game. But even for just the game, that's crazy to call
Big fan,
these alt arts. Like, that's just a lie. That's not alt art. It's a recolor. The most represented characters are kind of Jobbers and Godzilla. Yeah, well, they actually, Godzilla, if I'm not mistaken, was broken, and they had to errata him because he was so incredibly busted. Which is unfortunate. So at one point, Godzilla was like the best character in the game, but he got errated to make him fair and balanced. So now it's like, yeah, like Rodan and Agarius or whatever. I think I've seen him played. And then the three-headed one, I think that's Ghidorah, maybe. I don't know. And then you have like some MHA characters, a Beast Titan, and then a player that's good at the game. But yeah, he's not strong. Dang, I had to take away his fun. Yeah. I know absolutely nothing about this game, honestly. And cool stocks. I mean, that's fair. Yeah, right. No one plays it, and they should. It's a cool game. It's a cool game. They should play it. It's cool. So you know, that's why I'm doing this stream, to do a little like pseudo watch along, but also like learn the game, see the game played, and pseudo learn it, kind of, not really. And also just as an overall commentary on overall like discussion about commentary in games. This is wild. What the? They just gave it the newspaper clipping. I mean, I guess honestly though, I like this slightly better because at least it's like, oh, it looks like it was straight up cut out of the manga page. Like, it looks like a manga page. Like, that's cute. I can at least give it that of like, oh, that's kind of cute. Of like, it looks like you like took an X-Acto knife and cut out the page of the manga. As long as it actually looks like this in real life and is like textured to look like a piece of papyrus, but the ones
Welcome back, everybody. We are
the ones we
jumping
just
into
saw
round
are
3
insane.
at
This
Dallas
is crazy.
Regional. I'm Bear Bryant, joined by
This is crazy.
not Sam Tate. Apparently that last match was a little too hot to handle. So
Oh,
I'm taking
man.
a quick break. But Tito, 3 in a row, my
That's
guy.
so
Welcome
funny.
back to
Yeah.
the desk.
I've been having
Nice
such a good time. I
alt
didn't
art.
want to leave.
That's actually a good answer. I like that one. And speaking of good times, we've got a good time lined up for you all.
No,
as
it's a
we are
good
ready
game.
to
It just
go
has a
into our
bunch of
round 3. Our
external,
players
not really
are jumping in.
gameplay-related
We've got-
problems.
Let's kind of, pick up the pace here a little bit.
Guilty
Some
Gear
aggressive
character. Let's
Dex
go.
Nago Ryuki, which is our second place at the Worlds, of course, character. And it's playing an aggressive combo deck here, going first against an Angerus. This sort of aggressive inevitability, all these power tokens, makes a lot of sense. And as you guys kind of broke down in that
Aggressive
the character
inevitability is
breakdown,
kind of an
second most represented deck
oxymoron,
here in
but
the world.
it does
Yeah, and
work
as
in
I
the
said,
context
a little
of
bit surprising.
Beatdown.
I thought that it would be represented well at this event. I didn't think it'd be the second most registered deck, but not totally surprised. And as you stated
Right,
earlier, this is
Nago
a nice
looks
change
so
of pace after what we
freaking
just saw
sick.
with two very control-oriented decks.
Dude, I
Decks
love
that
the
get, a little aggressive action.
The Guilty Gear Strive
And then, like we
characters
said,
look
Nago
so
Ryuki
good.
going
And you
first
know
here.
why they
So
look
go
good
ahead
is
and
because
split
they
these
use
things up.
splash art
Strategic meeting,
that
go
was
into the
meant
core
to
build.
like look good in that context.
I think we got it.
That's
Good
what I like
job.
Godzilla. I
Good
play
job.
Godzilla monster deck, but I don't want
Yes.
Attack on Titan cards,
for
attacking
helping
whatever.
manage
Right,
our
and like that's a
bloody
huge
counters.
problem.
And for everybody at home as well,
Like we can look at the Nago deck. I bet it plays like 4 Guilty Gear
years
cards.
old.
It's gonna
Already
play
2-0
this
coming into
foundation,
tournament, and
this
now gonna
Nago
have to
foundation,
test his chops
Blood
against
Sucking
another aggressive
Universe,
deck
and like
in
maybe one more
Angerus.
card, and that's it.
Man, love seeing young players and realizing just how old I am.
Yeah, I don't think
The
it was that
one
far away.
bright side is I
Yeah,
think
we
the
just know.
Godzilla
But, yeah,
decks
no,
play
wide build thanks to
slightly
the ability
more
they found, allowing it to
in
more
universe
progressive,
cards
so
than
at the
other
very least,
decks
we get this
do,
four
but it's
build.
still like
Yeah,
you
so
saw him
looks
flip
like
an
we'll get
Attack
that
on
forward,
Titan
but
card.
they
That's
all
not from
four
Godzilla.
on both
That looks
sides,
like Trunks.
drawing up for the side of
I think it's a Ninja
Prey.
Turtles card,
We'll
right?
have
It's
to
just
see.
like,
Another
oh
build
man,
makes sense. 6-hand
it's
size.
tough.
Sometimes you don't draw those attack cards. I wonder how many we're gonna check here, as there's 2 in a row. Double fighting for control.
Like all the best aggressive
Eternal
decks.
Struggle with IP collab, right? It's like when
Build
you
turn
mix
one,
them,
build
you
turn
just
two.
get into
Yeah, I
sludge
mean,
territory, which is so hard.
Yeah,
Because
I
the
mean,
people that
who's
play
I
IP
think it's literally the same
games,
every single time
typically,
because
they play
whatever
them
you can
for
do
the
on War
IP. So when
Foundations,
you
I
tell them that
guarantee
they
you can
don't
do
get
it
to play their
better on-
chosen
yes,
IP, it gets
or,
awkward.
you know,
Obviously,
insert number that you
there's the
have to
classic
play.
answer of like,
Of
well,
course,
you could just
Ninjago
choose to
has a
play
chip
all the
there on,
Godzilla
for those
cards,
Foundations because
right?
Ninjago's
Which is like,
gonna
sure,
turn
man,
on
I could
your
choose to
opponent's
rock up
turn.
with a pile of commons. I'm
And
free
then
to
here we
choose
have the
what to
first
do whatever I
attack being
want.
played here. I'm
The
actually a big
problem
fan
is
of this one.
people
I
that are
haven't
like
seen this
looking
attack
at the
played
game
since,
are gonna go like watch stream games to see what the
Byakuya.
game is like, and they're gonna
Some of them were
see,
playing this
oh,
one,
I love
I can't
Angrius. That's my
remember
favorite
his name, so
Godzilla character. And they look at the
Take
board and they
down,
see no Godzilla cards. They see an Attack on Titan card, maybe one Godzilla
big.
card, and then like Trunks from Dragon Ball Z and like a Ninja Turtle monster.
Yeah, flying
And they're like,
takedown,
oh,
there it is.
takedown. And it's pretty
that's
simple.
not
It's
my
just
favorite
blitz,
buddy
you mill, and you get
Agrius. I guess
damage
I'm not
based
gonna
off-
play
or
the
you mill
game.
one, I should say. And then
Right.
you get damage based off of the block modifier of that.
They're not
And of
gonna
course,
think
Angrius
like,
gains
well,
stats on
surely I
stage.
can just
Yep.
choose to play the
5
Angrius
moves.
cards.
Our
I'll just go
favorite
do that
packages
instead. Like
of
some people
Thor,
might,
of course, you know,
the
City Rampage
real
being,
Timmies will.
eroded, kind of
But
has
your
shifted
average
what a lot of
player
these
is just
decks
going
look
to
like, but very
assume
much
that this
like
is
you
what
said,
the
you know,
game
the
is and be like,
Dragon
oh,
Ball
I
Z,
can't play
people
my
still willing
my
to play
Agrius
characters
cards and
like
walk
Angrius because
away.
of that tower token generation that he's very good
Right.
at.
Just because you like multiple
I mean,
pieces doesn't
especially
mean you
after
need
we
to play them
saw,
multi- like
you know,
that
what
too.
Calvatan
Right?
did
It's
at
like
the
it's
last
just
event
it's
on
one of these
Valkyries
things of
making
like
top 4.
it can work, but you're hitting
Even
such a
with
small niche of players.
Pony being so highly favored,
And that niche of
going
players is
into that
already
event
playing the
and-
game,
and
so your
being
game is
high
now
on
like
everybody's
incapable
radar,
of real growth.
I believe he
Unless you magically find the next
defeated
one
2
guy
ponies
that's
on
like,
his
yeah,
way
I
and
like all these
eventually
IPs
lost to a pony,
sloshed
however.
together, right? It's like, sure, there's always going to be
Yes,
one
yeah,
guy that likes the thing.
I think it is kind
But
of
if you're
what
trying to
players
grow the
we talked about
game,
earlier already
right,
today,
you gotta run
about
into some
having
issues very
higher health
fast.
totals just
Correct.
mattering a lot more for players because as a 7-hand size character, you make one mistake, especially if you're bringing an aggro 7-hand size character, you sometimes just don't have access to a lot more defense that you are wanting to use. So just tailoring towards a 6-hand size version of that aggressive deck makes a lot more sense. But we did get the block that came through. We still took some damage.
because that is a throw, and we generate our power
Yes.
token.
Correct.
Was
that
flying
deals damage,
takedown
I'd be
a
surprised to
throw?
see how many throws we have inside of this deck.
What
but
is he?
just gonna
What is he
build
throwing?
Some more.
On a 1,
afterwards.
checks a
I guess
1.
it's like a
As we weave it
takedown, it's a
through because of
tackle, and
the,
that's maybe like throw
minus four
adjacent.
check.
It's a way you
Maybe
can
there'll be
maybe
another attack. We'll have to
facilitate
see.
that.
Looks like it. This is
Oh.
Crushing Leap, I'm pretty sure.
Crushing impact, isn't it?
Impact.
Yes.
I could have swore there was a leap somewhere. I knew it was crushing. One of these, I would say like signature cards. Obviously, this has.
So that was my big criticism in the
Titan
UVS video.
Terrors,
Probably
his
this
whole
Nago
game
deck
is
is
very
like I
sideways
freaking
to
love
what Ingress wants
Nagoriyuki.
to
I
be
think
doing,
he's sick,
but
unfortunately,
you
I
know,
get to play
getting
like
extra
one
speed for your
Nagoriyuki.
tower token
Now,
obviously
granted,
matters a
that
lot
one
more
is
for
more
what these,
caveat of the
decks are
set being
doing.
so small. They just like straight up didn't print
And then it went ahead.
a
and I
lot
think
of
this is the
Nagoriyuki
ultimate
attacks.
of
So
it.
like
It
that's
is.
I'll
This is
give
also Crushing
credence to
Impact,
that.
Yes, Crushing Impact is the alternate one because this one's he's going scree. You
Yeah.
can see on the side.
Yeah. I may,
But it's unfortunate when it's
confession,
like I get
may
to
or may
play
not
his
have
UR
been playing
and
a lot
then
of
that's
Titan
it. The rest of my
Terror
deck is
before
just
the
other
Erotic through.
stuff.
And so I have a playset of these Crushing Impact alt
Of
arts.
the alt
Yeah.
arts, nice. I mean, they look great. I
Yeah.
think a lot of the alt arts. I'm just sadly don't ever usually have a bunch of those. So,
Yeah.
I don't ever know what they look like.
Yeah.
But this one has that extra speed, of course, in the 1/2 from Angrius. You know, symmetrical stats being very, very powerful. Going to be drawing a card here with that that foundation that has Nagoriyuki's face on it from Guilty Gear Strive. Drawing cards.
Looks like this one's also going to hit.
Going straight to the face.
You get to play
Very
the one
quickly
Nago
losing a lot of
foundation, and it
life.
draws
Get
you
the
a
life
card.
totals updated a little bit more, but
And it's
yeah,
also
going
one of
back
those things
down.
too, where it's like this one isn't
And
really
there
a
it is. Looks like it's gonna
criticism,
be just
But it
that
is
afterwards
funny
we'll
where
talk
it's
about
like
the
it's
zero
not even
difference
really a Nago foundation.
should
It's just
build
a good
down,
foundation
build
with
less.
Nago on the art.
Correct, because we played it.
Because
to
all it
clear
says
that
is flip
check.
the draw, which is like good in
Yes.
anything on the symbols.
So hopefully we'll get
Then
that
he
fixed.
collab him, and
But,
he kind of always feel
yeah, one
like
more
it's better to
foundation
narrow it
side
down.
for
Oh, we'll
Matt,
collab
but,
with.
with only
I
2
agree.
ready resources
I
as well as
100%.
the
Well, that
characters,
too
it's
of
gonna
like
be up
that
to
goes to
Nago.
my
I mean,
point of
giving
like.
+4 damage
I think
on
it's
every single
super
move
important to
is why this
pick your
character is
collabs
so,
very specifically.
thought after,
instead of just putting
especially the
whatever
fact
IPs
we
you want
let
in the
get
game,
that
'cause
fourth
some
butt
work
counter. Yes,
way
you have to
better
lose
than
quite a bit
others.
of your life, 10 health, and then afterwards you will be able to selectively commit anything on your opponent's stage. But all along the way, you'll have given 16
But that's
damage to your
sort of
attacks.
another point, but like one I could
There it
happily
is,
go
at
into
the
of
ready.
like Yeah, I think it's
Gonna have
extremely
tension.
important. Like
It's
you
a
have to
5
be
mid for 2.
turning
It's one of the best
specific
lineups
with
that you
the.
can
Oh,
play
another
in
Guilty
Naga
Gear
Ryu
card that wasn't in the
because
Worlds
it already
deck.
has
This is
5
it's a
base
Kai
speed.
card, but it's cool. It's in his graveyard.
As I'm
You can't really see because of the
up,
glare. That's the king of the.
it
Oh,
has
what's
the
the
5 base
Kai? What's
speed,
the thing
2
Kai's
damage,
king? I don't
which
know.
means it's a 5 mid for 6, 3 difficulty move.
Yeah, we actually saw this.
I should
played
know
a
that, though.
little
Kai's
bit
my
yesterday.
goat.
Also, it has that very powerful tension ability to get that Roman cancel. Especially when you're playing against a deck generating this many power tokens. It doesn't matter how many you shove onto attack if I'm just going to set it back down to 3.
Absolutely. Tension helping for defense as well. So this 5-speed move will be from Matt. See if he even wants to attempt to try and block with it. But, yep. Other big benefit of
A little
Angress is that you
fast.
can use your health in an advantageous area to generate more power tokens, as that response just says. After an attack deals damage, you generate a power token.
Yeah, and
Pretty
most
sick.
Anglers actually, this is what they want. They want to, take hits to the face. Maybe not massive
Generic
ones,
UR! Oh my gosh, generic UR has been deployed. The Thunder Spear Barrage.
Wrap.
but,
Another
Spear Barrage?
generic
Thunder
UR
Spear
is on the
Barrage.
table.
Thunder Spear Barrage. That's
I
what
was
it is.
always
Yeah.
trying to remember the first word of all of
I
these.
love cards like
I have
After
to
Ready though.
look them
Playable
up in our
uncommons,
database.
give me more of that.
Yeah, the best Echo move. I mean, this is the bread and
Right,
butter.
playable
of this deck
in
because not
archetype
only
uncommon.
Does it synergize
Mm.
incredibly well with tension, generating that Roman cancel token so that you can spend it for Echo here on the Thunder Spears Barrage. But this is again very fast, 3 difficulty, 2 damage move that you can even modally change the stats on it by its blitz ability. And then you just challenge your opponent, hey, do you have a high block? If not, let's go ahead and send it through.
Yeah, especially in so many of these decks that just add a ton of damage on top of it, because then you don't have to bring the speed down. Its base 5 speed is enough. You can bring it down 1, 2. It's very flexible in what the situation is asking for.
And then because of the Echo here going to be playing that, and because these attacks are such low difficulty, we did check a 3 on it, but just commits 1 foundation, and we're back off to the races. Once again, moving the stats a little, only doing a -1 speed for +1, really finding that sweet spot of wanting it to be at exactly 7 damage. Which, I think the control of what you choose to get rid of, again, you can only get rid of 4.
You
Can't
hit
remember
7,
all
it's
of
a
it,
sweet
but,
spot for if
at
they
max,
block
really
half
force
of it, they
speed to
take
put it into the
4.
damage for the Thunder Spear
That's a
Barrage.
good
Yeah,
number.
Matt taking the time.
It's
to
a
make
number
the
that's
character
gooder
again.
than
Of course,
5.
Trey's playing that alternate art that I
guess.
love from that Guilty Gear set.
Oh, but if you would try to make
all of
it,
them are great. Do you
Yeah.
have
Or
all
no?
9 of the
I do.
cards?
I do.
Yeah.
I have them all in a binder.
I don't have the Roman cancel token one.
Well, I think I have an extra
No,
one
no,
with
yeah,
me.
it's okay.
7's better
okay,
than
it's
6 because it deals more
sadly, I
damage.
was
She'll
not
take
able
the
to go to
1
any of the
speed off to
pre-release
make it
where
7
you
because it's
can
like
keep that one, but I did
a
open
halfway.
all the
That's a
other,
break point.
that
Because in
character
UVS,
set.
if you take half
Yeah, so I
damage,
have
you always
lined up
round
in
up.
in a binder.
So hitting for
all
7 is
yep.
always better
Looks
than
so good.
6 because if they half block
Yeah, I
it, they'll
remember
take
the first time
4
Mitch showed those
instead of
off,
half of a 6, which is
and everyone
3.
was like, wow,
So you
like-
take the
like
1
stuff
speed
like that
minus
is
to get it to that
really
break
nice
point of
for
7.
this game because we have such beautiful artwork. The creative team does such a good job.
Hot take. I think we should do more of that.
I don't think that's a hot take, actually. I think there are some people that don't like the textless cards. of
Sure,
course,
sure.
But I don't think that's a hot take. I think people
No.
like to see pretty pieces that.
Yeah.
are
I think
still
Thunder
exist in other
Spear
games.
Barrage is a card that I'm okay with being as generic as it is.
All right, gonna be finally use that foundation there to manipulate the stats a little bit more. So
Because I like
actually
the
still
idea
looking
of
for
like it's
1
good in
damage
Nago because
currently,
Nago can put +4 on
but we did have to
anything.
use some of our power
It makes
tokens to do
Thunder
so.
Spear Barrage
And I will
exactly
say
a
we do
4
see
high
a
for
little bit
7,
more
which
of
is
that
really
kinda
good
interconnecting
stats.
art in the Reina Kaiju set
Right, like
because that
because of
Monster
how it
Versus Machine has
synergizes with the
alternate
character, it
art
becomes really
where
good in the
they
deck. I
connect
like
to
that
form one scheme.
conceptually.
Echoed copy gonna go over. Then we're gonna
It's like
form
Thunder
a
Spear
strategic
Barrage is
meeting. That
good
does
in
not have
decks that can
keywords,
put it at
but I think
specific
it has to go to
breakpoints.
momentum no matter what.
So it's like
Oh, no, I guess
generic,
we get to keep the check. I didn't
but
know.
it's also
I didn't know that
attuned
was a May.
order
I thought it wasn't.
is
But
fine.
yeah,
Yeah,
so
that's
we're
a
just
good,
gonna build out
probably an okay
afterwards
spot for
here.
it to
There's
be.
That battle holds the answer.
But it is one of those URs. It's good as long as you're doing the thing, and in
helps
this
catch
case,
the
is like
checks
you
later
can
on,
math it to the
even defensive,
breakpoint you
of
need
course.
via
Wait,
other
it's your
boosts
turn.
that are
I
in the
made that
deck.
one?
I think it's
Oh,
a fine
correct.
place
You
for a
remember
generic UR to
I
be.
think so.
I think the card's like
it's
freaking
definitely your
$30
turn.
or
So it's one
something
of
though,
those
which is
situations
annoying.
where,
But
and that's what the beauty of the Team Hero. The decks are still running Team Hero.
Yeah.
Being able to build that in on their turn, even though it's committed, they still get to take advantage of it.
I didn't. Why does Blood have no foundations?
gonna say that from this
Why
deck.
does the
Nope.
dinosaur only have
Not
3
gonna- not have a
foundations?
team hero
Nope.
symbol.
That seems not good.
But very healthy stage here versus Matt with only 5.
Yeah,
And then we have this is the one I was really talking about this weekend because I feel like everyone knows how good Destructive Heat Ray is. But now with all of the power tokens that Angerus does accumulate, and based off of like what we've seen from the share of the characters in this tournament, people have kind of made a group decision that if you're going to be playing an Earth deck, it's going to be Angerus right now, and it's because he plays Destructive Heat Ray the best.
Yeah.
You're going to be able to selectively flip over basically anything in that stage. It's got to be that strategic perfect meeting because we do have enough power tokens in our stage.
I mean, yeah, we've seen the strength of selective
Oh, I guess
flipping,
we did pick
selective.
something else. We picked something else. I missed it. I thought we would have picked strategic.
We've seen the strength of the selected flipping, the selected committal, the selected seal. Like being able to manipulate your opponent's stage the way you want to is so strong in this game right now.
-2 speed coming in from the Fateful Decision. Drawing a card here, Fearsome Transformation for Matt. Makes sense. We do have that Sacrifice for the Cause built into our stage, so can hopefully turn some of these cards into even more damage. This is only a 3 base damage move, but we're actually going to go straight into the Dark Tournament. And so it's going to remove itself, and then we're going to selectively pick any one of our momentum and put it into our hand and draw a card.
Chad, how hard is it to
Even
make
extra
custom dice? I
bonus
kind of want to make. I think I'd want to make custom dice for
We're going to
this.
make a decision which we want. I would imagine probably one of those Crushing Impacts. Then we'll draw a card. Great action card, but it is very much a, you need momentum for this card to work very well.
And at this point, with 5 power tokens generated already, a Crushing Impact would be so
The
fast.
custom card's pretty easy.
Avengers Creation block
Dude, custom
here.
UVS
It's always
dice.
one of the good ones. It's not just good offensively because of you playing tension and echo attacks and throws in this deck, but it also works defensively if we have any sort of
It's like several
breakers
custom
in our
sets.
discard pile.
I would buy custom UVS dice. It's just one thing I would improve the
Low
gameplay
block, of course,
experience.
for the full block, which matters.
so
We
much.
weren't going to get the ready effect, but we didn't have anything committed anyway. So
And him selecting Breaker off of the
There it is.
Monster versus Machine.
Like if there is a
So
game that
Breaker
can
2
benefit
we
off
added
of
on
custom
to this,
dice,
stickered.
aside from
will
Flesh
be,
and Blood, it
onto
is
this
this
Avengers
freaking
Creation.
game.
Breaker 2 for Matt, and with only 3 foundations and the character, it's going to be a little harder to play a lot of these 5 diffs because
That is the name of the game.
That's
As
what
far
it
as
is.
this deck is concerned.
effectively on an 8 no matter what, which does.
Someone's got to
mean
tell
if
these
you
card game
technically
companies
the
that
turn will
custom
actually
dice would go
end.
crazy.
So it is a big.
Like I'm
risk
sure
here for
people
Matt
have
if he
already
wants
told
to
the
try
UVS guys
push
that like,
in.
hey guys, custom dice would go hard, but like, it's true they would. Like the Vanguard people clamor when the
little
Vanguard
Kazumi
finally
zero
put
dips for
dice
the
in
easy
products,
clear of
people
this
were
check like we did
clamoring for
earlier.
those things. They
Also, I
love
still want to know
those.
what ended up happening with that
They
zero
were
dip
buying
that
them for like
played earlier.
money.
Why it didn't get built out? If
Yeah.
it was just
Like more
missed,
games got to do
Yeah, I
custom
think
dice.
so,
People love
sadly.
it.
or if there was an effect that we just, I can't imagine what it would be.
I guess
but
Vanguard
Yeah,
didn't
it
have
was-
custom
we-
dice;
the-
they had
the big
custom
thing is we
law.
should just have one more foundation, right?
Sure, yeah.
Is
But
the biggest
they
part
were-
of
they
it.
were
But
basically
we do have a 1 diff that we're gonna weave in here on a 2.
I guess they
Alright,
weren't
Texas
Texas. They were
3.
laws,
So we're
but
good to
still.
go. But
They
again,
fulfilled
now
the
if you
same
still want to
purpose.
try and play something afterwards, like the attack that we might have picked up from our momentum, it will be on a 7.
And it
There it
appears we
is.
are playing that Crushing Impact on the 7. Checks the 5.
Nice. So things did work out in the favor. Still going to keep that sacrifice for the cause up, which means this could very quickly get very lethal because it will also get very fast because of how many power tokens that we now have. 5 total plus 5 speed. Remember, it's already a 4 speed base move for low. We did potentially get a very powerful low block already out of Trey's hand with that Inventor's Creation.
That's not even close to the same mark.
10 low for
Probably,
8.
yeah, right. It's just like provably false. Like look at any card game that has custom dice or like tokens or markers. They go Google for that, right? Star
what
Wars
do you do in this
players love the
situation? You pump all
game-genic
the
custom
power tokens
markers, right?
in
Vanguard
here
players
and go,
love
"Hey,
the
this is
custom
exactly
log
lethal at this
dice.
point."
I think Matt loses if we pass back, so I think this is very much a.
I think the
have to
flesh and
commit
blood dice
onto
they use
this,
on
and
stream
so
are
we
are
have
phenomenal.
8 plus 10 more damage.
It would be
so we can get it.
exactly lethal.
And then we have sacrifice if we need a little
Yes,
bit more.
correct.
And DR is not an answer because of the sacrifice for the cause, having that also very powerful responsibility on it. So I think this is the one that you send it. You just got to do some quick math. Your opponent has, 8 ready resources, 9 if you count the character, 1 card in the card pool. So with a 1 low block, how possible is this block? This is going to be on an 11-12.
Did he kill him
possible.
here?
It looks like we're going to pass back over, going for the block.
So it does connect, but yeah, we didn't unload any extra stats into it. And so the question for me is like, if Matt feels comfortable being able to survive on the next one.
I mean, you can't kill him with
because I think
one
playing another
foundation
attack
ready.
would be a
That'd be
little
crazy.
harder.
Okay.
Alright, so we're building
gonna
out.
say.
On 5.
No way. He could kill him on one.
Checks
We
4,
check a
5.
5
On
as
a 5.
well.
Alright, that one will build.
Hey, we do have 6.
Yeah.
We do the 6 checks, of course. Inspiring Song. Does connect with that Crushing Impact once again, so it'll go to our momentum. But passing back to Trey, you're pretty much, I feel like, at the mercy of just him not drawing attacks.
Yep.
I think I see 1 Bloodsucking.
Is it normal for this buddy to play on like very low foundations? Is he supposed to only have like 6 on board?
A strategic meeting.
By, like,
No
turn
attack
5 or
there, but
whatever
if you
it
wanna
is?
Leave the check on top. As I have been very well educated now, that we're allowed to.
I
do
might have
that
not
in
been paying
today.
attention. I might have missed something that
No,
happened.
you're right.
That, like,
It is
went
just 1
very
Bloodsucking
awry.
Universe in the hand.
I
Yeah.
feel like you're
Not
not
enough
supposed
to get
to have only
Even
that
with
little
the plus
foundation.
4 on Nago, and even
Unless you're
with
like
and
straight
the
up just
select
killing
in the
them.
middle that would come through out of it, and you would actually just put yourself down to 1. not a very good idea aside from having that Roman cancel token.
I think that's the value in playing this right now, is going ahead and getting that Roman cancel token. The other attack in his hand is a Big Fist Bash, which of course I have to assume is in there predominantly for the breaker ability on it, whether it be of playing it itself or even better, going with Inventor's Creation to grab that out of the discard and using that breaker 3 from it.
The best part about it, though, too, is that these Roman cancel tokens, if you just have a plethora of momentum, remember, you can actually zone change a thing to a mid.
Oh, that's correct, yeah.
So very cool synergies with Big Fist Bash, at least in this deck. I hope we get to see that at least in one of these games, that kind of cool tech. But also remember, the Bloodsucking Universe is going to gain us some life because of the counters that we have on our character. So I said if we do give this damage, we'll go down to 1. Well, actually, you know, we would gain, I think we'll get 1 life back because we would be at 0 counters now. I mean, we're going to see it all unfold right here. So yeah, Bloodsucking Universe, because after it deals damage, you can gain 2. But if we would have still had the counters, we could have actually gained 4.
Yep.
But with that last trigger here on Nagoriyuki, we're going to cut all the rest of our life, just like the vampire that he is. Going down to 1, and then with this 9 damage throw here on the Bloodsucking Universe, that gave us that Roman cancel token, unless it got canceled. Oh, the Armorclad Faith. We actually didn't even have tension on this.
Oh.
As I've been yapping this whole time. But it's just going to connect.
Matt deciding to take all 9.
Yeah. And
generating another power token.
But with no Roman cancel token and also cutting ourselves down to 1.
Oh, he noggled himself.
The worst case scenario, I think, for Trey, if we just can't get through with the Big Fist Bash. Now,
I mean, you gotta kill him here, but he has 2 foundations.
Might have even been his key to success because
you just gotta put speed.
Would have helped.
He does not draw any attacks.
But not getting that Roman cancel token because of the Armorclad Faith is going to be massive here for the defense on Matt. And now it is up to Trey to play perfect defense, only being at 3. He's going to build out 3 more foundations.
Got a lot of stuff.
How
cards in hand.
I truly believe that if he passed back, that was just going to be game, and here we are.
That's the thing about 6 hand size.
Is 2 in hand enough?
Talked about this quite a bit this weekend because
you really live with 2 in hand?
Based off the opinions of production, we have a bunch of just aggro 6 hand size decks in the format, and that's just true. I'm not disagreeing with that. You know, we're literally watching 2 of them.
Yep.
You know, and that is the reality: is that you are a 6 hand size character. If you hold cards to block with and you don't use them, and those aren't attack cards that you didn't swing with before, you're only going to draw 3 or 4 more cards out of your deck. And the reality is that most of these decks don't typically go over.
Finish with the no attack. Yeah, I bet. Who needs to build foundations when your opponent just doesn't have stuff? You know.
All right, we do have the Growing Grass coming out.
Honestly, gaming, right? Who needs foundations if my opponent doesn't attack me?
That one's also a throw. And remember, we're at 3.
There's like no way he lives to
get
this,
the
right?
+2 damage, putting it up to 6. And then, of course, it gets even more damage.
Oh, he's 3 in hand. Okay. Oh, he has the Nago flip to draw cards. Okay, he's actually not that.
There it is. Going up to 7, which
the
is
throws are kind of
lethal
dangerous.
on half, +1, basically.
You just die to the throw?
Is not an option.
Yeah, he just dies to the throw. Just throws, no matter what you block them with, always deal half damage.
Winning it on
so if you Nago yourself to 1, your opponent just throws you and you die.
In here if you're,
why would he Nago to 1?
What's the answer you need here?
Because it's not mandatory, right?
Based off of that game, more orange ones.
Valente throw OP?
Which is maybe
I mean,
not
it's
a
pretty
good
good.
answer.
Hey, it's just like fighting games. You get throw looped, you just die, right?
Yeah, we see more orange.
There are some more orange.
If you're just gonna hold block, I'm gonna throw you and you're gonna die.
Benefit of this Nago deck.
You gotta
right
press
now
a button.
is Bloodsucking Universe is basically the only attack in the deck that is higher
throws
than
are-
a free diff.
throws are good.
And everything else is pretty much easier to play. The monsters
Throws go
the at the readies that we saw, the Thunder Spear Barrage.
Yeah, why
so,
would you-
like passing checks? And
Where's
the
my
amount of
grapple
foundations that
character?
Trey had is
King in
great
Tekken.
When you play defense, you don't
While they're
really
sideboarding.
need them on offensive pressure. What you do need is to find attack cards and punish Matt every time he does go for those offensive swings.
In the
and
new
overcommit,
Tekken 8
because
set
his
coming out
card
August
is
14th.
significantly
I
higher.
scrolled right
You
past
take
him.
advantage of your low
Oh, we're getting a
difficulty
king
curve,
card.
and you don't need as
We're
many
getting king, and
foundations
he's a
to do so.
grappler in
You gotta
Tekken, and
find
he
someone
cares
to
about
make that happen.
throws.
So that's kind of
Every
where I'm
throw attack
genuinely
you
at,
play
is
doesn't
just
care
wanting to
about
increase the
progressive as
ratio
long
of
as
our
the card
deck
you
at
played
least in
before it is a
specific
different
matchup.
kind of
We gotta
throw.
chew through
So you can just like
33
string out
health.
throws for free.
I do find his
And then
matchup
after you
really
play a
interesting as
throw
well
attack,
because
you can just
as
gain 2 health.
him playing so
So
many
you,
of these
all
other
your
difficult
throws
decks,
heal
as
you,
him
which is
stringing
crazy.
out,
And
as
then
we
if
mentioned
you're
it,
at
we
full
saw
health,
and
your
Gears was
throws
just
get
stacking
faster.
Power token, power
W
token,
mechanic,
power token,
right?
power token.
Play
So
some
it is this kind of
king.
balance of, like,
It's throw
stringing out,
city.
playing all these attacks in a
And then
row,
he
but
has
making
his
sure that
big
you don't leave
SR
yourself
throw.
vulnerable
If
by
I can,
overextending
hello.
crack back.
There we go.
And you know, the restraint also there on Matt to like we were talking about the crushing impact.
see if I can
we
find the
had dumped
king
all
throw.
of those power tokens into that crushing
And then you
impact,
have the
and let's
big
say
Anger
Trey
of the Beast's
did
giant
block
throw.
it
It's
or
a
full
3 mid
block
for
it or what.
7.
Obviously, we failed the block, so
Which,
that
like,
reality
it's
didn't
slow,
occur,
right?
but
Throws are slow, but it does, even if they
you
full
have to
block it,
now
they're still
understand
taking
also
4.
as Trey that your character is
Right? And then
actually
you
a
can
downside
blitz it. It
to
gets
you,
plus
and
1
you have
damage for
to
every
health
throw
away
in your
from
card pool.
yourself
So you
every
string
single
out a
time,
bunch of
and
throws.
eventually Matt will
You
just
put
play
the
one
Anchor of the
these
Beast. It
throws,
ignores
like you just
progressive,
at
so
the
you just
beginning
play it on a
of the
5.
game,
Flip
or
a
at the beginning of the
Foundation,
game,
be
just
like,
flying takedown,
sick.
and just dump all the
Here's
power
my,
tokens
like,
into that. That
12
would
damage
be the end of
throw.
the game.
Even if you block it, you're taking 6, right? You just get to blow
Throw
them
hate,
up.
though, is another option
You're
that we
taking
can mess
6,
with.
and then
I'm
when you
trying to
hit
think on
them,
the order
you gain
circle,
2
so,
health.
like, there exists
You get to
Animal.
gain 2 health. And if you're at max, then you just go, cool, my throw's faster and even harder to block.
I think we saw
So now even if you try to block, it's going to suck.
I
But if
know
you
it's
don't block it,
all
you're taking
attuned
12.
in TMNT.
No, this guy looks sick. I think he's going to be fun.
I'm
People
gonna-
are probably
I'm
going to
gonna
hate
go
playing
with
against him,
this
but
card. But
you can go crazy. RCD King? Yeah, exactly.
never mind. I thought it was better than this. I'm not even gonna bring it up because
You
I've
can play
gotten
throw
myself.
slop.
But yeah, I mean the idea is
Yo, who's trying to
you
play
need
throw
an amount of
slop?
throw hate
Yeah, I mean
to
we
survive.
did see. I believe we saw armor clad faiths right on his side, or is that?
Not on order.
No, not
right?
on order. Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Earth Void.
Yep.
For that one,
You're right, right,
sadly.
right.
Or like I said, in my other assessment of the matchup is
And my
you
locals
just gotta
carry
race.
it. Yeah, that's
and
the
we're
hard
going
part,
first. So, like,
right? The only
you
you
should
know,
be able
it
to do
depends
Your
on how
creative
bad
ability
you
effects
want
are
it, and
very,
also
very
how do you
potent.
define locals? Because
Most of
I'm
Matt's
gonna
good
drive
blocks
2.5
are gonna be on
hours
his
to play
attack
Tekken 8
cards.
pre-release.
So, like,
And then
if
even
you
if I
get Matt to
can
block
get
with
the
his
UVS locals
crushing
going,
impacts
that
or
locals is
whatever,
an hour away from
you're
me.
gonna feel
So
better
you know,
about
it's
you
one of those like
not having to deal with those, and they also have to be able to stand
Yakers,
side to draw them.
right?
Like this is
It do be like that. It really do be
they
like
are
that.
not guaranteed to have at least
Yeah, neither
one
do
extra
my
bonus
locals.
move at the
Neither
end
do mine.
of every single turn.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, it's just going the best.
Stream kind of dying. Uh-oh. Stinky. Wait, that's me. Is that me? Oh, their stream crashed. That's cool. That crashed. My favorite decks are the ones that make you mad. Oh, play the throw slot. Play the king throw slot. Oh, wait, maybe no, the stream ended, but I think my computer is also going kind of crazy. Chat, my stream might crash. We're gonna see though. There it goes. Okay, my entire Google Chrome tab froze. So I was like, stream crashed. Stinky. All right, well I guess I just wait for that to come back up. Awkward. Oops. All right, well, I guess we just wait for that to get back up. Yeah, if you just want to make people city spaghetti, just be like, I'm gonna just throw you constantly, and you got to do something about it, or you're gonna die. Chat, thoughts on UVS so far? While we wait for this. Actually, no, I know what I'm gonna do. We're gonna swap over, because I wanted to make this point earlier. So at the start of the stream, I was talking about commentary and the importance of commentary, and how it can elevate live streams and make them better. I want to throw up the because I was talking earlier and I said I think Flesh and Blood has the best commentary of any game ever. Flesh and Blood is the best commentators of all time. So now I want to try to throw up the Flesh and Blood stream so we can like give an example of that.
I hear you need a save.
I like Chaos Breaker, Vera Nuba, and throw slot is gonna go hard.
This is what I have to deal with on a day-to-day basis, Scott. But thank you so much for stepping into the booth and to help me out for this next feature round.
Rather you than me on dealing with
Some of you chatters probably don't even know how to play Flesh and Blood. I'm gonna put a couchy bet on you guys at least being able to follow what is happening in the game.
This draft match, right?
Because these guys are pretty good at their job.
9-0, but as we were saying with Punkers, this draft pod is absolutely
crazy.
Oh, they're in draft.
Absolutely crazy.
Also, Flesh and Blood Peak, it has
unfolding,
draft.
Getting to watch the draft and just seeing Margin's reactions in real time as packs were coming in his direction that has contained like 3 to 4 premium Acilio cards.
No way. They had Margin as the premium streamer? Wait.
Oh, and it's like, how good does a draft have to be going for you to be in that kind of bind? It's crazy.
Wait, they had Majin as a featured streamer? I might literally, after this is done, I'm going to go back and watch the Majin Bay draft.
Wow, well...
they had Majin as the streamer, as the featured drafter?
You did get a bit of a glimpse at
That's
his
awesome.
deck.
That's my
Of course,
goat.
1 of 2 Acilio. You think it's pretty good?
I think it's really good. I think it's kind of weird in the sense that
if I'm not mistaken, Margin's want the Asilio being passed to, so you would assume that it's slightly worse on his end. But
Margin Bay,
I
my
mean,
wizard
Pact
go.
was
Flesh
really
and Blood,
rewarding, like very rewarding.
What
for
do you have
Margin,
against
and
Flesh
I
and
think there
Blood?
was just
I mean, you
enough
cannot like
premium
it,
red
but saying that
players
like the
coming
game should
both
blow
Pact 1
up
and
is a
Pact
little
3 that
crazy.
both Asilios were just kind of feasting. There was never a drow at any point. It always felt like there was something that was a solid role player.
Oh, I don't
And it
even
led
have
to
a
Margin's
game I
having
can
pretty
go
awkward
back to
decisions
view
in
because
some
it's all
spots being
draft.
kind of rewarded for the fact that the other
Oh, there's
was
that
looking
game
for
I
the
can
Reds,
play.
and he was still looking for equipment or blue dualities and so on and so forth. So it just kind of worked
That's one of the
out,
reasons
honestly.
why main deck resources
well
are
for them.
good.
We saw
It
Daniel
yeah,
Kowski fall
like
to
main deck
0-1,
resources
so
really
Margin
help
flying
elevate
the
draft
flag
and make it like
of Arcelios
smooth.
in this draft pod, and it sounds like the players are already down the feature match area. It is going to be Margin Bay against Yuki Lee Bender. That
I go, oh, against Yuki, this game's gonna be sick.
I'm excited to see exactly how this plays out because, as you say, one of two.
This
Arcelios
game's actually gonna
against
be
Yuki,
sick.
who's just on a bit of a.
But like, I
heater
just
right
want to,
now.
pull this up as an
Yeah,
example of
I-
like goated commentary.
I can't fault anyone for thinking that Yuki is insurmountable at this point. It's. we
We're
talked
rooting
about
for
Yukari
Majin. This is
beforehand
my
and the
goat.
finals appearance
Yuki's
there. This is the
great.
last
I
time
love
I've seen a player in
Yuki.
the room here, just
Yuki Lee
full
Bender
of
goated, but
confidence
like
during the
you
winners
can't
interview yesterday,
compete
but,
with the goat himself.
Margin, I used to refer to Margin as Mr. Plot Armor because we just found ourselves in scenarios where stuff didn't make sense and yet somehow Margin found a way to win. So if there's ever an anomaly on the other side of the table that I expect to cause...
But you don't have to
an
care
issue
about
for
Flesh and
Yuki,
Blood. It's just a case
someone
study
like
of good
Margin.
commentary.
Choosing to go second here, like this a lot. We've kind of talked about it in the format. It's the de facto way to go, especially against Aurora. But a lot of room here to kind of leak real arcane damage because of the number of premium reds that are available in Margin's deck.
Yeah, Margin's plot armor might have fallen away a little bit yesterday as we saw him get absolutely decimated in the feature match area by Dan Rakowski, but he has pulled back to X and 1 here.
Just a bit, yeah. That one scared, I guess, fate out of the building. Honestly, it was a pretty untimely end. But Margin, I think we kind of talked about it a little bit at the lead of the broadcast, has gone out of his way to make draft the thing he cares about over the last, I want to say, 6 to 12 months. Realized it was a big flaw in his game, has put in a ton of effort to get better, and it shows. And I guess more importantly here, he's on a wizard, and as a gambling man in the middle of Vegas, that seems like a pretty safe bet to me.
Comfort pick for Margin Bay, no doubt. On the other side of things, Aurora for Yuki. We've already seen, we saw her entire draft actually, but we saw what that deck can put together in that first round.
Okay, well, I'm ready if you are. Aurora versus Acilio. Let's make our
Pretty
way
much.
down into the game and check out our
You're not wrong.
competitors. Still
Storm's
off guard
goated.
that I'm sitting here casting. Bear with me.
Good hate
Little-
Fav for a
little
good
flash
reason
all
called
over the
community.
place.
I
Okay.
can't. I mean,
So,
sure, but like
stellar
that's
equipment
not a
suite
problem
for
of like the
Margin.
game. That's
The
like your
two pieces of
local.
Astral Sanctuary equipment came very early. The Costello Wave, as you can imagine, came quite late. The Seeker's Leggings in the middle of pack 3 rounded out the set nice and smoothly as those cards were coming together. But a full equipment suite on both sides here. We know that it's equally potent for Yuki. Lace Lightning and Starfield Robes, definitely the standout pieces there.
Yeah, we'll see if... Actually, that's quite interesting. Double astral equipment, so that's kind of the ideal I find with Acilio, is having double astral equipment. I think the only way it can be better is maybe if one of those pieces was, for instance, a Lace Lightning or a Tiara to pair with a pair of Seeker's Boots that Margin Bay has
A
here.
goated sitcom too.
So kicking us off, Margin, of course, choosing to go second means it will be on Yuki to put something together on the first turn of this game. Looking at this opening hand here, looks like Calm Veil of Vault Haven in
The hand
multiples.
cams,
You want them
so
in this
clutch.
matchup, but turn 0, they're not quite at their best. Love pitching one of them away here to consolidate an early pitch stack, keep the other one around for what will no doubt be the first barrage of damage from Margin Bay.
Yeah, a little bit awkward because now also not only does Yuki know about this, but Margin knows that one is being pitched away. So that's one less damage prevention that we have to worry about in the first cycle, but something
The
for us
hand
to keep
cam's
our
so
eyes
nice.
on.
It's great for
potentially
casters.
If we get back to that
They can
second
see
cycle.
what's in players' hands
Happy
and
to hold
comment
on
on
to
it instead of
that
having to
electric
guess, be like,
jolt as
I
well.
think
It
I
is
see a this
debating
card, and then talk
running
about it.
Out here alongside the Aurora activation on turn 0.
So
It's
nice.
tough with a red copy. The Lightning Flow really worth a lot in this matchup, but we know there's kind of like a damage cap required to break through the wall against Acilio, and a card like Electric Jolt Step going to do a huge amount of work in that regard. Star World Warning on the other side of the battlefield
Meta
here for Margin
glasses?
does choose to pitch away Nebula Duality, so
Oh.
clearly a little worried about getting clocked. Has some cards in hand that are at least of interest for that Duality not to also be deployed.
I don't
on
think
turn
you can really
0 there.
force
Kind of
players
the
to wear
perfect
meta
start for Margin
glasses,
because
and also
Yuki
you don't really
wasn't able to
gain
punish it
any
with
real.
damage. She went with the setup turn.
You don't
Her hand
gain
was a
any
little
extra
awkward,
info.
and
Just have the
Margin
hand
ended
cam.
that
That's
first
way
turn,
less
turn 0
invasive
with
thing.
3 lightning
Also,
flow. He's
what if,
well set
like,
up for this game.
In Yuki's case, how you give her meta glasses? She already wears glasses, so anyone that wears glasses like can't do that. Like, I don't think you should force people to wear stuff on stream. You should have it be as least invasive for the players impossible. If you're, oh yeah, yeah. If you want to film a locals, then yeah, by all means.
And Arsenal Pass is the name of the game here. Chromatic
If you're just trying to film your
I've
locals,
definitely been
then yeah,
more
sure,
and more
that'd be great.
impressed with from these Acilio decks as time has gone on. But Margin with a pair of core reactions, if I'm not mistaken, they're both yellow. So plenty of goodies in the instant speed department. Opened a red flashbolt in pack 3 as well. So
Go pretty good. That was the
kinds of instant
classic.
speed damage coming up and across.
Yeah.
Some point in this game.
Holy sit-up, right? if you were talking about sit-up,
You gotta get
go
the,
with those three
the
lightning
baseball
flows, it's that
cap with the
refinement
GoPro on
and
the brim.
that core reaction.
So that embodiment of lightning will allow this thoughts to come on through for 4. Always a bit of an interesting one in Aurora, this card. It's lovely to have an aggressive Fate Foreseen almost, but not being a lightning attack, a bit of a pain point for Scorpio in particular.
With the dice, look at the dice, dude. It's so nice where it's just like, this is the damage, and then it has the go again dice. It's not like, I have it buffed with this, so you have to read the stat and then add the, it's just one dice, the number that's being sent. Super easy to view. This is coming in for 4.
Going to see Comet Collision playing defense here, so 1 point of damage currently.
The only thing you're looking for me that hosted Fabulous and dropped the game due to attendance. I only got a couple weeks or so for HP before this thing just vanished. Yeah, it sucks. The game's really good.
Lightning flow, can you actually convert a 5-card hand?
Got a dip and great for playing how long you're streaming. Bet, have a good one, Pip. I will see you later. Thank you for coming by and educating me while I was confused.
Can you convert that 5-card hand was the question. The answer was yes. On Margin's side, looking a bit clunked up on Red Arcane here. We saw Comet Collision blocking already. Red Tap Lessons Past and Nebula Duality also forced to play defense. Going to see that first piece of Astral Sanctuary equipment cashed in to blunt the assault of Scorpio.
I think it's really important to call those 3
I don't know if anyone was curious about that.
Because it means that Margin is actually losing damage.
It's a really good game.
That could be relevant if we end up in a late game stage.
I just don't like the art.
You need that damage to
It's
push
a
over
solid
the top.
game.
Red Refinement will
really
break
hard
here
game.
Alongside
Very
core
hard,
reaction.
but very good.
Gonna have that yellow core reaction going on through for 3 arcanes. That floating ability of Chromatic Refinement still there. Does care about red copies of cards and therefore will not amp up this core reaction.
The player mics.
Margin Bay, they're just confirming that there is 1 lightning flow on Yuki Libinda's side. We're going to represent that.
Right? The player mics are so clutch. Way too it is. It's so expensive. The game is super expensive. I mean, obviously, like, there are ways to make it budget, right? But like it's extremely expensive. Luckily now they have formats like Silver Age, right? So you can play cheap constructed. If your locals drafts, you can always play limited, right? Like there are like ways to navigate it, but like no, CC, the main competitive format, is extremely expensive, very expensive. And like you could play budget options, but it's expensive. It's pretty solid. In game is not that hard. Game is easy to play. It is very hard to be good. Let's word it like that. Like the rules are easy enough. This is probably the hardest game to be good at. You had Commoner for years, but that format didn't work. Silver Age forced it because they couldn't control Power Creep and Blitz. Yeah, Commoner doesn't work because all of the cards that make characters like unique and function like differently than each other are rares. So Commoner was like every hero just played the same cards. So Commoner just didn't work, and then yeah, Blitz was broken because you played all the cards meant to kill 40 health heroes in the format where they're 20 health. So you just like blew people up. It just like conceptually, like both formats conceptually don't work. Silver Age is the perfect middle ground of like you're playing with lower powered cards, so the games are real. But because you have rares, characters get to do their unique things. But yeah, game was super, like, being good at Flesh and Blood is the hardest game to be good at. Also, Flesh and Blood has, like, the best TCG players out there. Aside from, like, Magic Pro Tour, like, champions, Flesh and Blood has, like, the best card gamers in the circuit. So, like, it can be easy to pick up the rules, but it is extremely difficult. I'm in Yu-Gi-Oh, so I'm used to hard games. So Yu-Gi-Oh is one where it's like, Yu-Gi-Oh is both hard to be good at and also hard to play. Yu-Gi-Oh takes a lot of effort to just, like, learn and play if you haven't been playing since, like, 2014. So that one kind of hits both aspects. So, like, I think Fab is easier to pick up, right? But Fab is, like, very difficult to be good at. And you will just get, and it's, like, it's sort of like chess. Like, you're just gonna get beat by better players, right? There is no, like, my opponent gets mana screwed or, like, they whiffed a check or whatever. Like, if someone is better than you, they're gonna beat you in this game. And I like that. I know, so some people really don't like that. and I kind of get it, but I did think it's nice. But yeah. How do you feel about Pauper? I love Pauper. I literally have two Pauper Magic decks right here. I think Pauper is an incredible format. The only problem is like some games do it better than others, right? But I love Pauper formats. I think they're so fun, and they're some of the best ways to get people into the game, aside from limited, where it's a very nice like entry point. Where like, and Pauper formats, like, you're not playing with poop. Like in Pauper Magic, you're playing with some powerful cards. It's just a little more like toned back in terms of how crazy it is. But I adore Pauper formats. I think they're awesome. That makes Azalea aggro broken as per usual. I mean, it made a billion things broken. Like for a Blitz, it made a billion things broken. But I can't play for the life of me because I just dislike 60 card formats. What does that mean? Like you only play limited? Which I guess is fair. If I was only worthwhile format in Magic nowadays, true. I mean, yeah. Finding out you have if you want a Pauper locals, you have to start a Pauper locals, right? Those are gonna be really hard to find. But if you can find it, Pauper is one of the best formats you can play. It's so good. And if people want to watch Pauper content, go watch Andrea Mangucci's YouTube channel. Go watch Mangu's Workshop. Super awesome Pauper gameplay. Commander's just the entire game now, unfortunately. I mean, yeah. Yeah, no, it sucks. I hate the C word. It's ruined the game forever. If I'm teaching only Commander Duel Party. Only Commander? Ew! We don't respect the C word here. Get out of here. Duel Masters is cool. But multiplayer formats can go kick rocks.
Margin Bay, they're just confirming that.
But like, dude, the player mics are so nice.
Cards and therefore will not amp up this core reaction.
So not only can like we hear it, and that's cool, but now that since the casters can hear it, they can describe to us watching it what is happening.
They're just confirming that there is one lightning flow on Yuki Liebinder's side. We're going to represent that with the one on the dice. Yuki.
Right, just double checking that there is only one token on the board. We're going to represent it with some dice, right? Clearing up the game state for the players at home while it gets cleared up for the players at the table. Like, it makes the experience so much better. And you can understand what's happening so much easier. I just prefer singleton formats with micro synergies instead of larger 60 card formats because I can't play for the life of me optimized. Okay, well, here's the thing. The correct answer then is Canadian Highlander. Because formats like the C word are more consistent than 60 card formats. Because in 60 card formats, you only get to play 4 copies of a card. In Commander, you get to play 10 copies of a card. It's just that each copy does the thing slightly differently. But like, Magic has so much redundancy, and since you have just a buddy sitting in your hand every single game for free, you get to play an incredible amount of redundancy in 100 card decks, because you get to play like 10 copies of a card, whereas in Constructed you would get to play about 4 copies of it, right, depending on the format. So I think 100 card actually way more consistent than like a regular Constructed.
Thinking here about how to deal with this core reaction,
Yeah,
knowing
there's
that
so much
definitely
redundancy.
going to be a follow-up of a red damage spell. Since we blocked with a couple, it's pretty likely.
Yeah, this is fairly face-up here, unless Margin knows something I don't. And so
Let's see if they do a thing
I
before I
assume
swap
Yuki
back to
feeling the
UVS.
same way. This will certainly not be the end. I guess the biggest tell of that is that the Volzar is still untapped, which means it's intended to go a little somewhere else.
Yeah. Yuki's
It's
hand
hard with
looks
this
like
set because there's so
at
much
least
wizard
one
stuff
blue
going on.
quick
It makes it a little
succession.
harder
Does
to
have that Carvel
try.
Vault Haven in the arsenal, so that could be deployed here at some point in this turn, but no need to deploy that now. You know more damage is coming. Let's find out as much information as you can from how Margin's going to sequence this, and then you can start making some decisions on the Aurora side.
Down to 17 we go, and the perfect partner for this chromatic refinement from the Arsenal. Red Meteoric Impact has its cost reduced and is up and active thanks to Starfall. Means this is a total of 7 points of arcane damage.
Yeah, I use
which
it
is,
tapped.
Quite the wallop.
It's newer, but they do
I
use
like
it.
that. Quite the wallop.
It's a way to. It's essentially they use it as a way to make stuff be fancy once per turns, right? So like your hero abilities will have you tap the card, right? And you can only tap it once. It doesn't untap till the end of your turn. So you can make it fancy once per turns, and it's fancy once per like cycles, because this isn't gonna untap until Majin's next turn, so it's gonna stay tapped on Yuki's turn. So like some heroes will be like you want to tap them on your turn, and sometimes you want to save them to tap on your opponent's turn. So it's just a way to make to pseudo make it like a fancy once per turn. Answer now, yeah.
Very British of you, Scott.
You got me.
It's right, we say it in Australia as well.
Good.
A walloping, as we like to say.
Feeling slightly less.
But like, I guess you can kind of note it
Upcoming is
here.
Find out as much information as you can from how Margin's going to seek.
A,
Doesn't that calm Bell-
I like how the casters talk about the game. Is it the term they use? Yes, it's the term. Yeah, I think. Yeah, it's tap. Yeah, that's the term they use. Does it matter? I think it does because I think at one point Magic tried to copyright tap. And that's why every game since has used rest, exhaust, etc. Is because I think Magic tried to like patent tap or something, and then the patent did the patent expire? They also did it. Fantasy Flight did it with or no, Wizards also did it with TCGs. That's why any game you see called a CCG is because Magic the Gathering patented TCG trading card game. So anything that came out in that like mid to late 2000s is all a CCG. And then that patent wore off in like 2016, 2018. So now we get like TCGs again. And I think they tried to do something similar with tap. But does it really matter when those patents are off? No, it doesn't. That's why Flesh and Blood has tap now, and why card games can be called TCGs. So it's just a history. It's just like a history lesson. But I really like how casters talk about not really what's just happening on the board, but like conceptually why players are doing what they are doing and the sort of like ephemeral benefits they get from it.
The Vault Haven in the arsenal, so that could be deployed here at some point in this turn, but no need to deploy that now. You know more damage is coming. Let's find out as much information as you can from how Margin's going to sequence this, and then you can start making some decisions on the Aurora side.
Down to 17 we go.
Right? Like, why is this card Jade chilling down here? And they explain why. Like, that's so nice to know. Yeah, okay, yeah. Tap was a trademark. So that's why. So now Flesh and Blood can use it because it expired, but that's why every other game on the plan has been like rest and exhaust and whatever. Like, the word tap is kind of random. It is. It is random. But it's one of those words that like is random, but just works. No, you're correct. It is odd. But because Magic was the first game to do the thing, and now it's just like the synonymous nomenclature, and rest exhaust is all like facsimiles of it. But like this play here is so good.
Margin's going to sequence this, and then you can start making some decisions on the Aurora side.
Down to 17 we go, and the perfect partner for this chromatic refinement from the arsenal. Red Meteoric Impact has its cost reduced and is up and active thanks to Starfall. Means this is a total of 7 points of arcane damage, which is quite the wallop.
I like that. Quite the wallop. Very British of you.
Right? Notice how they don't explain what a single card does. Right? They don't tell you a single bit of text on the card. But you know exactly what the cards do based on how they describe it. Of like, this card comes out of the arsenal and pairs with this card. Because of that, this like turns something on about it. So it's it ships for 7, and it's a wallop. 7 is a big number. You don't need to know what a single card does to understand that this play is a like synergistic combo that resolved well for a good amount of damage, right?
As we like to say.
Feeling slightly less aggrieved.
Because what is more important when you're watching the game, in my opinion, when you're watching a game, what is more important is not knowing what cards do, but knowing why what they're doing is good, right? Knowing if something was a good play or a bad play, right? If this was a good call or a bad call. Like, I can know what I can have all the cards memorized, but if I'm not like good at the game or understand it, I'm gonna have no idea if those cards are good or not. A good example is like reading a modern day Yu-Gi-Oh card when you don't play the game, and you read a card and you're like, oh, this thing pops a card. That's pretty good. And they go, no, it actually kind of sucks. What's good about this card is that it puts itself in the graveyard, right? You're not going to understand that just by reading the card. So having people, instead of telling you just what this card says, it deals 2 arcane damage, but the Starfall of an instant card has been put in your graveyard this turn. Instead, it deals 5 arcane damage, right? Instead of just telling you what it does, they explain why what it's doing is good, and that helps you understand the card infinitely more. And if you want to know what the card does, I mean, I'm blocking it. You just read it. Right? So if the casters just read the cards, that gives you no information because the information's already right here. What's the point of the caster telling me? Right? What the heck is the point? So by explaining why the cards are good, you get both pieces, right? I get to read the card and then get told why this is good, how it works, how it synergizes with these cards in a way that is very like evergreen or very layman's terms of like anyone can understand why it's good, instead of like using specific like terminology. It makes the viewing experience just so good. It's so good. For lands, not much as creatures tapping. Yeah, I'm tapping into my lands to draw mana from them. Yeah, right. That's probably what it is, but I don't know. It works. It's like flooping the pig. Why does floop mean turn? I don't know, but it sounds it just works. I floop it.
Me the bill on that one. Down to 10. Wants to utilize.
All right, let's see if the UVS stream is back up. But like I love Flesh and Blood commentary. It's so good. The combination of them being able to explain it's not day 3. Them being able to explain exactly why the players are doing what they're doing and how it is beneficial, combined with explaining exactly what the cards do without just reading the text, telling you what the cards like do makes it makes it so anyone can like understand what is going on without needing to read a single card. It's so nice. Commander does non-Yu-Gi-Oh players think Yu-Gi-Oh is. If it's not meaningfully interactive, you can readily spend upwards to just when you do anything with little reason to play. No, Commander is awful. Infinite, some other game and cover that makes it fairly anticlimactic. Things. The other thing that you are missing from that statement is that it is bad manners to win. If you win the game, that's poor etiquette and you're a bad person. Did I miss anything here? Yeah, right. It's like that format's just a disaster. It's so bad. All right. While this is going, I'm gonna pee really quick because I gotta pee really bad, and also grab some water. My throat's getting dry. And the fiddle about the nebula. Yeah, dude, there's so many vibes-based rules. It's so annoying. I'm back. One guy becomes my Yu-Gi-Oh locals now and then is doing commentary for big events like Nationals. Now, hey, that's kind of sick. Go off, King. Whoops. Oh, hold on. I forgot to grab my water. Whole point of me going. There we go. I can now be hydrated. Vanguard should have a commander format? Oh, man. If there was a game to have one, Vanguard probably is the game that should. I mean, if you want to go dig for it, there's an old Nexus Core video of them doing like a 3-way card fight that's like pseudo commander. So if someone was desperate for multiplayer Vanguard, you could go dig up that video and play that format. Sort of Limits has a commander like format Twin Suns. I do like it. I think I have a video about it. If you dig on the channel, oh, you're on Twitch. If you dig on my YouTube channel, I have an old video I made about Twin Sun. It is commander perfected. It is what commander should be, and it works really well. This was good. Actually, you want to know my opinion on SWU? Oh, this is going. Where's the... It's good. Star Wars Unlimited is good. I don't like Star Wars. I just don't like Star Wars. It's good. For the longest time, this was the best performing video on the channel. Was the freaking Star Wars video. This thing went crazy. But no, I like it. It's just I just don't like Star Wars. And then I did make the Commander video with Twin Suns, where I hate Commander. And it's pretty based. If we get Vanguard or Commander format, it will increase the amount of players because people love Commander. Absolutely. I think you should invent that right now. If like Commander players, you'll even try anything else. Well, I think it's more because, like, people love multiplayer formats, therefore, people will start playing Vanguard via Vanguard Commander, because that's how Magic grew. But, yeah. I don't want the Commander players playing Vanguard Commander. That's like the worst of both worlds. Honestly, the Commander players should just go play Vanguard. That is the game for them. Right? Go play Card Fight Vanguard. It's like the same thing. There we go, okay. It was an event. Do it! Hey guys, I got this really good idea. I think we should play Vanguard Commander. I think you should do it. I think that'd be hilarious. You should absolutely do that. Bro, did the stream break? Where'd the stream at? Where'd the stream go? Oh well. Womp womp womp. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But yeah. It is what it is. Freaking. Should I? Let me throw this above. Alex, put that. There's no way there's a Neopets regional. That's not happening right now. Oh wait, I'm behind. Hold on. How did I get behind? Whatever.
More about the day. Here we see the Anguirus, we
Too
see
late.
the Rodans.
We
see the ponies having to face each other at this point. What I find super interesting is kind of some of these outlier decks.
Yeah, this was
like
the
you got
last
George
round.
On that Keyleth, I would love to see what that has going on.
It's so good. It is a prison deck.
You want to
for
know
sure,
what decks are
and I think
good
Tam
in
wants to try and get it on
UDS?
stream
Here
at
you
some
go.
point. It just, always happens to be that when Sam Tate sits over here, we watch a very long match.
For those curious.
Yeah, George Zhang is playing this Keyleth deck, and I'll be honest with you, I played a lot of Keyleth during playtesting, and this exact deck that he's probably playing is something that I actually really love about what this deck can do, because she's not a stats-based character. We've talked about this already, and it is playing the game on such a different dynamic that no one else is doing right now. And finally, rejoice, at least for me, someone is trying out this exciting deck. But of course, you see Gavin Kale has been.
Oh yeah,
has
new
chose
LMP
to
game.
play
It's
the three-headed monster in that King Ghidorah.
cute.
I'm looking at you. See,
It's one of those games. It's another like Duel Masters clone of like it's cool. It doesn't do anything like innovative, but it twists the Duel Masters mechanic in a way that's like semi-interesting.
Also has quite a
But
few top cuts,
it's another
in
one of
his-
those
in
games
his
of
name
like,
as
I
well.
mean, if
Nathan
you like
DeWalt, you see
MLP,
playing
you'll play it.
Brilliant once
It's not
again.
horrible,
Jacob Johnson,
but I
Pilot
wouldn't be like, oh my
Jacob
gosh.
Johnson,
I don't care if you like
playing
My
against
Little Pony.
Ymir,
You gotta try
Parker
this.
S. So yeah, I mean,
It's just
there's
like,
a bunch of characters still here in the mix. There's
eh.
even a Shigaraki at table 12.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna point out. I mean, these
All right,
outlier,
it's
Undertales,
pretty,
both
it's
the King
pretty,
and the ones that
eh.
I'm interested in, and as you mentioned earlier,
I'll kind of
we
song.
know the
Yeah,
who's who of Universal
we'll
players
see.
that play
I'm not holding out crazy hope just to not, you know, keep your expectations low and you can't get disappointed. So I don't have like crazy high hopes, but like it hopefully shouldn't be terrible. But I don't know. I'm staying pretty.
Other known names, of course, here in this top cut.
I'm staying pretty neutral on Chaotic until we get more information. But also, I don't think I'll be playing much Chaotic because that game, low-key, does not hold my attention. I cannot pay attention when I play Chaotic. I'm not gonna lie. I get bored really quick. Maybe it's better in paper. It might be way better in paper, but yeah. Oh, Panini sucks. We're cooked. The funniest part last night when I was talking with Mike, like the owners of my locals, because I was like doing the Power World demo and we were talking about it, and then I forget how it got brought up, but like my one friend brought up Chaotic, and the owner was like, "Oh yeah, who's doing that?" And we were like, "Panini," and they went, "Oh, okay, that game's dead on arrival." I was like, "Yeah, yeah, it's not a good look. It's not a good look."
And we didn't see that in the.
My only hope is that because Chaotic is Brian Gannon's baby, he will be doing everything in his power to not make the game fail. So it's not completely up to Panini and their incompetence, but like Panini, very bad sign. Very, very bad sign.
Definitely agree with you.
I don't know if you have an answer for this, but it feels like a big question. But what do you think it means for a TCG to be successful? I mean, technically, can you print a set 2? And then can you print a set 3? And a set 4 and a set 5? And as long as you can keep printing sets, sure, you're successful, right? As long as you have the ability to keep printing it, you're not like losing money and not gonna like go out of business, then like you have succeeded.
And this is a secret rare from the set, so like this is gonna be a very one. And
right? It all. I mean, it depends on how you define success, right? A lot of like bigger companies are going to define success as being the size of One Piece, right? But really, success is just like, are you profitable enough to keep producing the thing? As long as you can keep producing it, and like you have like a player base and like any kind of community, I would consider that a success. So it's kind of different from person to person, but like I think as long as you can afford to keep printing the game, that's a success, right?
They exist.
But that's just kind of how I see it. They've been trying to get that off the ground for like a decade, so I really hope it won't be half-assed. Yeah, right. Like Gannon's been trying to do this for like since 2019. So there's no way it'll be half-assed. It's just that like, oh, Panini's scary, man. Panini's rough. Brian Gannon cares a lot. So now it's like, what wins? Brian Gannon's care and love of his baby, or Panini's incompetence, right? Who wins who's heavier on the scale? It's only time will tell. But it is a little. But Panini is probably like the worst company you could have picked.
I mean, you did it.
Yeah, it's like probably the worst.
That we were gonna show this graphic. There's levels to this, people. There's levels to this.
Like they will just kill the game because they just woke up that morning and decided, you know what, we're done. Like they will nuke it just for fun.
Very good, strong player, and honestly, his personality is infectious.
Yeah,
actually,
it's one of those things where like
So we'll have to see.
Great player, nice guy. also you can tell when he speaks about
They're being
the game
slop
that
gen
he's
garbage.
passionate about the game, right?
It's
He
a
sits there-
possibility.
there's a
Again,
couple
because
podcasts
it's
we've had,
Ganon's baby, I
this
feel like it's a
year
little
where you
less
sit there and
likely to
listen them,
happen, but it's
and
not
you know that there's a part of
impossible.
them that when they are watching the lines, they get it.
But
they
I don't
take
think
a
I'd
look at
really be
themselves,
worried.
right? And they're thinking about what their line
Facing
would
off
be
like
and how they
Ellen, like
play.
literally.
I think he's done
Literally.
a great job at leading
So
us
we'll,
to
it's
Miami
gonna
side.
just, we're just
That-
gonna kind of like
that's the
see
best
who
part, is that
wins
You talk about these
at the end of the day.
players, and then you see them doing the lines as if they were sitting on that side of
Yes,
the table.
yes.
And
But-
even though they have more perfect information, because we can sometimes see the hands and
Yeah, of
whatever
course,
and stuff
of
like
course.
that.
Sometimes you're supposed to always see the
see
hands.
them act as if they're the player, not with that information. And that is the kind of stuff like you can't. I don't know. You can't make that up, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Like,
yeah.
It is quite literally how you would navigate a situation if this was your tournament run on the line, and that's why it gets more exciting the further we go into the tournament. But speaking of further in, we've got some more alt art ultra rares to show off for the upcoming Tekken 8 booster set.
Alt
This is the real
art.
reason I sat down for a third row in a row,
All
so I
right,
can take a look
okay.
at these.
So again, some of these cards have already been shown off. So we've got two more of these ultra rares with this sort of.
Oh my gosh, Sky
blue
Burial has
saturation,
2 colors on it. That's
style
way more than the
Sky
other ones.
Burial, and also Master's Touch. So not while these
Hooray.
cards are here, but I do want to bring it up to you. Do you remember a card called Crone Frog?
It's got 2 whole colors.
So, Crow and Frog.
That's
right?
double all the
When I
other
first started
ones.
playing this game, I went.
I don't
and
even live in the
ordered
U.S.,
Crow
so
Redemption Stone,
even
right?
getting here,
ordered
noticeable
some-
capacity
I
isn't
ordered
guaranteed.
PlayStation
That
2.
too,
I was
yeah.
super, super
You might not even
excited.
see it.
The day before they arrive at my doorstep,
It got banned.
it got banned.
That definitely doesn't help.
Well, as somebody who played Crone Frog
Yeah.
and had a little bit of success with it, Sky Burial looks a little familiar to me, mainly because of that bottom Blitz ability. Blitz, discard 1 card, draw 1 card, which is just good.
Yep.
So
Right, oh, yeah, definitely better than last.
And if you have a heat token in your station, this does not count.
Yeah,
for aggressive
definitely.
difficulty this turn. So extra hurdle to jump through. We need a heat token.
Yeah,
a
it looks
little bit
niche,
less
but it's
stats,
not that
a 4
niche.
hyper 4 instead of a 4 hyper 5, and doesn't do the cool, crazy like readying stuff. But it does give
And
you
it's
the
different
sort of cycle
cards if
draw.
they ever want their
I
game
think
to
this card
explode.
is quite good, especially because of these aggressive symbols on it with
What?
air, fire, and life could use a little bit of help.
Interesting. An air symbol card that's not going to count
Huh?
towards progressive.
Elaborate.
meaning,
What does that
you know,
mean?
the monsters on a
Alt
5,
arts count as
down.
different cards
Build it
if they
down.
want their
Or
game to
something else,
explode?
you feel better about using the momentum
Yep.
ability because this card already doesn't count towards progressive. Yeah, definitely some great synergies here. But other synergies on those sort of action cards that we're seeing with these attune symbols on them. The Water Attune Ultra Rare, 0 difficulty, 4 check on Master's Touch, readying foundations. Yes, it freezes them. But if you don't commit them again, who cares?
Exactly, exactly. I really like the look of these cards with them monochrome background and the hues in front. The one thing
Dude,
that we can't quite see.
his
is
hand
the
looks
foil
so
here, 'cause
bad.
I'm really
This
excited to see
hand-
what that looks like with the actual foil treatment physically in hand.
That looks
super
rough.
excited for these.
Perfect. So make sure you check out that Tekken 8 release, which is going
It's
to
just-
be on
it might
August
just be like an
14th.
on the
And of
screen
course, if
thing,
you're
but,
Prime,
like-
you can check out these super
Ugh,
releases that
that's
are
bad.
happening on that weekend. So make sure you go and check that out, and make sure you get involved with the pre-releases themselves.
Those
because
holding
Tekken
World
8 is
Championships is very
coming
funny.
in
I mean, hey,
hot.
I define that as success, you know?
At Gen Con, I will
Bringing
probably
about a
see
host
that
of
at one the
worlds?
releases, so make sure to
Sure.
come and say hello.
I made a heat joke, and you didn't even.
I mean, good on them, right?
It is so hot in here that I
You don't
can't.
wear
They
the
do work for
jacket.
Mega Football, yeah.
Let alone the jokes you're making.
Which I'm surprised they don't even do. Like, I would not put it past them.
Jacket. Yeah, so this is our last slide. So I don't have anything.
Hey, do
else
be
to
like
show
that.
you all.
Hey, there was
But,
probably like one British guy
round
there.
three
It counts as
is
world.
concluding. The room is clearing out. People are going to go get lunch. From what I understand, and I wanted to re-clarify this because even I was a
Lunch?
little confused, there will be 8 rounds today.
Correct.
There will be 8 rounds, and the reason why people are a little confused is because yes, it will still be a cut to top 8.
Off the lunch break.
108 players.
Yeah.
So you can run multiple playsets of the same
Uh,
card. Or it's not
which
there.
is
What
not
game
at
has
that sweet
ever
spot
done
of
that?
129 that you need to go to our top 16 threshold. But the reason why the extra round is needed is because of how many buys that exist. Of course, these just reward. You don't have to play one out. It improves your record a little bit harder or a little bit better. But due to the extra round, we will need more fleshed out rounds to do so because of there still being 108 players in the room.
Yeah, listen. One more round for me to watch, for me to cast. I'm
108
happy about going to 8
players.
instead of 7. I'm also super interested, considering
Dang.
what we've seen today on stream, what we saw a lot of yesterday on.
I don't think a
Inside
single
Events.
one, honestly.
I'm
And you know
interested to see
why?
What that record
There's a
looks like
reason
that
why
makes
no
sense
game
based
does
on
that.
right?
You
I think
can't
that
do
we're
that.
in a
A,
position where we are going to
it
see
makes
a
some
lot of
cards
those top
broken.
top cuts having,
B,
some,
it puts a
ticks in that draw
ridiculous
column.
price constraint on
And
players.
like it matters 'cause it
Saying,
is-
hey, if you want to play the
so,
best deck,
yeah,
not only do
sure
you need to
that
buy
we've
the best
seen
cards, but you need to buy the best card and then a second entire playset of the super chocolatey, more expensive version of that same card. You can't force players to buy premium cards for a game. Like, that is kind of an absurdity. Everyone will quit. No one is going to touch that game. Players will quit if you force people to do that. Explode in a bad way.
I'll tell you what. You go undefeated, you're making day 2. I think I can solidify that.
Okay, so this entire stream has been via the context of, hey, if UVS wants the game to grow, they need to do this, this, and this. So when you say explode, I instantly think, like, explode in popularity, because that is the goal of what we want to happen. We want it to explode in popularity. But yeah, if you want the game to, like, combust and die, then yeah, that'd be terrible.
Jeremy Ray and Tam come over here and talk about Tekken 8
would be
in the background for our
very
lunch break.
bad.
So don't go anywhere. We're going to swap over for them to sit at the desk. See you in a bit.
Why do they cut to Sam Tate shuffling up? What's that? Yeah, no, that'd be a horrible idea. You can't do that. Players already get mad at the idea of, like, oh, I have to buy the expensive cards to be good. If you have to buy 2 copies and one of them's the premium, oh, they'd lose their mind. Might be a good idea for I mean, yeah, if the game wants to kill itself, it's a great idea. That'd be a phenomenal idea. Ooh. From what I vaguely heard, we're gonna get to hear I talk about Tekken 8 set, which I'm so excited for the Tekken 8 set. I think it looks so awesome. I'm so hyped for it. I hope it's good. I hope it's good. Because if it's not, I'll be very sad. Low-key Tekken set, depending on what kind of roadmap they reveal for 2027, the Tekken set's low-key kind of, I think, a make or break for UVS. If it does bad, and they reveal a mid roadmap, I think the game is just doomed to be mid forever. It might be unsalvageable. I want Altar coming next year. Ridiculous. I honestly wouldn't put it past like NFT bros if they ever made a card game. If we ever got the NFT crypto bro card game, they probably would print something like that. Your cards, the rarer they are, the more powerful they are. The game where it incentivizes that possess a good high value collection to win. Jeez. I've already keep talking about that like it's a good idea. We might give its One Piece season to do it. They're not listening to me. They're not. I hate that freaking game. They should never listen to me. They would never. It'd be hilarious, but they would not. Habacourt Bling, literally. Actual Duel Link skill. If you have, you just well, and those ones you can't even like buy or craft. You have to just open them. Like it's like the freaking like royal rares. So it's like, yeah, if you happen to have opened this card, it get better. That's crazy. I mean, if you make it some like gimmick, like in Duel Links' case, if you make it some like gimmicky poop skill, like that's fine. Right? If you want to make it some random one-off like funny haha, but like bad skill, you can do that. That's okay. Which is also way easier to do in Duel Links because it's a digital game. You don't have to print like rules documentation for how that like actually functions. Like you wouldn't have to write rules text documentation for like a card's ability to identify and determine a rarity of another card.
What's up, everybody, and welcome to the lunch break. I'm Tam, joined here by Jeremy Ray, one of the designers.
I don't even have my
over
lunch. It's in the fridge.
And we've got a fun treat for you.
I'm gonna make it later.
2 separate things are going to be happening.
It's
One,
a Chrono
we're
Trigger
gonna be
is
putting
there
a
from the
match
DSR version is
between
3K base and 3.
Sam Tate and another designer, Tim Friedlieb.
That's how you
But
kill
more
your game.
importantly,
That's literally
while
pay
that
to
is
win.
happening, Subway Surfer style. I want to talk to you about Tekken. Tekken
Literally pay to win.
And I'm really excited to dive into the mechanics because, man, there's so much cool stuff inside of Tekken. So, first and foremost, how do
turn
you
this up a
feel
bit.
as an old head, an OG,
Yes.
another fighting game property, one of the original fighting game properties from the
Yes.
game, is back in universes. Thoughts on that?
I'm excited. I think fighting games, like, obviously because of the history of the game, really natural fit, mechanically, functionally. It's really easy to like layer flavor into.
This
the
guy
way
hates
that
fighting
those
games, by the way.
cards
I'm
play,
kidding.
accurate to the video game. And I like Tekken. I think like it's one of those omnipresent staple fighting games that like everybody has experienced in a certain age group
Kinda
at some
crazy.
point in their life and
People
mashed
be
the
doing it.
buttons and
100%.
had a good time with it. So
I see him on
Going
Facebook
to the
all the
beer
time.
cade is my first real introduction to
Yeah, yeah.
Tekken, and having a friend who knows how to play the game and I don't, and I was
Oh.
like, I put the quarter down and I go,
Yeah.
I got this, and I slam my palm, and he knows what he's doing, and he can do the buttons inputs and whatnot.
Aaron's
Very
very
complicated game,
conditioned.
especially as somebody. I'm a Street Fighter fan. That's
Yeah.
my go-to fighting
No,
game.
please no.
Which Street Fighter also in the game, getting Challenger Deck
Yeah, me
soon. It is fun to dive into the world of Tekken. Before we get into this set, I actually want to talk a little about the
I blame One
OG,
Piece.
the original Tekken set.
Yeah.
And obviously we have Tekken 8 here. But how do you think that it translates well from the original Tekken sets coming out? I mean, it was like Tekken, what, 4? Tekken
So they're doing a
5?
Tekken 8
In
podcast
the
segment
original
on top
UBS,
of a game.
UFS days.
Don't know how I feel
All the way
about
up to Tekken 8.
It's a little too much going on.
What similarities do you think exist? Was
Your
there
opponent's
any
portfolio mid-game?
inspiration
Yo,
from
that would
the
be
old
hype.
cards,
I
or
I
was
fully
it just,
support that.
No, look at
That'd
the
be
IP
hilarious.
of Tekken 8.
I
We'll
get
take exclusives.
cost one less for every NFT
Yeah,
I
I think
own.
there's some
Show
interesting
me your
things. I can
proof.
tell you
They
an
go,
anecdote that
"Oh, where'd it go?"
maybe the most interesting one.
Please.
Jeremy Ray, was a designer. The first design work I ever did was
True
in
skill
the
cap.
original set.
Whoa.
And then I got to work on this one too. So that has carried through.
That's cool. That's really cool.
I was a playtester then, a volunteer playtester, and they asked me to do up a couple of the promos. So a bunch of the promo characters like Steve Fox, Brian Fury, stuff like that were all designs I got to do. So that was like my first real experience with cards that got printed and published. The biggest thing I did was the Mishimas, all 3 of them. So it was really cool to come back to the IP again and revisit them. I'm a big Jin fan, but also like the Mishimas are just kind of the first family of the Tekken series. So it was really cool getting to revisit those. I think some of that inspiration got to come through, but I will say like the world has changed in the games in a significant way. So you have
So
to like
much.
be like really thinking like. There's just, a bunch of people with the devil gene running around right now. That was kind of like a Kazuya only thing back then.
True, yeah, that's fair.
So you kind of got to do that. I think one of the cool things about Tekken, or the original one, was the characters had their own like sort of, how do I put this, guide rails to how they want to explore deck building.
Sure.
And that was something we tried to
Buy your
capture that
opponents.
was really present in the original.
Mm.
And here, where like, Yoshimitsu with his sword,
Monopoly.
assets, whatever.
That's a
Destructive
Monopoly.
Form,
What is it? Is it
Detachable
Monopoly
Head, Alyssa,
Duel?
like,
There's a Monopoly
here's
card game
some-
I played once.
You don't have to hold the rails while you do the deck building. Our deck building is very varied. It is a vast jungle. But pretty much
I like
every
that.
character.
I like that phrase. It's a vast jungle.
It is a vast jungle.
Yo, and as you miss games, you give us a machete, but sometimes we wander.
Yeah, sometimes you jump up and just go. Sometimes you build a treehouse right at the front door. Like it
Yeah.
just depends on how you're feeling. But that was one thing that we wanted to do was like, hey, we want these characters to have a flow to deck building and gameplay.
Yeah. I
That's
think
a good
it's
sign.
cool as
I
somebody
like
who's
that.
very new into Tekken. Like, again, Beercade.
Yeah.
Have a quarter, go O2, go jump on the Street Fighter set. Like on my stream, I watched like the history of Tekken 1 through 7 to prepare for
Okay.
the set. And then I ended up picking up and playing
has
Tekken 8.
wild
it was,
lore.
Dude, it was wild.
The
it was
lore is
insane.
crazy.
It's like a 2.5 hour video, and it
Yeah.
took me 4 because of pausing and being like, wait,
what happened?
what?
You threw him into a volcano again?
Again? And there's a kangaroo with boxing gloves that has. Okay, sure.
Wait, and this guy was the GOAT, now he sucks? Like,
Yeah.
what happened?
Okay.
Why is
yeah.
he washed up? I don't
Any-
understand.
Anywho, and no hair product in that hair? Okay. All right. Yeah, like, I then literally, like the Wednesday before coming out here, played through all of Tekken 8. It was a blast. It was so
Yeah,
much
yeah.
fun. And it is giving me new appreciation for the set and the design of, like when I jump
Yeah.
into the tutorial and I've got Max, who's the guy who's like teaching me how to play Tekken, the first thing he does is go, "Hey, dude, use your heat." and heat token is like one of the absolute main focuses. I mean, the word Control
is.
F heat token
Yeah.
is going to be
It's
all like 100 plus inside
a
this
lot of
set.
hits.
It's a ton, and it's really cool to see that flavor of the designers of the video game Tekken 8 were very adamant that I want you to play around with heat. I want you to instantly spin that heat as soon as you get it, big burst of speed, and then build it back up later. And so the fact that you guys showcase that so well, give me some showcases of like your favorite pieces of design-wise when it comes to the heat token, or maybe some like the little dev diary before the actual article comes out.
Yeah, I mean, so I think the most important thing it is the center of the world that is the Tekken set. It is a mechanic. There's spot checks. There's spenders. There's small buffs that just kind of come from it existing in your stage.
Even like extra cost, right?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
We've seen like spend a heat token.
But
to
paint them in
play
a
the
negative
card,
business
which,
light. They
takes,
can't
like,
do
I've seen
that.
those on a couple of rares. There's like a king card. It's like an echo throw. That, like if it hits, draws you a card or something like that. Like it's like
super good.
If it didn't have the heat token thing, I think it'd be like playable in
It's-
every deck.
it's
Like,
not. It's
everyone would be
completely
playing it.
crazy.
And so like it's cool to see such a unique mechanic be gated and be able to be gated in such a unique way.
Yeah, and like it, being thematically accurate was super important, but also just like making sure that the characters are doing like fun, interesting things, like feeling like a heat token was worth it.
Yeah.
Like there's I'll tell you, you like mention one of my favorites, Huang.
Yeah.
Yesterday's
ultra
gameplay.
rare. It's understated.
I mean,
but
I
if you got a
guess
heat
these are
token,
kind of
it's
yesterday's
not
cards. Hey, welcome back from the
So,
gym.
like,
I guess these are
listen,
yesterday's
I
cards.
love long card pools. This has been my play style for.
They're
15
doing this like
years.
interim
So-
thing where it's
Yeah,
like
yeah.
they're on a
Yeah.
lunch break right now, so there's like this
Going
little
into a massive
podcast going on, but
kickflip
also
Bylante
they have a
stuff.
game in front of the podcast. So
so,
I don't know
I
why.
have
but
not just Huang, but like numerous characters built around getting a heat token.
I'm
and
much more
spamming
interested
out
in the
as many of
Tekken
those
8
as
design
possible. And
podcast
then
than I
starting
am the random
regular
exhibition
attack
game.
afterwards.
Yeah.
And I love that card. It's one of my favorites. I think Destructive Form Melissa is. There's a lot of ways to play that character.
Just going to- it could be chill.
Destructive Form is the one that we kind of go like, hey, there's a bunch of pieces to support this to actual head Destructive Form. You don't have to play her that way, but I do like playing her that way. Like those pieces are meant to work together.
Yeah, heat token being that like representation of in fighting games true chip damage. Of, like, I hit
I would
you
so
and
much
your
rather
whole
not have a
stroke goes
game
down.
on
Without
screen.
going as so far as,
Wow,
like,
there's a
the
podcast
big
going on in my
chunkiness
ears.
of a
I don't
throw
really
we
like
have in our
that.
game, right?
Yeah.
You have full block, so like I really like the
Imagination Invasion was a completely different.
spammable,
Shit,
repeatable,
hilarious.
like,
I mean, they literally
you have
could
a
have
deck that
made
is,
it a
like,
Riftbound
basic
exhibition, which
every
I would have
turn, you
been
win.
very mad
Like,
at.
this is
But
over,
Yeah.
right? Like
Go wide
it's
enough.
just
and
over.
It's a lot of extra damage.
We'll
real
take
life,
it.
depending on how people are defending themselves. Yeah, and I think that like there's a couple like there's a
if I'm
couple
part
like,
of a game jam,
decks
yeah.
that really benefit from
That's
heat
a good-
tokens
keep
just
that in the
from
back
the stuff they're
pocket.
Already doing it. Anyone who's like,
Bust
not
it out
that
later.
This character needs, but like the ponies of the world who are stringing long or the
Yeah.
Mikasas, they're
Yeah.
like, oh, if you block 4 things, it's basically another attack landed.
Correct.
And that's a fourth of Rodan's health.
And that that is again. I mean, you talk about Rodan, the most represented character in our format. It can't be Mikasa Ackerman or Mikasa defeats the female Titan, right? Like it's just extra damage. It's just burn. And so like you just get like to crunch your numbers in like slightly different ways, and attacks that you were maybe not going to play. You could now play. Question from the chat: were you thinking about reprinting any OG Tekken cards as back page promo callbacks? I mean, we've seen some pullbacks from later sets. I mean, even in the most recent Godzilla set, we've had cards all the way back from the set 3 My Hero set. As an old head, which ones were you thinking, if any?
So it's something we talked about, but it is trickier because Tekken comes from it is just past the line of the bygone era.
They seem to pick during the Genesis OSCS.
Previous company set release.
Well, has there ever
like,
been a
it's little
good
more nebulous
MBT
to, like,
angle?
just
No, I
flash those
haven't.
back
seen
in.
it.
It wasn't impossible. We talked about
what,
it,
on his
but it
Twitter?
is it's funny because Tekken comes from a Nexus point.
Has there
where
ever
the
been a
games
good
aren't being
MBT
bought
pick
for
with
games
angle?
full.
Like,
It was a point where like, hey, we are really shifting the focus to attacking rather than developing powerful stages, which is like you'd hope a fighting game was doing all along.
how
But
I feel.
in the early days, that wasn't always the
Hey,
case.
a lot of footsies, you know.
Yeah,
a lot of. I'm gonna shift back and forth. I'm gonna build
Yeah.
3 foundations and pass.
So there was some cards with candidates. There's a card called it was a Paul Phoenix card called like Hammer of the Gods. That it's a stun
Okay.
2. It's a big 5-diff lead in. It can get kind of big. You can pitch a
This
card.
one's even worse. Which
oh
one?
God, Boomer Memory. Pitch a card for damage equal to the block monitor of the card you pitch. And it's like a 5-diff, 3 mid, stun 2.
That'd be
5-diff.
really cool for Paul.
Yeah. And
Everything
good
I'm seeing
card.
is
There's
very
some cards
normal.
that we kind of were like, all right, like we'll kind of like acknowledge it, but we ended up going like the characters have developed, they've changed. We want to give them new tools reflective of some of their new things and like some of their fun features. And didn't end up bringing them back. But there was some talk about it. Like
Yeah, not
I
seeing
very
it.
Specifically, there was like 3 or 4 cards where it's like this would be kind of cool to come back, especially for characters who were returning from those.
Unless it's someone
OG
else's
sets. Paul
tweet.
Phoenix being kind of one of them. He's a promo, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's certainly some
Yeah,
love for the promo cards inside of the set.
The promo characters, I think, all have 1 to 2 cards of support. I can't quite remember exactly how many we settled on, but they certainly have the I think Paul's got the unblockable, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, I think that's a Paul themed card. Could be wrong.
That makes me very scared.
It's
Paul having an unblockable.
It doesn't
but
do a million damage, but it is unblockable.
It certainly opens you up to do a million
Yeah.
later, though. That one's still a lot to get stunned.
Yeah.
So speaking of attacks,
yes,
Rage Art.
Yes.
As soon as I saw the first printing, and I knew just enough about Tekken to be like, the game guild goes.
Oh, they changed how two-headed
slow-mo
giant
when
pre-release
we're at
works.
low
Yeah,
low
yeah.
health.
I know.
The swing comes in.
Gets
I
real
really-
dramatic.
I really like the
I guess it could be
theme that you
worse,
guys
but
had
still not
of, for all of these Rage Arts minus 1 difficulty to really, I'm getting my teeth kicked in. Maybe this one
Whatever.
last move is gonna do it. And some of these numbers that you guys are starting with
Official
are
feature
really
matches where he looks
scary
like a
to give
blob.
-1 to.
Well,
There's
that's
a
tough.
couple the King Throw is
That's tough.
uncomfortable. The King Ultra Throw at 4 difficulty.
Yeah.
That thing does 8. That's a lot for a 4 diff throw.
Hey, finish your food. You know,
Yeah.
like don't let me have 5 or less health.
I think that is one of the more interesting ones that I can reflect on a little bit more too, because in very early development there was a lot of cool mechanics in Tekken 8. And like there's basically like the Rage Arts and like relatively like some super style type moves and like some meter spenders and heat tokens, and it's like what mechanics can we focus on, but also which mechanics are a little easier to put into a like smaller subset of categories where they can still be represented accurately.
Yeah.
And like pulling heat and trying to turn it
How
into a
long till
small
something
token
happens?
was really difficult. Like to try to make it a less important
What?
mechanic, like conceptually, because we had ideas where like Rage Arts were the meat of the set.
Oh,
and
okay.
It didn't really pan out that well because, again, some games you're never in that Rage Art zone.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just get hit by growing grass for 30, which is looking like it might happen here on stream in a second. But so like we
Right
ended
now?
up settling as heat being
Oh.
the centerpiece, but we wanted Rage Art to be represented.
Well, I mean, it's the
And so we
design.
found,
I mean, if you
know,
don't want to listen
fairly
to the
simple line
design
of text that
podcast, then we don't have
nobody's gonna
to.
complain
But
about having on an
they're
attack
talking about the new
Totally,
Tekken 8 set and like the
It's
design that
like,
went into it. I don't know. You
although
guys like
we
card game
very
design?
much see the through line to
It's card game
the,
design.
Rage Art.
Yeah.
Easily could be represented elsewhere.
we
in
don't
some
like
other
it. I
big
can do
super
something.
move.
I don't know what.
Like,
We
if
can
you'd
do
have- If
something.
you told me that the 6 difficulty, like salvo burst or whatever the
But right now, like tournament wise, they're on a
Ultra
lunch
One
break.
Ultra is
Yeah.
got -1 if you're
Are you ready for
I'd be
locals?
like,
Go
okay,
Hey,
that
good luck
makes
with
sense,
locals.
right?
Yeah.
I
Like,
hope you have fun.
push it all
Go
one
teach
last time.
everyone
So,
Vanguard
certainly
Commander
a
or whatever.
mechanic that is not so I use the words heat or tension locked that
Yeah,
we can
yeah.
come back and revisit and be like, oh, that makes total sense.
Absolutely. There was a version 2 on the Rage where like all the characters had a Rage mode on their character abilities, and this was actually this was really hard to balance. Like
it sounds
Like,
very
I
cool.
wish.
Right.
That's what I was saying. I
Every
don't like
character
the
card
stupid
was
game
a
being
lot
on the
worse,
screen.
But it was very cool. It
I can
just
try
was
to
a
do what
little
I can
unwieldy,
to like find
unfortunately.
what they're talking
Speaking of
about.
characters, were there
Or my Chrome tab can freeze and
any
crash.
characters that just barely
Yeah.
made the cut?
I
and
can
if
try to throw some
so,
visual stuff on the screen.
Can you give us any insight on the process? Obviously, the licensor has a lot to go
Yeah,
on, but
yeah.
you guys have a little bit of wiggle room, I'm sure.
We had some agency here, and we had some things. I guess like in one sense, like it wasn't for any particular like complicated licensing reason or anything, but like Hayachi was was tough because he's like a DLC.
Correct.
And like when we were in development, he was
So is
like,
Eddie.
just announced, and we weren't sure
if you were gonna get him.
Yes, if we were going to be okay to use him.
That's
and
cool.
so he got like a little, honestly, like a little bit of a late start in design because we were like not sure we were going to be allowed.
That guy got a late start.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hit you for 100 damage, guy.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody at home,
Yeah,
double
yeah.
check him.
But we got to use him. We wanted to capture all the Mishimas if we could. We consider it a great fortune that we got to use him at all.
Yeah,
because he was a little like dicier. Everyone else was pretty locked in. I will say this is like a behind the scenes candid. Oh man, he's about to do 1,000 damage to Sam. I lost my train of thought.
Characters that we could have seen but didn't.
The-
you told me
yeah.
you told me a character that we
Gee.
almost didn't get to see, but we did.
We had like a big debate on where Jin would be. Like whether Jin was going to be in the set, outside the set. We already had the starter deck one, but the starter deck one wasn't like super satisfying experience for everybody. So like where Jin was going to be as like a figurehead was like we weren't
the
sure
peerless
in set,
crown.
out set, but we knew we wanted him there because he's such like an important character. And yeah, like we got to the spot where we got to do him as this cool pre-release promo. So he still gets to exist, he still gets to do powerful stuff, but it's he already has like some feature support, he already has Devil Jin, he already has Starter Jin, so we wanted to save some room for characters who might not get a chance to be explored the same way.
I really like the fact that we have Jin back in the set, and I really like how he's designed specifically of this whole, turn sideways, grab the gene. It's so hard to not say Devil Jin versus Devil Gene. It's so incredibly hard. Cannot wait to cast those games. Commit him to get it, commit him to lose it, especially because of how like commit heavy his support was from that starter deck, right?
Yes.
Like he's got the 3-diff that I believe is just called the Devil Gene.
Yeah,
That is like, spin a momentum, ready my character, which is like, wow,
That one's gonna be harder to
this
pull
character's
up.
very good. He's really good if you're allowed to double up on the cool commit cost thing. A thing that like we don't normally see pretty much in any kit ever is re-ready my, my pseudo once per turn ability.
Not to distract from conversation, but this growing grasp is going to be enormous. But yeah, the Devil Gene, we like all the Mishimas and honorary Mishima Reina.
As the Devil Gene.
Spoilers. She's got a Devil Gene counter ability on her character. I hope people would figure it out.
Hey, I had no idea. I was so blindsided.
Yeah. This growing grasp did 100. We wanted like all of them to key on the mechanic. It is a central part of the set. And the like, how do I put it? Not the set, like the game itself. It's like the Devil's Gene storyline, like literally Super Jin versus Super Kazuya is like basically where you start in the game.
It was wild walking into New York and having never played a Tekken ever, really. And they were like, actually, fight your dad.
Yeah.
And I was like,
right now.
Wait, what?
He will throw you into a volcano. You need to fight this man
Fight him
immediately.
right now.
So it was, like capturing the Devil Gene was something we wanted to do because it was like both central to this game and also like new character and things like that. And we wanted them all to do it in like a different, cool way. Like, and I think we did a good job of capturing that. Like I think my favorite is Reina because she gets like this big comeback swing when she changes, and I think that's so cool. But I like all of them a lot.
Without, and I won't do spoilers for the game. Everybody, please go play Tekken 8. It was a fun story. It was certainly
It's really fun.
It was a roller coaster of a ride for sure.
Yeah.
Without spoiling anything, it was very cool to like be excited for Reina mechanically before knowing anything, and then play the
Yes.
story and go, oh,
yeah.
get it. It was cool.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, especially like maybe like lapsed Tekken players who played a lot, like in Tekken Tag eras or something like
Reina's
that,
so
might not
sick.
really know her deal. So like, I do wonder if they look at her and go, "Wait, who the heck is like? Is this Jin's kid? Like, who is this?
Who is
like,
this?
Yeah.
We talked about New York.
Yes.
Which brings me to we talked about heat tokens.
Yeah.
Whatever. Rage Arts.
Is the game still
whatever.
going on? Oh, they're playing another
We
second one.
introduced a brand new card type in this
did.
set. And I think it's a card type that people were, I'll use the word divisive about.
Polarized?
Polarized.
Yeah.
And then it kind of died down.
Yeah.
I am so incredibly excited for Arenas.
I'm
Talk to
glad.
me about the process of slowly phasing out terrain.
Yes.
And then where did it come from? How did we get there? Are there iterations that you could share of like, we wanted this idea? Because when I think of properties, right?
Yeah.
I think of person, place, thing,
yes,
music. And we're not going to get music cards, I'm sure. We're not going to get theme song cards.
Listen,
Actually, wait a minute. hold
Jiro
on.
has an issue with your.
He does have a theme
yeah,
song card. Wait a minute.
Music is an alt win in our game.
That's
Literally, you just play a badass song and win the game.
That's true. Talk to me about how you took a mechanic that, truthfully, the game like started with terrains.
Yes.
Phased out, and I think personally made better.
Yeah. So this is one of those things I could go on for like a really long time because this was several conversations.
And we've
But-
got like 20, 30 minutes, so please go on for 20, 30 minutes.
Okay. So I will say this. Terrain is not necessarily inherently dead. But what I will say is that we have long kind of, and like everyone has their own opinions on it, even on our team. But like terrain as a mechanic is just unique to, like we have unique 1. How would you like unique 2?
Unique the second.
Yes.
Okay.
The sequel, Unique 2. It's terrain. And having 2 mechanics, they're technically keyword abilities that essentially do the same thing. And sometimes, like, you could make a case should be on the same card, is like a little weird. It never quite like made sense mechanically. I don't necessarily think the back and forth between punching out each other's terrains, while I get some of the thematic elements of it, is a particularly satisfying gameplay experience.
Yeah.
Some of the games do it, it's fine. But it is tough to be like, to balance a card that has a separate lever that we don't really have a ton of agency over. It's just based on like popularity of those types of cards in the game.
Yep.
So it's like, do you make a terrain stronger than a unique because it's unique 2 and it's like slightly more unique?
Yeah.
Like it becomes a weird level. So we've been talking about for a while, and this goes back even further, breaking out what an asset is into more defined forms.
Yeah.
And an asset should be a weapon or tool or object largely that you battle somebody with. But in the past, an asset has been people, places, and things, and also sometimes ideas for no reasons.
Yeah.
And like we wanted to try and zoom that in to a more specific subset of things. And the first thing we broke off was backups.
Right.
Where it's like having a person be the same thing as a sword always was kind of a thing. And honestly, it was a problem with licensors. They're like,
Sure.
why is this gun also like why is Airy one of these things and a gun one of these things? What do they have in common? Like why are they the same card type? So that didn't like always sit well, and breaking them off like backups into its own card type, I think was really powerful for a bunch of reasons for both us at a design level, but also in like being able to show off the characters in more like authentic ways, and like like a supporting character might be a guy who holds a shield and takes a hit for you. That was like, there's a few forms of defensive assets that do that, but there's also objects that do that. So what's the difference?
Yeah.
So that was like super, super, super valuable. And then we were staring at, we did people. We liked that they're things. What about places?
What about places?
Places are kind of things, but like places can be really iconic to the worlds they're in.
100%.
Like you can pick an IP and, like, I don't want to like get into a bunch of specifics, but there's a bunch of iconic places, locations at a bunch of things, be it on like a battle cruiser or like a giant spaceship or on a planet, remote planet, like a battle planet type thing for comics. All those sorts of things like become things, and like just being like those are also assets just doesn't always feel authentic to what they are, because then you have to make them like they're an object.
Yeah, and like in like if we like want to be lore gamers, the characters that like interact with assets, like sometimes don't interact. Like Yoshimitsu's not swinging a building around.
Yeah,
he's swinging a sword.
He doesn't have like a small child that he like throws at his enemy.
He's
like,
not overhaul.
No. Yeah, and so it didn't make sense. So we wanted to do that, but we also wanted to build some new ideas onto the places part of the thing, because like these really iconic locations in games, like fighting game stages, whatever, are more energized than just like, oh, it's a thing. Like they can have emotional ties, they can have meanings, they can have like. I just think you can do a lot more. So we really wanted to freshen up the mechanic, and Arenas is a super experimental mechanic.
Yeah,
it is doing a thing that has never happened before, and like it's specifically like creating an object that exists in a state that is nebulous to both stages.
Yeah,
like it, technically both players have to have agency over it. So we had to invent a lot of concepts to make it work. I think arenas are super fun, but we are, much like when we debuted backups, taking a cautious approach to them.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
We have to be careful in both balancing them because they are new, but also in player feedback. There's a lot of things that have been tried in the last 2 years, especially, that like seeing what the players like and don't like and what they react to and what they do react to is really valuable. And arenas, we're gonna have to see how players react to them. I like them. I think they're fun. I think they do a fun thing. I think they play in such a unique way that you get to do like cool things with them. And like everybody likes a bing bong. So
I cannot stress enough how excited I am to really explore this space, because I mean we've had in the
I love that
past
bing
of the
bong is a
game
mechanic.
on check do something really cool and exciting.
That's great.
Yes,
like it just like over and over and over again.
I can't believe I missed the bing bong era.
Gross.
Some of them were gross,
Yeah.
but I think the idea of like, I don't know, I play an attack card and I kick you into the arena.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then we scrap there for a bit, and then I kick you out of it into another one.
Yes.
I'm really, really excited to be like, in eventually, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna pretend that there's arenas in the next sets forever and ever. Like to kick you from the training dojo in Tekken
into the street or whatever. Yeah.
into the final battle of Attack on
Oh, yeah.
Titan, into the Critical Role like Dragon's Den, like that's so cool to me. Of like I'll kick you into New York City Turtles, like not having some representation of the sewers or New York like as a whole is like such a miss. But you just literally didn't have the tools in your tool belt to represent that appropriately until now, and now you do.
Yeah.
When Turtles 2 comes out, holy cow, I'm so excited. I'm so
Please
excited.
don't give
for
us
New York
Turtles
City.
2.
I am too, and I'm excited what we can do this space, and like also, like these arenas have like that arena break mechanic, which is really iconic. The wall breaks of Tekken are like a huge part of the competitive play. It helps you extend your combo, gives you extra damage. Like wall breaks are a big deal, and like the arena breaks are a big deal. Future arenas might not have the same sorts of mechanics. Like maybe you spend some time in there and then they time out naturally and you end up in a different place. Maybe they stay in there real sticky and hard to get out of and you want to escape them. Those are the kind of things we can
Jeremy,
explore.
that's so cool.
Yeah.
That's so, it'd be like I mean, you see these control decks and you like literally lock them in a prison.
Yeah, yeah.
I check this thing and everybody's moves have -4 damage.
Yeah,
You're not killing me. You
Literal
have to
pit
spend-
of quicksand, sort of like
all speed is now
Yeah,
0.
all players are stuck in the quicksand.
Yeah.
And like one player is gonna have to try to get out if they want to not be in the quicksand anymore.
That's cool. That's a
Yeah,
cool
yeah.
spot to be in.
So it gives us a lot of space, and we're gonna work on, we're gonna see the feedback that people have to it now, and we're gonna work on how we can improve the concept, how we can energize the concept, and if people like it, you'll see a lot more of them. If people don't like it, I don't think we're gonna completely cut them, but you might see more iteration, like slightly different shapes.
Sure. So we have a question from the chat that says, "Are you expecting to see any played competitively?" I don't think you necessarily care about competitively. So I'll ask a different shaped question. Which is your favorite
arena?
Arena.
Descent in Subconsciousness. I think that one will probably see competitive play in some decks.
We're gonna be able to find that one. That might be hard.
You just break through the wall of infinity and end up back in infinity, and I think it's really fun.
Yeah.
I can't quite remember the name of it, but the evil one, I'm actually like high on that one just as a card to play in your deck.
That's how I feel. I think that one is actually competitive.
Yeah.
Randomly burn 3 off the
this
top
is
of
the
your
evil
deck is
one.
like a good ability. Especially if like you're an aggressive evil deck and just like can take care of it.
Absolutely. Like sometimes you're just trying to run a guy over.
Yeah.
And so I think that those are good, and I think some of the other ones could find homes. We in testing like found a deck that we liked pretty much every arena, and I could not tell you all of them off of the top of my head, but there was no arena that was homeless, so to speak.
Sure. I love that.
Yeah.
This might be above your pay grade.
They didn't
and
reveal it
please
yet.
kick the can if you need to. Any chance for more promo characters like we got for Devil Jin and Paul Phoenix? There are so many characters in this game. Again, playing through my run through of Tekken, I was like,
Oh, this one
holy
there it is.
cow,
I skipped past this.
Why? I don't know half of these people, and
Yeah.
and
The roster
I've
is
seen
big.
the whole set.
And some characters go through a lot of.
Did it break? Oh, did the stream crash again?
Of these people, and
Yeah.
and
The roster
I've
is
seen
big.
the whole set.
And some characters go through a lot
of these people, and
Yeah.
and
The roster
I've
is
seen
big.
the whole set.
And some characters go through a lot of.
Oh, yeah, I think their stream crashed again. Oh, man. All right. Well, I mean, that was interesting. I think, kind of. And that was cool. That was neat. We'll take it. We take what we can get. All right, stream down. Stream down again. Yep, there it goes. All right. Oh well. What can you do? All right, chat. I think that's good. We've been streaming for what, 5 hours? We don't need to keep watching the regional. I think that's good enough. I almost said exhibition and demonstration. Neither of those are the words. That was a fun enough peek into the world of UVS, at least from my perspective. Maybe you guys hated that. If so, oh well. If so, that's tough. Why is this picking up? I don't care. But I enjoyed it. I had fun. I had nothing else to do Saturday, so I figured I'd watch some. Said, who knows? Maybe you guys were inspired and you wish to go check out the game for yourself. I highly recommend it. I recommend at least giving it a shot, especially with the new Tekken 8 stuff coming out. I think it looks super sick. Highly recommend just giving it a try. I know I will be. Maybe I'll stick with it, maybe I won't. Who knows? But I'm going to at least give it its fair shake, because I think it looks really, really fun. But with that being said, I think I'm going to wrap it up there. I have some other things I need to do off stream. I got to start working on the stinking Power World video. Maybe I'll film that tomorrow. But with that being said, thank you guys so much for coming out to the stream. I hope you guys had as much fun as I did. With that being said, I will catch y'all Monday when we start Kingdom Hearts 2. Apparently, the good one. But with that being said, thank you guys so much for watching, and I will catch you guys in the next one. Bye. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.